starting as a worker from Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 Mr. Madara, Mr. Black Zetsu, all of this is within my plan. Black Zetsu's face was a little panicked, and its body involuntarily took a step back, and said carefully, I chose to deceive you, just because you are the strongest ninja. Only you have the ability to revive the Ten Tails. Only you can save the ninja world. I just took advantage of your idea of making peace in the ninja world. Everything I said is true. Everything I said now is true. Black Zetsu can clearly feel Uchiha Madara's murderous intention. Black Zetsu knows very well that Uchiha Madara has the Samsara Eye, which may not be able to seal a powerful ninja, but it can definitely seal this powerless yin-yang escape creature. Interesting. Uchiha Madara sneered. Does the liar have his own reasons? Now Uchiha Madara is eager to kill Black Zetsu who deceived him. Madara, why can't you listen to it? Finish telling those stories. The voice of Akihara Kagura came out of Namukaze Minato's mouth again, as if persuading Uchiha Madara, although Mr. Black Zetsu made up other historical stories to hide his identity in order to avoid being considered as the dark will of the Six-Path Sage. Isn't it interesting to just listen to the will of the Six-Path Sage telling us some wonderful stories? I'm telling the truth. This time, everything I said is true. Black Zetsu's voice was a little painful and desperate. What it said this time was really true, with just some subtle differences. I want to continue listening. Akihara Kagura chuckled and transmitted the voice through Namukaze Minato's body. I can only hope that this story is more exciting than the real history recorded on the bark. What I said is the truth. Black Zetsu felt as if his heart was twisted. He stared at Namukaze Minato's body and roared in pain. What is recorded on the bark is false. All of them are false. After Kaguya quelled the war, she gave birth to 2 children. One of the children is named Akatsuki Haguramo, the father of Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, and Ashura, the ancestor of the Senju clan. The other child is named Akatsuki Hamura, and Akatsuki Hamura is the ancestor of the Hyuga clan. However, these 2 children could not understand Kaguya. As I said before, Kaguya is naturally not good at speaking. They always thought that their mother was hurting the world, so they went to war with their mother. Finally Kaguya was sealed by her son Akatsuki Haguramo. When she was sealed, she created me. I am Eater Will. Black Zetsu clenched his fists and stared at Uchiha Madara in front of him, hiding the fact that he wanted to revive Kaguya Akatsuki. Before Kaguya was sealed, she thought she had no hope, and she just ordered me to help her revive the Ten Tails so that a new Ten Tails Jinchuriki would be born in the ninja world. This was Black Zetsu's last stubbornness. Because Black Zetsu still wanted to try. After all, becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and resurrecting Kaguya had never happened before, so he wanted to try to deceive Uchiha Madara one last time. It was a pity. Some people present didn't want to see him lying. The story is very ordinary. Akihara Kagura's voice was mixed with a hint of laughter, as if teasing and mocking. Black Zetsu, your story doesn't seem to be very exciting. A magical creature that has lived for thousands of years actually told us that you resurrected the Ten Tails to resist foreign invaders. Since you are trying to save the ninja world, why can't you say these things openly? Everyone could hear Akihara Kagura's sarcasm. However, Black Zetsu felt that he was wronged. If he could cry, he could drown Konoha with his tears of grievance. But the people present did not seem to want to believe his words. Uchiha Madara's chakra became stronger and stronger. His footsteps approached Black Zetsu's body step by step. His fingers were also tapping one by one. He just wanted to get rid of this bastard who deceived him with his own hands. Black Zetsu looked at the Uchiha approaching step by step, with a look of despair on his face. This time, I really didn't lie to you. I will never lie to you again. It doesn't matter. Uchiha Madara spread his palms and said coldly, no matter what you say, I will no longer believe you. Actually, it's okay to believe it. Akihara Kagura's voice seemed quite interested, and he said slowly, I believe that some of what Mr. Black Zetsu said should be true. Of course, some are false because I still have a historical record of the Hyuga clan in my hand. It seems that these historical records contain what will happen when you become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu looked at Namukaze Minato's body with some despair. Damn you. This bastard has another trick. Why didn't you say this earlier? I just tried to deceive Uchiha Madara for the last time, but Akihara Kagura, this bastard, told me that there was another historical record. Damn it. How many things are left in the ninja world? I still don't know who recorded the bark of the Senju clan. That bastard Otsutsuki Haguramo left a stone tablet, and Otsutsuki Hamura actually left something behind. Now, do you have any last words to say? The murderous intent on Uchiha Madara's body seemed to be able to solidify the air. Anyone could see how determined this man was to kill someone. Now, Black Zetsu really didn't dare to say anything. No matter what he said now, it would be wrong. He had to hide and wait for the next time to deceive the next Uchiha to be born. Anyway, there might not be another chance in the next 1,000 years. Save Mr. Black Zetsu. Akihara Kagura's voice suddenly appeared, and his laughter finally became normal. Although Mr. Madara can't wait to kill it, Mr. Black Zetsu and I have the same idea. As Akihara Kagura's order was issued, Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato rushed towards Black Zetsu at the same time. Uchiha Madara jumped up and kicked them both away at the same time. However, this did not prevent the two flying thunder gods from saving people. While Uchiha Madara kicked them away, the black stick in his hand condensed, trying to directly control Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato. The bodies of the two flying thunder god technique users disappeared instantly, avoiding the black stick of yin-yang escape, and then reappeared again, continuing to rush towards Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed, and the repulsive force of the Samsara Eye suddenly burst out, directly blowing the bodies of Namikaze Minato and Senju Tobirama away again. Mr. Black Zetsu, you can escape by yourself. Akihara Kagura's voice came from Senju Hashirama's body, and he said calmly, "Come to me, I will tell you everything, I will let you know the reason for all this, anyway, you have no other choice, right?" Black Zetsu's body instantly drilled into the ground. Akihara Kagura was right. He really had no other choice. Although he didn't know why Akihara Kagura saved it, it was undoubtedly a savior from heaven. The most important thing is that Black Zetsu also wants to know some answers from Akihara Kagura's mouth. It wants to know what secrets and hidden dangers are hidden behind this. Only by solving these unknown hidden dangers can we carry out the plan of resurrecting Kaguya again in the future. Uchiha Madara looked at the Black Zetsu who slipped away, his face instantly furious. A powerful chakra suddenly rose from his body, and he entered the state of Susanoo. A blue ninja sword suddenly inserted into the ground. However, Black Zetsu had already used the Mayfly technique to disappear. "Kagura, what are you going to do?" Jiraiya questioned his disciple in a deep voice. "You should know that the guy is hiding a huge conspiracy. Maybe it is like the content recorded in the bark of the Senju clan, and wants to dominate the entire ninja world." Teacher Jiraiya. Akihara Kagura's voice was a little innocent, and he reminded Jiraiya, "Have you forgotten that I want to destroy the entire ninja world? What does this have to do with me?" Jiraiya almost forgot. What his disciple did was much more extreme than Black Zetsu. Maybe Black Zetsu just wanted to dominate the ninja world, but Akihara Kagura wanted to destroy the ninja world and recreate ninjas. Akihara Kagura. A glimmer flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He stared at his old friend Senju Hashirama. He knew that Akihara Kagura must be observing this place through Senju Hashirama's eyes. "Leave Black Zetsu to me. Mr. Madara." As expected, Akihara Kagura's voice came from Senju Hashirama's mouth, and he said slowly, "Everything that happened today has only one purpose, which is to reveal the true face of Black Zetsu and separate Black Zetsu from you." "What did you say?" Uchiha Madara's expression changed. "When should I start?" Akihara Kagura said as he controlled the appearance of 3 reincarnated Hokage. His voice gradually became erratic. "If I have to say, it should be when Jiraiya-sensei went to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki organization. From that time I made a plan. I used that plan to bring about everything that happened today. The root ninjas went out in large numbers to encircle and suppress Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, but it was just to attract the attention of Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu. I took the opportunity to attack Nagato-san. Under the pretext of using the Rinnegan and war weapons to destroy the ninja world, I forced Nagato-san to betray the Moon Eye project for the safety of the ninja world. In fact, I never cared about Nagato-san's Rinnegan. My purpose was just to force Nagato-san to betray the Moon Eye project. Of course. The most important purpose is undoubtedly to let you know that Nagato-san betrayed the Moon Eye project first. At that time, you would definitely want to take back Nagato Sr.'s eyes, and Nagato Sr.'s whereabouts have always been under my control. After I chose to revive you through the impure world reincarnation, I calculated the time for you and Black Zetsu to arrive in Konoha. Then I need to make you understand one more thing. You who have been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation cannot escape my control. The pride of the Uchiha people will definitely make you want to break free from my control. The out of control of the Moonai project has made you eager to get your freedom. So you will try your best to control Nagato Sr. to use the ability of the Rinnegan technique, to completely revive you. Just right. Black Zetsu also wants to revive you completely. Everything is just right. You who have been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation finally worked hard to achieve your goal. You were completely resurrected through the Rinnegan technique, regained the freedom of your body, and got the eyes from Nagato Sr. Then you got the bark. When Akihara Kagura said this, his voice became a little gentle. What's very clever is that this piece of bark also appeared in my plan. Everyone looked in the direction of Kabuto Yakushi. Pharmacist Dao held his glasses, feeling inexplicably calm in his heart. Probably when I became the leader of the route. Akihara Kagura said about Kabuto Yakushi with a chuckle in her voice. I announced to Kabuto Yakushi my plan to destroy the ninja world, but I knew that Kabuto Yakushi would never agree, because he was still thinking about protecting the dean and the orphanage. Of course. He had no way to expose me. Because he can't get out of my control, the entire orphanage including the dean is under the control of the root. Kabuto Yakushi is a very smart man, so he also knows that if he reports this matter to the Konoha high-level officials, the final victim can only be him, the insider. Because Konoha will not sacrifice me, a would-release genius. But Kao Yakushi did not choose to give up. Over the years, Kabuto Yakushi has always been respectful to me, and even secretly collected powerful practitioners of the impure world reincarnation technique, hoping to use them to stop me one day. When Akihara Kagura said this, he did not hesitate to mock Kabuto Yakushi at all. It's funny to see tiny ants trying to protect their nests before the flood breaks out, so I also let him know a secret at the right time. The bark of the Senju clan. The bark of the Senju clan is a secret I deliberately leaked. Even the secret of the bark can be obtained by using wood release chakra, which is also a secret I deliberately let him know. However, Yakushi Kabuto has never thought about it. The real meaning of this piece of bark is at this moment. Yakushi Kabuto is a smart man. He has been observing the situation in the village. When he found that a battle between the impure world ninja and the village broke out in Konoha village, he realized that my plan had begun, so he immediately handed the bark to Tsunade-sama, hoping that Tsunade-sama could find a way to crack my plan through the bark. Unfortunately, from the moment he saw this piece of bark, the purpose was to pass through his hands, step by step, until it appeared in the hands of the last person. That person, it was me. Uchiha Madara took the initiative to fill in the answer with a gloomy look. I found that writing this thing is still exciting. It's so cool to write about the mastermind. Chapter 302. It's time to catch fish again. Congratulations. Akihara Kagura laughed and congratulated. Akihara Kagura's laughter was not sincere at all, and seemed to be a bit mocking. Congratulations on discovering the truth of this world again. Little devil Uchiha Madara took a deep breath. If Akihara Kagura appeared in front of him, Uchiha Madara could guarantee that he would do his best to give Akihara Kagura a death that surpassed all death. These things were exposed in public, and many Konoha ninjas knew all of this. They also knew that a legendary figure had his life toyed with. Today really gave Uchiha Madara a big surprise. The truth that the insidious bastard Black Zetsu deceived him was revealed, and the fact that Black Zetsu's true face was revealed was the conspiracy of the little devil Akihara Kagura. Is there anything in this world that makes people more angry than others playing with their own lives? Of course there is. That is, there are still people who want to continue to control their own lives. Don't be angry. Akihara Kagura's voice suddenly became high-pitched, praising Uchiha Madara. Madara is worthy of being a legendary figure. Your plan is at least half successful. Many years ago, you began to plan your own death and rebirth. After rebirth, you can defeat all enemies with extraordinary power. You deserve a reward. The piece of bark that allowed you to discover the true face of Black Zetsu, the secret buried in the ninja world for thousands of years, just regard it as my reward to you this time. So arrogant, kid. Uchiha Madara looked at the three reincarnated Hokage, narrowed his eyes, and said coldly to Akihara Kagura who is controlling them behind them, kid, I will let you know that some conspiracies are not something that everyone can abuse casually. Trying to control other people's lives will pay a price you can't imagine. I know. Akihara Kagura smiled, and suddenly asked back, Mr. Madara, didn't you also control Nagato and Obito? Uchiha Madara's expression froze. But Akihara Kagura's voice became cold and arrogant. Since you don't want to regard what happened today as a reward from me, then regard it as my punishment for you. Let's stop here today. Akihara Kagura controlled the body of Senju Hashirama and looked at everyone present, and said goodbye to them. Please take good care of your health. We will have a chance to see each other again in the future. After that, Akihara Kagura's voice disappeared. Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato simultaneously reached out and pressed on Senju Hashirama's shoulders. Obviously, they want to leave here. Akihara Kagura's goal has been achieved. The two Flying Thunder God technique users wanted to take Senju Hashirama away, and no one could stop them. They could only watch them leave. In Konoha village, the storm finally subsided. However, the most troublesome problem was after the storm subsided. Because Akihara Kagura was the assistant of the Hokage of Konoha village, the strongest fighter in the village defected from Konoha and even wanted to destroy the ninja world. The impact on Konoha village can be imagined. In addition, there is the problem of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is not a person who likes to obey. Among all the ninjas in the history of the entire ninja world, Uchiha Madara has only obeyed one person, the first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama, but that was only in the past. Tsunade felt very headache. Because Konoha had no way to deal with Uchiha Madara. All the Konoha ninjas present could see Uchiha Madara's strength. Konoha, which lost Akihara Kagura, had no ability to resist Uchiha Madara. Even if Uchiha Madara was one of the masterminds behind these conspiracies in the ninja world, Konoha was unable to judge Uchiha Madara, and even needed to rely on Uchiha Madara's power to fight against Akihara Kagura. Theoretically, Uchiha Madara is the only one who can fight against Akihara Kagura. Compared with Tsunade, Uchiha Madara is better. Although his experience today was too embarrassing, he was resurrected again, and even resurrected in his peak state. Now he just wants to find Akihara Kagura for revenge. Madara. Tsunade had to take the initiative to persuade in a deep voice, if you go to seek revenge on Kagura, you may not be his opponent. Uchiha Madara frowned. This woman, what right do you have to say that she is not Akihara Kagura's opponent? Kagura's strength is indeed very strong. Jiraiya stood beside Tsunade and had to remind Uchiha Madara, he has at least 3 bloodlines, wood release bloodline, dust release bloodline, lava release bloodline. Grandpa may not be his opponent either. Tsunade had to add that she hoped Uchiha Madara would calm down first. Grandpa's fairy technique, True Thousand Hands, can also be easily performed by Akihara Kagura. According to the history they know, Uchiha Madara couldn't even beat the first-generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama, so how could he fight against Akihara Kagura who is stronger than Senju Hashirama? Then I'm even more interested. Uchiha Madara grinned coldly, not caring about their reminders. Hashirama also told me that the bread is actually stronger than him, which is exactly what I want to see just right. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists, and he was also confident in his own strength improvement. Now I have surpassed Hashirama, and I need a stronger opponent. Uchiha Madara is an extreme warmonger. Jiraiya and Tsunade's persuasion undoubtedly did not dispel his idea, but made this guy more determined to fight against Akihara Kagura. Uchiha Madara will never back down. If you want to find Akihara Kagura, or Orochimaru chuckled and reminded Uchiha Madara, why not go to where Uchiha Obito is? Maybe you can find that guy Obito. Uchiha Madara nodded thoughtfully. There is one more thing. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Madara and continued with a smile. Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is also there. Akihara Kagura may want to capture the Nine-Tails. Uchiha Madara thought of the beast he had used before, and his eyes fell on the Outer Path demon statue lying in Konoha, and his brows wrinkled slightly. Now there are 7-tailed beasts in the body of the Outer Path demon statue. However, before the truth is really found out, before Black Zetsu and Akihara Kagura are killed, Uchiha Madara will definitely not continue the so-called Moon Eye plan. He doesn't want to make wedding clothes for Black Zetsu again. As for the Outer Path demon statue, Uchiha Madara stroked his Samsara eye, as if he was thinking about how to place the Outer Path demon statue. He can use the Samsara eye to summon the Outer Path demon statue at any time. But the existence of the Outer Path demon statue is too weird. Now Uchiha Madara doesn't want to use the Outer Path demon statue. The Susanoo on his body suddenly rises up, and he grabs the Outer Path demon statue and throws it outside the Konoha village. Shibaku Tensei. Uchiha Madara raised his palm, and a black ball was thrown directly in the direction of the Outer Path Demon statue, directly sealing the Outer Path Demon statue in the Chibaku Tensei. Outside the Konoha village, there was suddenly a floating stone ball. This move obviously shocked all the Konoha ninjas. The people present had seen the Chibaku Tensei technique before, and even Jiraiya and Orochimaru had seen Nagato perform it before, but it was inevitable that people were amazed by the ease and comfort of Uchiha Madara, who could release the Chibaku Tensei just by raising his hand. Now after Uchiha Madara did all this, he walked step by step towards the direction of Nagato. Get back the other Samsara first. Konan gritted her teeth and stood beside Nagato. There was some pain in Konan's eyes, and the origami on her body kept flying, even though she knew that she was no match for Uchiha Madara. After performing the Samsara technique, Nagato had already become dying. His life had already come to an end. His weak body could hardly even realize the last burst of light. Nagato shook his head, motioning Konan to move aside. He even forced himself to dig out his Samsara and stretched out his palm. The most important thing now is to stop Akihara Kagura. Only he has the power to fight against Akihara Kagura, but Nagato, what he did to you? Konan has been listening to the conversation between Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Madara. She knows that everything that happened to Nagato and the Akatsuki organization originated from Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. Is it really necessary to forgive the enemy like this? Jiraiya reluctantly tried to persuade his disciple, hoping that his disciple would not die innocently for this. He also did not think that it was still the time for internal strife. Don't do anything meaningless first. Uchiha Madara was bewitched by Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara's figure instantly bypassed Konan. He reached out to take the Samsara from Nagato's hand and calmly stuffed the Samsara into his eye socket. Don't worry, I won't destroy the ninja world like that extreme kid. Uchiha Madara seemed to be somewhat satisfied that Nagato took the initiative to hand over the Samsara and said a few more words of explanation. Everything I do is just for a longer-term peace, and peace requires someone to sacrifice. Then I can only ask you. Nagato could only respond weakly. Since everything started with my eyes, it is only natural for me to end it all now. Uchiha Madara snorted and left here instantly. After he left, Konan looked at Nagato, who couldn't even speak, and could only silently accompany Nagato to complete the last journey of his life. When Nagato's Samsara left, the 6 paths of pain also fell to the ground one after another, and the body of the heavenly path of pain also fell beside Nagato. The 3 people from the former land of rain finally left Konan alone. Nagato Orochimaru suddenly walked towards them and took the initiative to say, your strength can also play an important role in the crisis that broke out in the ninja world. I can wait until you die and revive you from your peak state. When these words came out, the scene was suddenly a little sad. Because the battle between Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Madara has not yet ended, they all think that Uchiha Madara is more likely to fail. At that time, the ninja world will still have to face the crisis of Akihara Kagura, and any bit of strength will be a boost for them. Okay, Nagato couldn't even say a complete sentence. Let me do it. Kabuto Yakashi interrupted their conversation, holding his glasses, and joined the competition to divide Nagato's body. Actually, I'm a little worried about Lord Orochimaru. You. Orochimaru's mouth was mocking. Now that Kabuto Yakashi no longer has the support of Akihara Kagura, what else can he use to fight against himself? Wait a minute, Tsunade interrupted them and asked in a deep voice, if I remember correctly, the impure world reincarnation technique requires a living person as a sacrifice, right? Orochimaru smiled indifferently and said, sacrifice an insignificant person in exchange for a powerful help in the war. Tsunade, you should know how to choose, right? Let's discuss this matter later. Tsunade interrupted Orochimaru and ordered in a cold voice, Uchiha Madara may not be the opponent of Akihara Kagura. What we have to do now is to follow the proposal of Mr. Hanzo of the Salamander and unite all the forces in the ninja world to solve this crisis of the destruction of the ninja world. And when Tsunade said this, her expression suddenly became solemn. Immediately send someone to recall all ninjas. Investigate how many root ninjas have defected. If the root ninjas choose to defect. Tsunade's eyes narrowed suddenly, and she shouted in a deep voice, before the war comes, all root defectors will be wanted immediately, and anyone has the right to kill them on the spot. The root ninjas are indeed loyal to Akihara Kagura. According to Tsunade's impression of the root, even if Akihara Kagura wanted to destroy the ninja world and betray Konoha, the root ninjas might not be willing to betray him. Root more than 80 dual bloodline ninjas. The most important thing is that these dual bloodline ninjas have at least a combat power of elite Jonin level. When they gather together, they are an elite force that is enough to defeat the Anbu of a large ninja village. And the most important thing, Tsunade took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, announced to the public to increase the upper limit of the level of rebel ninjas, and announced the wanted list for Konoha Hokage who assists Akihara Kagura, and the wanted list is SSS level rebel ninjas. On the other side, the Root ninjas knew nothing about this. Uchiha Sasuke and a group of Root ninjas were still rushing to the area where Uchiha Obito was. Uchiha Obito was still using his abilities to fight against Team 7 and other teams, and Uchiha Madara was also rushing towards this area. Valley of the End. Akihara Kagura sat on a small stool, with a fishing rod next to him. His attention was no longer on fishing, but on playing with a tiny toothpick. If Tsunade had not given him precise chakra control as the Hokage's boss, Akihara Kagura would not have been sure whether he could carve on a toothpick. It seems that every boss must have his use. Unfortunately, Akihara Kagura's list of bosses has long been empty. Karin. Akihara Kagura carved the words on the toothpick, feeling that this small toothpick was really a headache, and had to take the initiative to say, I remember that there are nano-level bugs in Tajin's body? Let him come and help me forge history with the bugs. I'll call him. Karin nodded quickly. Aburame Tajin and Yamanaka Fuu are both Akihara Kagura's personal guards. But Akihara Kagura never needs them. Most of the time, they follow Karin and protect her in secret. And they don't get along well with the Uchiha. There's still wind, let him come too. Akihara Kagura flipped the toothpick in his hand and whispered, let him help me watch the fishing rod while I and Tajin forge history. I guess we'll catch fish again soon. I'm thinking Uchiha Obito has worked so hard for so long. Uchiha Madara suddenly came to tell him that the Moon Eye project is no longer in place. Everyone go to bed early. Chapter 303, The Eye Technique of the Rinnegan. The historical record of the Hyuga clan. The origin of the Sharingan. Valley of the End. Yamanaka-fen was sitting by the lake fishing in a daze. As a ninja of the Yamanaka clan, his life was a bit confused and leisurely. He had always followed a Burame tone. Their family liked to follow the wise. It must be said that following the wise was right. Because the wise always followed the strong. A Burame tone sat on the side, holding a toothpick-sized stick in his hand. Tiny nano-worms flowed out of his fingertips, and the worms piled up crazily in the toothpick. What do we need to do? A Burame tone looked calm and steady. Although a Burame tone was also quite young, he had experienced many ups and downs. This young man had witnessed the first generation of the Root leader being driven out of Konoha, and also saw the second generation of the Root leader voluntarily defect from Konoha. Carve a piece of history on it. Akihara Kagura did not hide Burame tone's thoughts, or it could be said that it was almost the end, and there was no need to hide anyone anymore. Carve out a section of the secret history of the Hyuga clan. Akihara Kagura tilted his head and sat on the stone. A pair of scarlet Sharingan appeared in his eyes, and then slowly turned into a pair of Samsara eyes. System prompt: the Samsara eyes pupil technique is being awakened according to the host's inner will. The pupil technique awakening is successful. The pupil technique awakening is a limited time air seal. Limited time air seal. A spherical barrier is created through the pupil power of the Samsara eye to block the space within the barrier. Except for the caster himself, no one is allowed to use time and space abilities in this area. No one is allowed to leave this barrier, no one is allowed to enter this barrier, and any chakra lower than the caster is prohibited from breaking through the barrier. Note, the chakra and pupil power consumed by using the limited time air seal will depend on the size of the barrier. Only the Samsara eye can see the closed barrier. The ability of this pupil technique seems to have a very strong targeting. No, that's not right. This technique is very useful for any enemy. Akihara Kagura can easily imprison and capture a person at any time. No matter whether it is Black Zetsu or Uchiha Obito, it is impossible for them to escape the eye technique barrier of the Samsara eye. Limited Yellow Spring, Main Gekyo Sharingan, Limited Tsukuyomi, Main Gekyo Sharingan, Limited Time Sealing Void, Samsara eye. Now Akihara Kagura has finally gathered her three eye techniques. Lord Kagura. A Burame tone was still waiting for Akihara Kagura's order. When he saw Akihara Kagura's Samsara eye, his heart trembled involuntarily. When did his boss have such eyes? I'll tell you, you write it. Akihara Kagura glanced at a Burame tone, raised her palm, and an invisible closed barrier appeared around them. Yes, A Burane tone quickly lowered her head and controlled her nanoworms. In ancient times, a woman named Kaguya Otsutsuki ruled the world. However, Kaguya Otsutsuki's two sons, Haguramo Otsutsuki and Hamura Otsutsuki, saw their mother's immortal power, and the two sons had evil thoughts, wanting to seize their mother's power for themselves, and wanting to replace their mother to rule the world, but their individual power was too weak. The brothers Haguramo Otsutsuki and Hamura Otsutsuki decided to unite and collude with the immortal kingdom of the ninja world, Miyaboku Mountain, in an attempt to get the power to defeat their mother from Miyaboku Mountain. Miyaboku Mountain finally chose Haguramo Otsutsuki. Kaguya Otsutsuki noticed that her two sons had different intentions. She was worried that her two sons' power was too strong, so she released the Ten Tails, the sacred tree she cultivated, but was eventually defeated by her two sons and was completely sealed on the moon in the sky. However, the real battle has just begun. In order to seize control of this world, the brothers Otsutsuki Haguramo and Otsutsuki Hamura launched an earth-shaking duel. In the end, Otsutsuki Haguramo, as the elder brother, paid a huge price and won the battle between brothers. In order to cover up this past history, Otsutsuki Haguramo used the Ten Tails to kill everyone in the ninja world and recreated a new world and new ninjas. The ninjas of the new era called the creator Otsutsuki Haguramo the Six-Path Sage. As a loser, Otsutsuki Hamura fled to the moon. He wanted to release his mother in the moon and try to use her power to avenge his brother. Unfortunately, everything was as Otsutsuki Haguramo expected. Kaguya wanted to reappear in the world, which required the Ten Tails and huge chakra. In order to eliminate the possibility of Kaguya's revenge, Otsutsuki Haguramo divided the Ten Tails chakra into 9-tailed beasts and scattered the chakra of the ninja world everywhere, completely cutting off the hope of revenge for his brother and mother. Things did not end there. After many years, a group of descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura quietly came to live on the earth, wanting to regain the ruling power of the ninja world in place of their ancestors. This group of descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura began to call themselves Hyuga and lived on the land of the ninja world. A Burane tone looked up in disbelief. Karin and Yamanaka Case couldn't help but turn their heads, surprised at the history they heard. Is this the history of the Hyuga clan? The Hyuga clan is the only remaining wealthy ninja clan in Konoha, and once was on par with the Uchiha clan. They are actually the descendants of the younger brother of the Six-Path Sage. Keep writing. Akihara Kagura saw that several of his subordinates seemed to be a little bit unbelievable, and said in a cold voice, "The process may be slightly different, but the result is no different." Yes. A Burane tone quickly lowered his head again. However, the descendants of the Six-Path Sage, the Uchiha and Senju clans are extremely powerful. These two clans have been fighting for the right to rule the ninja world. The Hyuga clan is no match for them and can only lie dormant in the dark. An old man from the Hyuga clan used his Byakugan to discover something extremely strange during a war. He saw traces of chakra from the chief of the Uchiha clan who had died decades ago, and he actually appeared on a powerful Uchiha. The chakra that the old man had seen in his youth actually reappeared in his old age, which means that the Uchiha clan is undoubtedly hiding a huge secret. The old man passed this secret on, and after 3 generations of observation, his descendants finally confirmed one thing thoroughly: the Uchiha clan has an extremely powerful chakra that has been passed down from generation to generation, which is also the source of their clan's strength. According to the descendants of the old man, they believe that the Senju clan also inherits this chakra. After 2 generations of observation, they observed that the Senju clan is also inheriting an equally powerful chakra. Now they finally found a way to defeat the Uchiha and Senju, and found a way to regain the right to rule the ninja world, that is, to destroy the chakra inherited by these 2 clans. Unfortunately, the power of these people who inherited the chakra was too strong. The descendants of the old man gradually sacrificed in the war. When only one person was left, he finally had to take a risk and seduce and collude with an Uchiha. The selection was easy. As long as there are humans in this world, there will always be jealousy, even between brothers. The story of a younger brother jealous of his older brother's strength is staged again. The ninja of the Hyuga clan told his younger brother the secret that the Uchiha clan has a chakra that has been passed down from generation to generation, so there will always be a strongest person. Finally, he lured the young and ignorant younger brother to fake his death and join the game to escape from the war. The two began their plan. However, he did not expect that this would be an extremely dangerous thing. The power of the Uchiha clan is often in the eyes. After his elder brother died in the war with the strongest of the Senju clan, The younger brother secretly stole the eyes from his elder brother's body and transplanted them into his own body, finally opening up the eternal pupil power. The first thing the Uchiha who got the eternal pupil power did was to kill his accomplice. The descendants of the old man Hyuga fled but eventually died in order to avenge the ninja who betrayed the alliance and to prevent the ninja world from being destroyed by the Uchiha who got the eternal pupil power. The descendants of the old man left this secret, and also left a guess for future generations to defeat the eternal pupil power, that is, to gather the two chakras inherited from generation to generation by the Senju and Uchiha clans. They will definitely be able to obtain more powerful power in order to prevent this secret from being discovered by the Uchiha with the eternal pupil power. The descendants of the old man left the secret on a toothpick, and only the Byakugan can see this secret. Aburame-tone's body finally trembled. As the calmest ninja in the route, Aburame-tone was known for his calmness. After he controlled the Nanao arms to record the history on the toothpick, his palms began to tremble. It's a good story, isn't it? Akihara Kagura stroked his eye sockets, and the Samsara eye in his eyes turned into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan again. These eyes are the eyes passed down from that era. Is Lord Kagura a member of the Uchiha clan? Aburame-tone asked Akihara Kagura this question with trembling. Aburame-tone could not judge whether the history in Akihara Kagura's mouth was true or false, but Akihara Kagura's Mangekyo Sharingan could not be faked, and he must have the blood of the Uchiha. There is no doubt. The content above is very likely to be true. Karin and Yamanaka Kase were also a little shocked by the history they heard. Do you all think so? Akihara Kagura smiled softly, looking at these subordinates who witnessed her forging history with their own eyes, and actually believed this history. It seems that this history is well forged. The next thing it is to find a ninja from the Hyuga clan to read the secret above. Akihara Kagura looked into the distance, which was the direction where Uchiha Obito and a group of Konoha ninjas were fighting, and it was also the direction where Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara rushed to. Konoha's Team 7 and Team 10 were here. Team 3 and Team 8 were also there. These two classes each had a member of the Hyuga clan, one of whom was named Hyuga Niji, and the other was named Hyuga Hinata. As long as the origin of these eyes is explained clearly, Akihara Kagura reached out and took the toothpick from Aburame-tone's hand, and chuckled, I think Mr. Black Zetsu should not doubt my true identity. Whether it is the Mangekyo Sharingan or the Samsara Eye, they have found a reason to use it without being suspected by Black Zetsu. Only in this way can Black Zetsu become his boss. Only in this way can he freely use the Rinnegan and purposefully revive Kaguya Otsutsuki without being suspected by Black Zetsu of being an alien who uses the Rinnegan. Only in this way can Kaguya Otsutsuki become his boss. As long as he obtains powerful characteristics from Kaguya Otsutsuki, he can truly gain a foothold in this world and truly master freedom. This chapter is a headache because falsifying history is a technical job. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, Akihara Kagura is mine. Black Zetsu arrived very quickly. Just as Akihara Kagura had finished forging history, Black Zetsu finally arrived here. Its body slowly emerged from the ground, and it seemed a little angry on its face. But Black Zetsu could only curse in his heart, but he dared not say it out loud. Are you here? When Akihara Kagura saw Black Zetsu, she took the initiative to say, let's find someone from the Hyuga clan and decipher the contents here first. What is this? Black Zetsu glanced at the small thing in Akihara Kagura's hand, and asked grimly, you don't want to tell me that this is a historical heritage of the Hyuga clan, do you? You guessed right. Akihara Kagura nodded and chuckled, according to my guess, only the Byakugan can read the hidden truth in it, because it's a vacuum inside. Wait a minute, Black Zetsu frowned and asked in a deep voice, Akihara Kagura, didn't you tell me that this records the 10 Tails Jinchuriki or something like that? There should be something in there, right? Akihara Kagura raised her eyes and said to herself, according to what I know, the Uchiha clan's stone tablets and the Senju clan's bark seem to record information about the 10 Tails. Shouldn't it be recorded on the Hyuga clan's historical relics as well? And there must be some very interesting secrets recorded in it. According to what I know, this is something that a Byakugan ninja from the Warring States period swore to protect with his life. He should have hidden all the information in the vacuum inside before he died. If you want to read the information inside, you must have the Byakugan's ability to see through things. Akihiro Kagura pinched the toothpick-sized stick with her fingers and whispered, "Such a small thing, the material is extremely fragile, the slightest external force will destroy the information inside, and it is not easy to preserve it in this era. How did you get it?" Black Zetsu was very curious about the origin of this toothpick stick. The bark and it are together. Akihiro Kagura did not deceive Black Zetsu, and chuckled and said, "I went through a lot of trouble to read the information on the bark, and I have been trying to get a Byakugan to read the content on it, but I have a pair of eyes that are more suitable for me." Eyes. Black Zetsu's voice suddenly became sharp, as if he thought of the most famous eyes in the ninja world, Mangekyou Sharingan? "I remember you are from the Senju clan. Read the information on it first." Akihiro Kagura landed on Black Zetsu and invited him with a smile. "I know how to revive the Ten Tails and how to destroy this world, but no matter how to create a new world, I still have no clue. I need someone to help guide it." Black Zetsu is still a little worried. That the historical records of the Hyuga clan will be unfavorable to it, because it knows that what it did is indeed not a good thing. Of course. Even if what he wants to do is worse, it is much friendlier than the purpose of Akihiro Kagura. At least it is unlikely that all the people in the ninja world will perish. The Land of Fire. In a forest. A group of Konoha ninjas are still besieging Uchiha Obito. A Mangekyou Sharingan is open in Hatake Kakashi's eyes, and this Mangekyou Sharingan is ready to be activated at any time in his eye socket. Hatake Kakashi has already known that his Mangekyou Sharingan and Uchiha Obito's Mangekyou Sharingan are in a common space. He wants to send the attack into Uchiha Obito's Kamui space, so that he can attack Uchiha Obito's body. "Give up, Obito." Hatake Kakashi looked at his old friend and persuaded him in a deep voice, "Now you can't even escape. I have seen through your weakness, Obito." "Kakashi." Uchiha Obito raised his hand and pointed at Hatake Kakashi, sneering, "You think you have seen through my weakness, but what can you do now?" Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruto jumped up with a Rasengan in his hand. Uchiha Obito's body instantly entered the hollow state. However, Hatake Kakashi's eyes tightened, and the power of the Kamui Mangekyou Sharingan was activated instantly, absorbing Uzumaki Naruto's Rasengan into the Kamui space. The next moment, Uchiha Obito's body hidden in the Kamui space was inexplicably hit by the Rasengan. He immediately felt the chakra disorder in his body, and he was so angry that he clenched his teeth. This is not the first time this has happened. However, Uchiha Obito always subconsciously wants to use Kamui. He has relied too much on Kamui over the years and even disdains to dodge attacks. Fire style, explosion. Uchiha Obito suddenly raised his finger and looked at Hatake Kakashi fiercely, "Then I'll get rid of you first." The Kamui Mangekyou Sharingan suddenly activated. A spiral hurricane flew out of the Kamui space, boosting the fire-style ninjutsu released by Uchiha Obito. The spiral fire-style ninjutsu instantly flew towards Hatake Kakashi. Wood-style, wood wall. A figure landed next to Hatake Kakashi. Rows of solid wooden boards appeared around them, forming a hemispherical arch, blocking Uchiha Obito's fire style. "As expected of you, Teacher Yamato." Teammates Inuzuka Kiba praised him in amazement. "The wood-style Keki is really reliable, just like the Hokage's assistant in the village." Yamato, or Tenzo. He seemed to be a little uncomfortable with the name he used outside. Because after Yamato left the Anbu, he could no longer use the code name Tenzo of the Anbu. Yamato shook his head a little embarrassedly, and took the initiative to say, "It's just the most basic wood release technique. I'm still far from Lady Kagura." "That's true." Hatake Kakashi is very familiar with Akihiro Kagura and Yamato. They have been together for too long, and they don't seem to respect Akihiro Kagura and Yamato. "If that guy is here, we can attack Obito freely." Hearing Hatake Kakashi mention Akihiro Kagura's name, Uchiha Obito's eyes narrowed slightly, and suddenly thought of a very interesting way. Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto is here, so why not just capture Uzumaki Naruto, the brat, and then completely reveal Akihiro Kagura's identity to Hatake Kakashi, so that this guy Hatake Kakashi will know the dangers of the world. Let Hatake Kakashi know how fake this world is. Once this idea came up, Uchiha Obito couldn't suppress it. He had long been tired of Akihiro Kagura always asking them to cooperate with his actions in Konoha. The reason why they were willing to cooperate with Akihara Kagura was just to make it easier for them to escape Konoha's pursuit and capture the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. Now the Akatsuki organization has sealed 7-tailed beasts in the Outer Path Demon statue. Only the 8-tailed beasts of the Hidden Cloud Village and the 9-tailed beasts of Konoha are missing. In order to avoid accidents, they might as well capture Uzumaki Naruto, the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, here, so as not to be threatened by Akihara Kagura to help cooperate with his work in the future. This can also cause some trouble for Akihara Kagura, whom he has always disliked. Uchiha Obito had long disliked Akihara Kagura. Although that guy had solved a lot of troubles for the Akatsuki organization and him, the source of the troubles was that guy. For example, the 4 Hokage chasing him. When Uchiha Obito thought of this, he immediately made a decision in his heart. Uchiha Obito's eyes flashed slightly, and he rushed directly in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto, reaching out to grab Uzumaki Naruto's body. Konoha Cyclone. Might Guy kicked Uchiha Obito into hollow state. Konoha Big Cyclone. Might Guy kicked again. This bastard. Uchiha Obito looked at Might Guy rushing over, and a bad memory came to his mind. In the past, when he was in Konoha, he seemed to be always defeated by Might Guy. Now this guy who only knows physical skills dares to stop him. Uchiha Obito flew and landed on a high tree, staring at the Uzumaki Naruto who was protected very well below, with a trace of anger on his face. Because the eye was in the hands of Hatake Kakashi, it would be troublesome and tricky for him to catch Uzumaki Naruto. However, after all, there is still a chance. Uchiha Obito's figure quickly entered the time and space vortex and disappeared directly on the spot, which shocked all the Konoha ninjas present. Be careful. Hatake Kakashi quickly spoke to remind. Baiyan, open. Hyuga Niji of Team 3 immediately opened his Byakugan and searched for traces of Uchiha Obito. Baiyan, open. Hyuga Hinata of Team 8 also immediately opened her Byakugan. Her Byakugan had no blind spots and was more accurate than Hyuga Niji's Byakugan. However, none of them found traces of Uchiha Obito. After Uchiha Obito entered his space, he seemed to have disappeared directly. Did he leave? Hiruno Sakura raised her finger and sensed the chakra reaction nearby. There is no breath of him. Inuzuka Kiba sniffed his nose, and the little white dog under his feet nodded. Can't find it. Aburim Shino stretched out his palm, and a small flying insect landed on his finger. All the ninjas who were good at perception at the scene checked, but none of them found traces of Uchiha Obito. It seemed that Uchiha Obito had completely left here. However, the next moment, a time-space vortex suddenly appeared on a tree. Countless dense weapons flew towards everyone, scaring everyone to dodge in a hurry. Just as the ninjas on the scene were dodging nervously, the space-time vortex disappeared and suddenly appeared behind Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Obito flew out, stretched out his hand and grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder, and was about to put Uzumaki Naruto into the Kamui space. Obito. Hatake Kakashi's face was shocked. A shuriken was thrown directly at Uchiha Obito, forcing Uchiha Obito to stop taking Uzumaki Naruto into Kamui. Uchiha Obito had no choice but to give up absorbing Uzumaki Naruto, and he entered the Kamui virtualization to avoid a shuriken, but instantly turned into a physical body, his palm still tightly attached to Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder. Don't move, Kakashi. Uchiha Obito spoke coldly to stop Hatake Kakashi's actions, with a sneer in his face, wanting to take this opportunity to tell a little story, while attracting Hatake Kakashi's attention, to buy time for himself to capture Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi, do you remember the first time we met? When we were kids. I remember. Hatake Kakashi remembered his encounter with Uchiha Obito. At that time, they should have gone to register for the ninja school, or Obito was late for registration. No. Uchiha Obito interrupted Hatake Kakashi, frowned with some disdain, and said coldly, I mean the time when you really discovered my identity. The day you assassinated Naruto. Hatake Kakashi also did not forget what happened that day. Because Uchiha Obito assassinated Uzumaki Naruto, it happened that Akihara Kagura discovered his identity and revealed it. Only then did he know that this friend was still alive in the world. In order to get Uchiha Obito back, he caused a lot of trouble for other ninja villages. No. Uchiha Obito shook his head, grinned and suddenly said, do I need to continue telling you? The person who wanted to assassinate Uzumaki Naruto that day was not me at all. Hatake Kakashi frowned. The person who wanted to assassinate Naruto was Akihara Kagura. Uchiha Obito chuckled and brought up the matter again. He seemed to know that Hatake Kakashi didn't believe it, and explained softly, because before he assassinated Uzumaki Naruto, I used wood release to kill Aburame Ryoma at the root of Konoha, with the purpose of framing him. I remember this. Yamato frowned, and his eyes immediately became sharp. Yamato will remember this for the rest of his life. Because someone used wood release to kill Aburame Ryoma, Akihara Kagura was very angry and directly threw the blame on Yamato, who was only on his first day as Akihara Kagura's boss. To be honest, Yamato was very frightened that day. That brat is very smart. Uchiha Obito showed a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he loved and hated that day. That brat knew that he could not clear the suspicion of killing Aburame Ryoma. He knew that Konoha would definitely suspect him of being the murderer of Aburame Ryoma, and that someone was secretly framing him, so he planned to assassinate Uzumaki Naruto that night. He wanted to frame me, the murderer, by killing Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and protect his safety by making a big deal out of it. What, are you kidding? Uzumaki Naruto's body directly hit Uchiha Obito. How could such a thing be possible? Uzumaki Naruto didn't believe that Akihara Kagura would want to assassinate him. Don't move. Uchiha Obito would not rashly put Uzumaki Naruto into the Kamui space, because he knew that once he made this move, other Konoha ninjas would immediately rush up. What he needs now is to create a suitable opportunity. Hatake Kakashi's brows jumped, but he actually believed it a little in his heart. Because Akihara Kagura was very young at that time and had been deeply influenced by Shimura Danzo, it was very likely that she would do such an extreme thing. But Hatake Kakashi couldn't say that he believed it at this time. Hatake Kakashi slowly shook his head and gently denied his thoughts. Obito, don't say these anymore, I won't believe it, no. Uchiha Obito didn't seem to care whether they would believe it or not, just smiled sinisterly and continued, what I want to say is that on that night, that brat Akihara Kagura surrendered to me. Are you kidding? Hatake Kakashi's face wrinkled together. The faces of other Konoha ninjas also wrinkled. This kind of thing sounds like a fairy tale. Akihara Kagura is the most powerful ninja in Konoha, who has always protected the safety of the village. She is even the assistant and future Hokage of the village. How could she surrender to Uchiha Obito, a rebellious ninja with no reputation? The eyes of everyone present looked at Uchiha Obito with a little disgust. It was not that their thoughts were rude, but that Uchiha Obito's statement was too outrageous. PFFT Yamanaka Ino from Team 10 laughed out loud. Well, maybe that's a bit rude. Nara Shikamaru from Team 10 scratched his head. No matter how smart he was, he couldn't figure out why Uchiha Obito said that. He could only find the reason why Akihara Kagura would never defect to Uchiha Obito, otherwise, please look at your own identity. What is the identity of Lady Kagura? Yes, a group of Konoha ninjas nodded. A Konoha S-rank rebel ninja, and a Konoha Hokage assistant. Ignorance. Uchiha Obito looked at a group of Konoha ninjas who laughed at him, and his face immediately became furious. Now no one believed him when he told the truth. So what do you think? Uchiha Obito calmed himself down, narrowed his eyes, and stared at Hatake Kakashi. Why have I been able to escape your pursuit? From the day you investigated me, I have been receiving news from him continuously. Even what I did in the Iwagakure village, it was the plan of me and that kid. The purpose was to attract you to the Iwagakure village to investigate my whereabouts, because you found out about 2 people from the Akatsuki organization at that time. And you thought that kid was very strong, but in my eyes, he is just a pawn. Our plan has more powerful power than him. Kakashi. Uchiha Obito's eyes fell on Hatake Kakashi, and suddenly asked, that night, after we met, you went to Rin's tombstone to pay tribute to her, right? Yes. Hatake Kakashi remembered what happened that night very clearly. While you were talking to Lin. Uchiha Obito showed a mocking smile, as if he was mocking his old friend. Akihara Kagura and I discussed in the forest the plan to let him lurk in Konoha. From that day on, he became my spy planted in Konoha. Otherwise, guess why I have been able to escape the pursuit of the 4 Hokage of Konoha? Guess why Konoha has not found any specific information about Akatsuki in the past few years, and even the base of Akatsuki cannot be found. The base is known to Hanzo of the Hidden Rain Village, but Akihara Kagura can't find the whereabouts of Akatsuki. Kakashi Hatake's forehead suddenly sweated. Should he go back and test Akihara Kagura about this matter himself? Uchiha Obito showed a triumphant smile. Uchiha Obito suddenly exerted force on the palm of Uzumaki Naruto, as if he wanted to take advantage of the time when Hatake Kakashi and the others were stunned, and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to collect Uzumaki Naruto, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, into his own Kamui space. Kill two birds with one stone. As long as he caught this nine-tailed Jinchuriki, Akihara Kagura, the chess piece, could be used or not, and he could just let him defect to attract Konoha's attention. Naruto. Hiruno Sakura was the first to feel something was wrong. Might Guy, the instructor of the third team, also launched an attack immediately. However, the next moment, Uzumaki Naruto in Uchiha Obito's hand disappeared from the spot. A figure wearing a root uniform and with a touch of scarlet in his eyes appeared beside Uzumaki Naruto in an instant, and took Uzumaki Naruto to a safe place next to him in an instant, and directly rescued Uzumaki Naruto from the Kamui space-time vortex. After this root ninja rescued Uzumaki Naruto, the first thing he did was not to be thankful, but to curse with some regret. How could you, an idiot, almost get caught by this kind of trash? Obito has always hated Akihara Kagura. It seems that no one likes Obito as a boss. It seems that this person is not suitable to be a boss. He can only do the work. Chapter 305 Obito, the Moon Eye Project is cancelled. Sasuke. The Konoha ninjas saw the appearance of the reinforcements. Although Uchiha Sasuke's root identity was kept secret, these former classmates knew Uchiha Sasuke's identity before cooperating with him. Compared with these classmates, Uchiha Sasuke's identity seemed to be the highest, but everything he experienced was also something that others had never experienced. At least no one could defect to be a spy like Uchiha Sasuke and carry out the S-level mission to kill Orochimaru. Of course, Uchiha Sasuke's strength is also the strongest. Sorry, Uzumaki Naruto bowed his head and apologized. Uzumaki Naruto is no longer the child he used to be. He already knows that he is a ninja. It is wrong to accidentally lose his vigilance and be caught by the enemy. Forget it. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head and looked at everyone present. You leave first, and the root will take over the matter of killing this traitor Hatake Kakashi's foraged. What's wrong with this disciple? Why does he look like an old root when he speaks now? Isn't this what the root ninjas of Shimura Danzozera often like to do? When they encounter something they don't want others to interfere with, they like to use the name of the root to make other ninjas retreat. How did Uchiha Sasuke also get this problem? Is there something wrong with the root department? Are they habitually arrogant? Obito's main Gekyo Sharingan has quite strange abilities. Hatake Kakashi frowned and persuaded his disciple in a deep voice, Sasuke, it's not easy for you to catch him alone. Very easy. Uchiha Sasuke showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I know very well how to deal with him, Teacher Kakashi, don't worry. It seems that the winner of the Battle of Brothers is indeed you. Uchiha Obito also showed a smile at the corner of his mouth, and said nonchalantly, sure enough, I guessed right, Itachi really chose to be killed by you. Uchiha Sasuke is really hard to answer. Who made Uchiha Itachi want to attack Uchiha Madara in the battle? As a result, Uchiha Madara directly shattered Susanoo with one sword, and his serious illness relapsed and he died on the spot. Sasuke. Uchiha Obito spread out his palms and continued slowly, so, now do you want to know the truth about Uchiha Itachi's extermination of the clan? I already know. Uchiha Sasuke casually drew out his ninja sword, and a trace of disgust appeared between his eyebrows. It's just for the so-called Eternal Main Gekyo Sharingan power now. Uchiha Itachi is dead, and Uchiha Itachi's main Gekyo Sharingan is also in his hands. The power of this Eternal Main Gekyo Sharingan has belonged to him. Now, Uchiha Sasuke only wants to kill Uchiha Obito, so that he will have the opportunity to open the main Gekyo Sharingan in the future, and then transplant Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Of course. If there is no chance to open the main Gekyo Sharingan in the future, it will be a good thing for me, because I will have no regrets in my future life. What an ignorant kid. Uchiha Obito laughed. He already had a new plan in his mind. He wanted to instigate Uchiha Sasuke here and give Hatake Kakashi a heavy blow. These Konoha ninjas thought that Uchiha Sasuke was their reinforcement. As long as they broke the truth about the extermination of the clan with a few words, Uchiha Sasuke would turn the knife and become the enemy who destroyed them. Let me tell you the real truth. Uchiha Obito's face suddenly became cold, and he said sternly, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, the Konoha high-level group, have always wanted to destroy the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan wanted to launch a coup to change the status quo, but they were not the opponents of the Konoha high-level. Uchiha Itachi chose to kill all the other clansmen in order to let your brother survive. What are you talking about? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly became cold. What the hell is this bastard talking about? The Uchiha clan was not destroyed at all, and a group of survivors are en route. The faces of the other Konoha ninjas all changed. They felt something was wrong, especially Hatake Kakashi and Yamato, the two former Enbu, because they knew very well that the relationship between the Uchiha and the Konoha high-level officials was indeed quite tense. Just at this time, a group of ninjas wearing root uniforms fell into the forest. They immediately dispersed and surrounded Uchiha Obito. Of course, Uchiha Obito was not panicked at all. Because Akihara Kagura was his own, these root ninjas were also his own. Uchiha Obito spread out his palms and continued in a cold voice, "In order to let you survive, your brother Uchiha Itachi chose to kill everyone in the Uchiha clan. This is a deal reached between Itachi and Shimura Danzo. Kill all the Uchiha who want to change the Konoha high-level coup, and the Konoha high-level will allow you, a little guy, to live. That day I saw with my own eyes that he sent you to a safe place, and then he used the tailed beast fall on the Uchiha clan's land." Uchiha Sasuke's face was immediately furious. The other root ninjas who arrived looked at each other, their eyes slightly ugly. What if what Uchiha Obito said was true, and their relatives were all victims? "I'll kill you." Uchiha Sasuke waved his ninja sword and rushed towards Uchiha Obito, cursing coldly, "If you don't know the truth, don't talk nonsense here." What Obito said is partly right. A somewhat strange and familiar voice fell into Uchiha Sasuke's ears. "Madara." Uchiha Sasuke turned around abruptly and looked at the person who came. This man was the Uchiha Madara he had seen before, but Uchiha Madara seemed to have become a little different. The mark of the impure world reincarnation on his face had disappeared. "Madara." Uchiha Obito looked at the man who was coming in disbelief. Uchiha Madara ignored Uchiha Obito, flew into the field, slowly looked at everyone present, and his eyes fell on Uzumaki Naruto. Yet Uchiha Madara nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto was still here, he felt relieved. "It seems that I am not too late. As long as Uzumaki Naruto has not been captured, everything is not too late." However, Uchiha Madara felt a little relieved when he saw Uzumaki Naruto, but Uzumaki Naruto would not calm down when he saw Uchiha Madara. Boom! When Uzumaki Naruto saw Uchiha Madara, a layer of red-tailed beast coat suddenly emerged from his body and immediately covered his body. The Nine Tails chakra kept coming out of his body, as if it was about to break through the seal and rush out. After seeing Uchiha Madara, the Nine Tails was furious and immediately wanted to vent its chakra, wanting to immediately overwhelm his will and completely transform him into a tailed beast. Within the sealed space, the evil and terrifying chakra of the Nine Tails eroded the seal unscrupulously, constantly eroding Uzumaki Naruto's will. "Little boy, give me your body and kill that man." The hatred that was once controlled the Nine Tails will never forget that it wants to kill Uchiha Madara. Nine Tails. Yamato was startled and hurriedly closed his palms. A wooden board drilled out from the ground and directly pressed down the Nine Tails that had grown 4 tails. However, this was useless, because the Nine Tails chakra was still leaking. I don't know if it was because Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared here, the Nine Tails chakra suddenly ran away, and even he couldn't control it. What the hell is going on? Yamato gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "I can't control it anymore. If its tail leaks out again, only Lord Kagura can control it." The next second, Yamato's wooden board collapsed directly. A strange-looking beast suddenly drilled out of Uzumaki Naruto's body, and its tail quickly grew the 5th, 6th, and 7th tails. Obviously, the Nine Tails wants to break through the seal and get out. The terrifying chakra is constantly radiating outward. Everyone present felt the horror of the Nine Tails. Uchiha Madara had just appeared, and the Nine Tails went berserk. The Konoha ninjas were even a little at a loss. They didn't know what they could do at all. "Seal the Nine Tails first." Uchiha Sasuke raised his hand to signal the root ninjas to help. However, there were people present who were better at dealing with tailed beasts. Beasts are just beasts after all. Uchiha Madara frowned, not caring about the Nine Tails runaway. Sharingan appeared in his eyes, and he just calmly looked at the Nine Tails who wanted to break the seal. In the sealed space inside Naruto Uzumaki's body, Naruto Uzumaki was still resisting the invasion of the Nine Tails chakra, and was still trying to take back his body. The Nine Tails in the sealed cage didn't bother to pay attention to him, and let his chakra erode the seal on his own, trying to seize control of his body. The next second, the huge Nine Tails chakra dissipated instantly, because a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the sealed space. This ominous pupil power the Nine Tails in the sealed cage immediately became more furious, and wanted to release his chakra again. Uchiha Madara, it's you. Be a little more obedient. Uchiha Madara's voice echoed in the sealed space. You bastard! The body of the Nine Tails fell heavily. In the forest. The Nine Tails chakra on Naruto Uzumaki disappeared without a trace. The Nine Tails, who wanted to run away and was about to break the seal, was hypnotized and quieted down by Uchiha Madara's look. So strong a trace of uneasiness flashed across Hatake Kakashi's face. The Nine Tails, which once caused Konoha to suffer heavy losses, is just like a toy in front of Uchiha Madara. What is the purpose of this man appearing here? The other Konoha ninjas were also a little panicked. Because they saw Uchiha Madara's eyes, they didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Only the third team's instructor, Jonin Might Guy, was eager to try, and still insisted on standing in front of his subordinates, worried that they would be attacked by unknown enemies. No matter how strong the opponent is, Might Guy will not back down. However, Uchiha Madara had no interest in attacking them. He just felt a little relieved after subduing the Nine Tails. Finally, I can settle down. You are resurrected. Uchiha Obito squinted his eyes and stared at Uchiha Madara. Subduing the Nine Tails with one glance must be something that only Uchiha Madara can do. The Moon Eye plan has not yet succeeded, and the tailed beasts have not been collected. How did Uchiha Madara come back to life? Even in a complete resurrection state. And his eyes seem to have been taken back? This guy, before he had the chance to get the Samsara Eye from Nagato, experienced the experience of resurrecting the Ten Tails to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and personally create a world of infinite Tsukuyomi. This guy has actually been resurrected. I also want to thank that brat named Akihara Kagura. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but grit his teeth when he thought of his resurrection, and said coldly, to thank him, I will give him an unprecedented death. What's going on? Uchiha Obito frowned and said in a deep voice, did that guy Akihara Kagura resurrect you? He actually violated the plan without my consent. What about Nagato? Since you have resurrected and taken back your eyes, is Nagato dead? Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Obito for a while. What's the matter with this guy Obito? Hasn't this guy figured out the current situation of the ninja world? How much did that brat who he thought was his subordinate do during the time he was entangled with this group of Konoha ninjas? Moreover, that brat Akihara Kagura has already completed his conspiracy plan, and you are still here entangled with these Konoha ninjas. What time is it now? You are still here entangled with these Konoha ninjas. You are even telling these Konoha ninjas that Akihara Kagura is his man. How come this guy is arguing with these Konoha ninjas? If Uchiha Obito had been a little more careful, the plan would not have come to this point. Although he might have completely become a pawn of Black Zetsu, forget it. Uchiha Madara shook his head slowly, and was about to turn around and walk towards Uchiha Sasuke. He still had something to tell Uchiha Sasuke. Wait, what do you mean by forget it? Uchiha Obito's brows were still frowning. What does this guy mean? What does forget it mean? Speak a little more clearly. How is the progress of the plan? Uchiha Obito didn't quite understand what Uchiha Madara said, and asked in a cold voice, Madara, now that you are resurrected, do you want to kick me out of the Moon Eye Project? When Uchiha Madara heard about the Moon Eye Project, his steps stopped involuntarily. He looked back at Uchiha Obito and frowned slightly. Obito Uchiha Madara's eyes showed a hint of indifference, and he retorted, do I need me to make it clearer? All this is thanks to you recruiting that kid named Akihara Kagura to join our Moon Eye Project. Thanks to him the Moon Eye Project is cancelled. Obito's version is a bit too outdated. Chapter 306. Do you know how much I have paid for the Moon Eye Project? What do you mean? The Moon Eye Project has been cancelled. Uchiha Obito's expression was stunned, as if he didn't hear clearly for a moment. Because Uchiha Madara was the initiator of the Moon Eye Project, Uchiha Obito had considered many things, but he never thought that Uchiha Madara would give up the Moon Eye Project. However, when Uchiha Obito reacted to the literal meaning, his face became confused and angry. Uchiha Madara, what on earth are you talking about? What kind of nonsense is this old guy talking about? Does this old guy know what he is talking about? What does the Moon Eye Project mean to be cancelled? Does Uchiha Madara know how much he has paid for the Moon Eye Project, and how many sleepless nights he has spent in order to realize the Moon Eye Project? For this plan, he buried his past. For this plan, he betrayed the village and killed his teacher. For this plan, his hands were stained with blood, and he lived like a ghost. All this is for the infinite moon reading to illuminate the world and recreate a world within. How much has he paid to recreate a world where Lin can survive? This guy wants to cancel the plan with just one sentence? What a joke you are talking about. Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Madara angrily. We have collected 7-tailed beasts. Uzumaki Naruto, the 9-tails Jinchuriki, is here. The plan will succeed soon. I am still here to capture the 9-tails. Now that you are resurrected, what are you talking about here? Uchiha Obito clenched his fists, his eyes almost spitting fire. His anger was almost indescribable. Why are you telling me here that the Moon Eye Project is cancelled? You told me the Moon Eye Project can create a peaceful world. Uchiha Obito's pupils widened, and his eyes almost bled. You told me that the Moon Eye Project can allow me to use the infinite moon reading to recreate a world of Lin. I will never allow it. Uchiha Obito's figure instantly entered the space-time vortex, and appeared in front of Uchiha Madara again, as if he had become completely crazy. He didn't care. He was going to continue to implement the plan. He was going to use the Moon Eye Project to recreate a world with Lin. Uchiha Obito actually reached out to grab Uchiha Madara's eyes. His eyes had become somewhat crazy and fierce. I will never allow the Moon Eye plan to be cancelled. If you don't implement this plan, let me continue to implement it. Want to attack me? Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and raised his finger. Before he used Uchiha Obito as his chess piece, he had already implanted a talisman in Uchiha Obito's heart, which could control Uchiha Obito's life and death at any time. This guy actually wanted to attack him. The next moment, Uchiha Obito fell to the ground with his heart in pain. Uchiha Madara looked down at Uchiha Obito with an ugly look. The Uchiha Obito in front of him was once his shadow, but unfortunately this shadow was no longer useful. Now I'll tell you again. Uchiha Madara stared at Uchiha Obito and announced coldly, the Moon Eye Project is fake, the Infinite Tsukuyomi is a conspiracy, all of this is a fake. When Uchiha Madara said this, he continued coldly, the eternal peace we want to achieve is the flower in the mirror. Our plan is cancelled, but you tell me. Uchiha Obito's spirit was close to collapse. He could only cover his heart and mutter the same sentence. It was you who told me. It was you who told me that the Infinite Tsukuyomi can make everyone fall into peace in their dreams, and can make the dead appear in their dreams. Everything is fake. Uchiha Madara glanced at Uchiha Obito, who was still maintaining his sanity, and continued disdainfully, I have to thank you for recruiting Akihara Kagura. Our plan was exposed by him. That kid exposed the conspiracy behind the Moon Eye Project. Akihara Kagura, what did he do? Uchiha Obito thought of the subordinate he hated the most, and struggled to stand up, as if he was completely crazy. No matter what he did, I will kill him. Madara, let's continue with the plan. Idiot. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and said in a dissatisfied cold voice, when you were entangled with this group of Konoha ninjas, that brat did so many things. Now you are still thinking about capturing the tailed beast. While Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito were arguing over there, Might Guy seemed a little confused, and hurriedly approached Hatake Kakashi to ask, Hey, Kakashi. Might Guy approached Hatake Kakashi cautiously and asked, do you understand what they are saying? Why don't I understand? It seems so. Hatake Kakashi frowned and explained carefully. Based on the information he knew, they seemed to have some plan. Akihara Kagura destroyed their plan and thwarted their conspiracy. It's probably like this. Uchiha Madara's eyes immediately swept over. Naive and stupid kid. Uchiha Madara heard what Hatake Kakashi said, mocked Hatake Kakashi's ignorance, and mocked Hatake Kakashi's stupidity. Our plan did fail, but that kid's plan to destroy the ninja world has begun. That kid deceived everyone. What did you say? Hatake Kakashi widened his eyes in disbelief. You will know when you return to Konoha. Uchiha Madara shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to say much about the delayed information from these people. He couldn't tell them that he was deceived, right? Moreover, he was still deceived by two people. Although it was a scam, both of them used the same scam to deceive him. At this time, several Anbu rushed over quickly and said in a cold voice, the order of the Hokage. Team 3, Team 7, Team 8, and Team 10 returned to Konoha immediately. This Hatake Kakashi and a group of Konoha ninjas hesitated. They don't know what the situation is now? Why are they suddenly asked to return to Konoha? Aren't they here to capture Uchiha Obito? Wait. Hatake Kakashi stood up and said softly, Tsunade-sama means that the task of capturing Obito should be handed over to the Root. No. However, this group of Anbu ninjas saw a group of Root ninjas here, and continued in a deep voice, Root leader Akihara Kagura defected and is wanted as a Konoha SSS level traitor. All Root ninjas immediately returned to Konoha for investigation. Those who disobey the order will be killed without mercy. Everyone present was stunned. If the appearance of Uchiha Madara could only make them feel confused and uneasy, the news of Akihara Kagura's defection would undoubtedly horrify them. How is it possible? Uzumaki Naruto's face changed drastically. Are you kidding me? Uchiha Sasuke frowned. For the two of them, Akihara Kagura holds a very high position in their hearts, almost like their parents. They are unwilling to believe this anyway. A group of root ninjas looked at each other in confusion. They didn't know what was going on with their superiors, nor did they know what they should do. Whose orders should they listen to at this time? They couldn't listen to the orders of these Anbu, right? Don't make such a horrible joke. Nara Shikamaru of Team 10 couldn't believe the news. As one of the few smart people in Konoha, the Nara clan has always judged the situation, and they all knew the significance of Akihara Kagura's existence to Konoha. Has something happened in the village? Kakashi Hatake's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he asked in a deep voice, what did Kagura do? Why did Lady Tsunade issue this wanted order for no reason? The strongest fighter of Konoha defected. This can only mean one thing. That is, the sky is falling. As far as I know, the highest wanted order should be S level. Asuma Sarutobi, the instructor of the 10th team, also stood up. He didn't want to believe this order either, and looked for loopholes in the order. Who are you? Why do you pretend to be the Anbu in the village? Are you a spy sent by another ninja village? The Anbu ninjas were so aggrieved, because they knew that when Akihara Kagura defected, they had the same idea in their hearts. Could it be that someone was secretly instigating discord? But all of this is true. Kakashi Hatake looked at this group of Anbu ninjas. Among these people, there were even his former subordinates, but Kakashi Hatake didn't dare to believe it rashly. Please return to Konoha first. The Anbu ninjas could only helplessly hope that the people present would return to Konoha with them first. As long as you return to Konoha, you will understand what happened. There is no need to rush back. A familiar voice appeared in the ears of everyone. Kagura. Uzumaki Naruto immediately recognized the identity of the visitor. Kagura. Hatake Kakashi felt a little relieved. He didn't know what happened, but he thought that as long as he asked Akihara Kagura, he would know what happened in the village. Could it be that the root had offended the public? Alert! After hearing Akihara Kagura's voice, this group of Anbu ninjas immediately became alert and urged loudly, everyone retreat immediately, we will cover you. Compared with the complicated or nervous mood of the Konoha ninjas, Uchiha Madara's mood immediately became excited, and a strong chakra burst out from his body. Little ghost, you are here as expected. Uchiha Madara's eyes immediately looked into the depths of the forest. No way. Akihara Kagura's figure slowly walked out of the forest. A pitch-black creature followed closely beside Akihara Kagura, looking at Uchiha Madara nervously. Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara's eyes were filled with anger. He suddenly stepped on the ground and rushed towards them, wanting to kill Black Zetsu and Akihara Kagura in one fell swoop. Akihara Kagura raised his arm. The two people's arms suddenly collided with each other. The impact of the collision of arms instantly set off a gust of wind. Everyone had to cover their faces to block the strong wind, feeling the aftermath of the confrontation between the two people in disbelief. Don't worry. Akihara Kagura's arm blocked Uchiha Madara. This impact was like a breeze to him. His voice was still calm. Mr. Madara, if you want to fight, can you wait a little while? At least wait until I read out the message of the Hyuga clan's relics. Then let me kill Black Zetsu first. Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly turned cold and looked in the direction of Black Zetsu. The moment Uchiha Madara collided with Akihara Kagura, he felt a huge power in this guy's body. The battle between them would definitely not be decided in a short time. Just kill Black Zetsu first and collect a little interest for being deceived. That won't work. Akihara Kagura shook his head and rejected Uchiha Madara's proposal. At least let us see if there is any information about Mr. Black Zetsu hidden in the historical relics of the Hyuga clan, so as to avoid any mistakes in my plan. Akihara Kagura, what is going on? Uchiha Obito clenched his fist and walked towards Akihara Kagura step by step. What have you done? What is the Moon Eye project? Black Zetsu, what is going on? Now Uchiha Obito has not figured out the situation. Now Uchiha Obito only knows that their Moon Eye project has been cancelled. It was all done by Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura is also mixed with Black Zetsu. But isn't Black Zetsu the will of Uchiha Madara? Why does Uchiha Madara want to kill Black Zetsu immediately? Black Zetsu. Uchiha Obito looked at Black Zetsu standing next to Akihara Kagura and asked in a cold voice, "As I remember, you are not Madara's will." That Black Zetsu, it is the dark will of the Six-Path Sage, and Anbu Ninja took the initiative to answer Uchiha Obito's question. Perhaps it was because he couldn't stand the serious lag of information from Uchiha Obito. However, another Anbu Ninja immediately refuted his companion. "Wait, Black Zetsu is not Kaguya's will." Another Anbu Ninja refuted, "But in the historical records of the Senju clan, Black Zetsu is the dark will of the Six-Path Sage. What is going on here?" Hatake Kakashi has always been quick-witted, but at this time he couldn't help rubbing his forehead with a headache. He couldn't figure out what was going on. "I can probably guess some of it." Narashikamaru suddenly had drops of cold sweat on his face. All the information was quickly gathered in his brain. The 17-year-old young man guessed what might have happened at the first time. His heart beat involuntarily and he said with a trembling voice, "Uchiha Madara did not attack us, and even helped Naruto subdue the Nine Tails. This means that he and we may not be enemies." The Anbu ninjas were not surprised to see Uchiha Madara appear. So the creature called Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, they should have had a plan to subvert the ninja world. That is the Moon Eye plan they have been talking about. Their relationship is unknown, but they must be allies of some kind. But this plan was forced to be cancelled. Narashikamaru remembered that Uchiha Madara had mentioned that Akihara Kagura wanted to destroy the ninja world. When he talked about his speculation, his lips became a little dry, because the creature called Black Zetsu has a special identity and a more terrifying plan, such as it is the so-called will of the Six-Path Sage or something. So Black Zetsu chose to betray Uchiha Madara. At this point, Narashikamaru's eyes fell on Akihara Kagura, and a sense of panic surged into his heart along with the fact he guessed it chose another person to jointly implement another more terrible plan. And this person it chose it is the assistant Hokage in our village, Akihara Kagura. Everyone present froze. As expected of a ninja from the Nara clan, the Anbu ninjas had to praise Narashikamaru's wisdom. They were all people who witnessed the changes in Konoha with their own eyes, but they could not summarize these things like Narashikamaru. Even Uchiha Madara looked back at Narashikamaru and gave him an appreciative look. That's generally true, but the process and the result are somewhat different. After an Anbu ninja praised Narashikamaru, his voice became heavy. Strictly speaking, the Anbu's eyes fell on the smiling Akihara Kagura. He remembered that behind that smiling face was the darkness that controlled the ninja world and the conspiracy to destroy the ninja world. His heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. The former Hokage assistant of the village, Akihara Kagura, is the real murderer hiding behind the scenes and creating all the conspiracies. One more thing. I guess Obito wanted to curse, but I feel that he is more likely to go crazy. Chapter 307 The Six-Path Sage Who Once Destroyed the World and Created It. The news brought by the Anbu is too shocking. The Konoha ninjas had already expanded their imaginations as much as possible, such as the result of Black Zetsu colluding with Akihara Kagura to carry out evil plans. This Anbu ninja told them that Akihara Kagura was the leader of these conspiracies, and even this Anbu ninja did not hide his fear when talking about these. "No, it's impossible." Yamanaka Ino of the 10th team was trembling with fear, and asked carefully, "Everyone in the village said that Lord Kagura is the strongest ninja in the village. He has always been protecting the village. How could he want to?" "I know." Narashikamaru glanced at his companions, and felt a little uneasy. The way these big people think is often difficult for us to guess and imagine. Crunch, crunch. Akimichi Traji was still crunching potato chips. He was just thinking about a question. If it's all true, Naruto should be very uncomfortable, right? Narashikamaru was silent for a moment. Because the two of them have been good friends with Uzumaki Naruto since school, they also know that Uzumaki Naruto has been taken care of by Akihara Kagura, just like his brother. How does Uzumaki Naruto feel now? Team 7. Everyone was silent. Hiruno Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto's suppressed expression as if he could go crazy at any time, and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. "Naruto, are you okay?" Of course. Uzumaki Naruto's heart was shocked, and he gave Hiruno Sakura a sunny smile. "We don't know anything now. At least we have to find out the truth." "Not bad." Hatake Kakashi took a deep breath and nodded slowly. At least he didn't have to worry about Naruto's problem, but the problem about Uchiha Sasuke, whether it was the truth about the extermination of the Uchiha clan mentioned by Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, or the defection of Akihara Kagura, the leader of the root, could have a huge impact on Uchiha Sasuke's life. However, Uchiha Sasuke's expression did not change, and people could not tell what he was thinking. Only the ninja sword tightly grasped in his hand made people know that he was not calm. Compared with the others, Uchiha Obito was undoubtedly the one who was most stimulated. Answer me. Uchiha Obito was still staring at Akihara Kagura, and his eyes were also scanning Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara next to him. He roared in his throat and asked, "What is going on? Tell me quickly. Why do you want to stop the Moon Eye Project?" "Because the Moon Eye Project cannot bring peace." Uchiha Madara looked back at Uchiha Obito coldly, and continued in a cold voice, "That is Black Zetsu's own plan to rule the ninja world, isn't it your will?" Uchiha Obito was simply talking about something else. Uchiha Madara wanted to kill someone. Of course not. Akihara Kagura spread out his hands and chuckled indifferently. Black Zetsu's identity is quite noble. It is the will of the Six Paths Sage. I am Kaguya's will. Black Zetsu immediately retorted. He hated his identity recorded on the bark. This is the slander of the Six Paths Sage. I am the will of Kaguya's birth. In short, Mr. Black Zetsu and the Six Paths Sage are from the same era. Akihara Kagura immediately corrected Black Zetsu and took the initiative to say, "Originally, Mr. Black Zetsu wanted to use you and Mr. Madara to implement the Moon Eye plan to resurrect the Ten Tails, and use the infinite Tsukuyomi to pull everyone into the dreamland, so as to achieve permanent peace. Isn't this good?" Uchiha Obito frowned. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Then their chakra will be drawn away in the infinite Tsukuyomi, and everyone will be turned into idiots like White Zetsu." Uchiha Obito's eyes trembled, and his brain immediately remembered those White Zetsu who were always curious about what it felt like to poop. Is this the consequence of infinite Tsukuyomi? So, Uchiha Obito finally had to accept a reality. His pupils gradually swelled, and even a trace of blood oozed out. Is the infinite Tsukuyomi fake? This matter is related to his ideal. He has always been fighting for this matter, even regardless of his past and future. He has long believed that he has no future. Ever since Uchiha Obito saw Nahara Rin die with his own eyes, he only believed in the dream of infinite Tsukuyomi. He never dared to imagine that infinite Tsukuyomi is fake. If there is no infinite Tsukuyomi and if there is no Rin, what is the meaning of himself in this world? I don't believe it. Uchiha Obito's face was furious, and his palm pressed his brain tightly. I don't believe that infinite Tsukuyomi is fake. I want to create a world with Rin. Uchiha Obito seemed to have really become completely crazy. The man's eyes flashed, and he actually looked in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto, and suddenly rushed in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto, reaching out to grab Uzumaki Naruto. Is this guy crazy? Uchiha Sasuke directly blocked Uchiha Obito, waving his ninja sword to stop Uchiha Obito from rushing over. The ninja sword directly cut through Uchiha Obito's body. Obito. Hatake Kakashi also rushed over quickly. Because only his main Gekkai Sharingan could stop Uchiha Obito, and only he wanted to stop the crazy Uchiha Obito. Kakashi. Might Guy followed immediately. The three of them surrounded Uchiha Obito in an instant. However, Uchiha Obito's body instantly became virtual, and rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto. The three of them chased Uchiha Obito closely. Is Obito crazy? Akihara Kagura glanced at Uchiha Obito, and seemed to be a little curious and said, "It's just that the infinite Tsukuyomi is fake. Maybe his hope in life is shattered." Black Zetsu shook his head, as if he was quite lamenting about this matter. At the beginning, it was Madara who manipulated the hidden mist village to implant the three tails in Nahara Rin's body, framed Hatake Kakashi and was forced to kill Nahara Rin, and forced Obito to fall into the fantasy that the infinite Tsukuyomi could save the ninja world. Now this fantasy has also been shattered. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed. This bastard actually pushed the problem onto himself. Black Zetsu said these things at this time, and his purpose was obviously to make Uchiha Obito hate him, and to find a troublesome opponent for himself at this time. Black Zetsu, this bastard. Once he betrays himself, it will be a big trouble. Black Zetsu's words fell into the ears of Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito's faces changed at the same time, and they looked at Uchiha Madara at the same time. Hatake Kakashi turned his head immediately. There was a long time when Hatake Kakashi was immersed in the pain of killing Nahara Rin with his own hands. He always hated the blood on his hands. But this matter turned out to be someone else's conspiracy. Was Rin's death a conspiracy of Uchiha Madara? You killed Rin. Uchiha Obito instantly identified the murderer. Because Uchiha Obito knew more information than Hatake Kakashi. He knew that Uchiha Madara had controlled the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village and knew that all this must have been done by Uchiha Madara. If in the past, Uchiha Obito had placed his hopes on the Moon Eye plan and could turn a blind eye to all this, now he just wanted to kill Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito's figure turned over again and rushed towards Uchiha Madara, but his body fell to the ground in an instant before he rushed a few steps. Uchiha Madara directly raised his finger and controlled Uchiha Obito in place. Bara. Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Madara angrily. If I didn't want to use you as a chess piece, I wouldn't want to kill that little girl. Uchiha Madara didn't care about his mistakes at all. He snorted coldly and threatened Uchiha Obito, Obito, you have always been just a chess piece of mine. Now I just need to move my fingers a little bit and your heart will explode. Uchiha Obito's body was in severe pain. A number of black yin-yang escape black sticks suddenly appeared on his shoulders. These black sticks kept flowing with a yin-yang escape chakra, firmly controlling Uchiha Obito's body. This kind of pain of being controlled by the enemy is simply worse than death for Uchiha Obito. Even if he enters the hollow state, he can't change the situation, because this is the yin-yang escape curse seal implanted in his body, which is a control method that Uchiha Madara has prepared long ago. Uchiha Obito lay on the ground in pain. His body forced himself to get up, looked in the direction of Hatake Kakashi, and gritted his teeth and shouted a name. Kakashi. Kill him. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and said in a stern voice, come and kill me, take out my eyes, and use the power of Kamui to kill Uchiha Madara. Hatake Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly. Hatake Kakashi's kunai flipped and fell into his own hands. Senior Kakashi. An Anbu ninja stopped Hatake Kakashi and said in a deep voice, now Uchiha Madara is not our enemy. The real enemy is the former assistant Hokage. The attitude of the Hokage is to unite with Uchiha Madara to fight against Akihara Kagura. Hatake Kakashi's fiery heart suddenly turned cold. Now that he has seen the real murderer who killed Nahara-rin, the Anbu wants to tell him that Uchiha Madara is a potential ally of Konoha, and his friend Akihara Kagura is the enemy? What the hell is this world? He knew who his enemy was, but he couldn't take revenge on his enemy. His former companion was lying there. Now, the companion was lying on the ground in pain and unable to struggle. He could only scream in pain that he wanted to take out his eyes and use the power of Kamui to avenge the deadlin. Hatake Kakashi was very clear about the power of Kamui. Uchiha Obito's other eye had a strange ability. Just the ability to turn into virtual form at any time to avoid attacks made it possible to avenge Uchiha Madara. Senior Kakashi, please obey the orders of the Hokage. The Anbu ninja was afraid that Hatake Kakashi would be impulsive, and hoped that the senior would obey the orders of the Hokage and not rashly establish a strong enemy at this time. I know Hatake Kakashi bit his teeth, his eyes narrowed slightly, the sharp blade of the kunai in his hand cut his palm, and blood flowed down his palm, but he forced himself to calm down. Kakashi Might Guy walked to Hatake Kakashi's side with some uneasiness, and put his hand on Hatake Kakashi's shoulder, as if he wanted to comfort Hatake Kakashi. Senior Kakashi Yamato came over and gently persuaded Kakashi Hatake, don't forget, Uchiha Obito is also an enemy of the village. He killed the fourth Hokage and his wife Asuma Saratobi sighed. Obito Kakashi Hatake's palms were tightly clenched in his kunai. Looking at Uchiha Obito lying on the ground begging and looking at him in pain, his heart was twitching with pain. Can't he protect Rin or even avenge Rin? At least bring Obito here first. Kakashi Hatake seemed not to feel the pain, and whispered, Obito is a traitor of Konoha anyway, we must take him back to deal with him okay. The Anbu ninja could only nod. He seemed to know Hatake Kakashi's past, and whispered, Senior Kakashi, I hope you can calm down a little. You are no match for Uchiha Madara. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. I know. Hatake Kakashi walked towards Uchiha Obito step by step, stretched out his hand to hold up the body of his good friend, and handed him to his subordinate Iruno Sakura for a little treatment. However, Uchiha Obito suddenly grabbed Hatake Kakashi's shoulders, gritted his teeth and said, take off my eyes, and go and avenge Lin for me. Heal your wound first. Hatake Kakashi looked at the black stick on Uchiha Obito's shoulder. I should have died long ago. Uchiha Obito's palms fell down involuntarily, but he was still holding Hatake Kakashi's arm tightly. Uchiha Madara controls my heart. I can't attack him at all, take off my eyes, and take revenge on him. The order of the village is not to attack Uchiha Madara. Hatake Kakashi whispered this sentence, as if he had drained all his strength. If Kagura really did something, Konoha needs Uchiha Madara's power. Kagura. Uzumaki Naruto was finally forced to speak by the oppressive atmosphere. He looked at Akihara Kagura and asked a question that many people present were concerned about. What on earth did you do? Why do they say you defected? What is going on? Just want to bring real peace to the ninja world. Akihara Kagura smiled and put forward her own idea. Mr. Black Zetsu and I plan to use a relatively gentle method to collect the tailed beasts and resurrect the 10 tails. We will use the 10 tails to kill all the ninjas in the ninja world and recreate a new ninja world. Everyone's heart suddenly turned cold. Can this method still be called gentle? Hatake Kakashi soothed Uchiha Obito with his palm, and looked at Akihara Kagura with a frown. This is not like your style, Kakashi. Akihara Kagura glanced at Hatake Kakashi, and his smile suddenly became brighter. Are the me you know the real me? Hatake Kakashi actually felt a little horrified. He remembered what Uchiha Obito mentioned. You really used to be with Obito? Yes. Akihara Kagura nodded and continued to herself. At that time, it was me who exposed Uchiha Obito's identity, and I not only gained your trust, but also successfully joined the Akatsuki organization, and slowly stole the Akatsuki organization's war weapon plan. Very clever. Akatsuki actually coincides with my plan. Of course. Akatsuki's plan is simply like a joke. Akihara Kagura seemed to be a little sarcastic, and slowly shook her head and said, some people want to use the tailed beasts to revive the 10 tails to deter the ninja world from peace. Some people want to use the 10 tails to create a dream world. This kind of despicable means is bound to be unbearable. Since you have mastered the power to destroy the ninja world. Akihara Kagura spread her arms, with a hint of pride on her face. Then why not try to destroy this world and create a new world? How could you? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Akihara Kagura in disbelief, as if he had met Akihara Kagura for the first time. Kagura, how could you have such an idea? Maybe it's because I'm too tired. Akihara Kagura shrugged and said indifferently, I have always longed for war, but found that my methods of quelling the war are a bit boring. Even if I stay in Konoha, there are still wars of all sizes in various parts of the ninja world. It seems a bit boring to want to quell these wars. It just so happens that I have obtained a plan to completely quell the war. I also know the means to kill all ninjas, and the possibility of creating new ninjas. In that case, why not just get rid of all the ninjas? Akihara Kagura stretched out her palm, brushed her long hair in front of her forehead, and showed a slightly crazy smile. Let me destroy this world for fun first, and then try to create a new era of peaceful ninjas. But this is not peace. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the smiling Akihara Kagura in disbelief, and clenched his fist little by little. This is a massacre. Peace can only be achieved with bloodshed. Akihara Kagura did not comment on Uzumaki Naruto's words. This is a truth that even children know. If you don't understand, there is no need for me to say anything more. What a pity. Akihara Kagura shook her head and sighed softly. Nowadays, not many people are willing to sacrifice for the peace of the new era. And some people even think that I am daydreaming. When Akihara Kagura said this, she glanced at Black Zetsu beside her. Among so many people, only Mr. Black Zetsu is willing to support my idea. It is worthy of the will left by the legendary six-path sage. Everyone's eyes turned to Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was being stared at by a group of people, and he was not used to it. And Black Zetsu also wanted to refute. First, it is not the will of the six-path sage. Second, it does not support Akihara Kagura's idea. Third, it is a little confused, as if it is taking the blame. Okay. Akihara Kagura clapped her hands and looked at Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Niji. Now, let me do something serious. Before I start my plan, I want to know a secret about the Hyuga clan. The secret of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hinata looked at Akihara Kagura in surprise. Hyuga Niji's eyes condensed. And the secret about the Hyuga clan that Akihara Kagura wanted to know, Hyuga Niji also wanted to get it in his heart. Akihara Kagura took out a toothpick-sized wooden stick and said slowly, the secret of the Hyuga clan is sealed in it. As long as a little force is applied from the outside, the whole wooden stick will crack and destroy the information inside. Only the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can see the information inside. Now, I need someone to help me read the information inside. Of course. I also need another person to verify the truth. Akihara Kagura looked at Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga, and said slowly, coincidentally, you have two ninjas from the Hyuga clan here. Are you willing to help? Let me go first. Hinata Hyuga took the initiative to stand up. After all, it is related to the secret of the Hyuga clan, and Hinata Hyuga is very interested. The other Enbu ninjas wanted to speak to stop them, but Akihara Kagura raised her palm, and vines emerged from the ground, preventing them from approaching. However, Uchiha Madara turned a blind eye to this. Because Uchiha Madara also wanted to know the secret of the Hyuga clan. Akihara Kagura looked at Hinata Hyuga, took the wooden stick and handed it to Hinata Hyuga, and said gently, "If the information read by the two Hyuga clan ninjas is inconsistent, I can only ask the two of them to die here together." Hinata Hyuga was shocked. Niji Hyuga's mood became a little complicated. At this moment, the fate of a main family and a branch family was actually connected. If he wanted to kill Hinata Hyuga, he could get this head family to accompany him to hell with him just by misreading some information. Kakashi. Might Guy held a nunchaku in his hand and flew to the side of Hatake Kakashi, saying in a deep voice, "Do you want to stop them?" "How?" Hatake Kakashi shook his head. He didn't think they had the ability to stop what Akihara Kagura wanted to do. All the Konoha ninjas present knew how strong Akihara Kagura was. If you want to stop Akihara Kagura, you need at least a powerful fighter like the first generation of Hokage. Uchiha Madara was the only one who could do it. He stood there without any action, allowing Akihara Kagura to threaten the Konoha ninjas. Hinata Hyuga took the wooden stick very calmly. Hyuga Niji's ears were sealed directly to prevent him from eavesdropping. Hinata Hyuga knew very well that her cousin Hyuga Niji had always wanted to kill her. As long as her cousin wanted to kill her, a few wrong words would allow the two of them to die together. But if the two want to survive, no matter what, the first person must read the true content of the wooden stick. Baiyan, open. Hyuga Hinata immediately opened her Byakugan, and saw the dense small characters inside through the surface of the wooden stick. These small characters made her a little difficult to read, but the content inside made her a little scared. The content on this wooden stick was the origin of the Hyuga clan, and even the family could not find the recorded origin. It recorded in detail who the ancestor of the Hyuga clan was, and why the Hyuga clan appeared in the ninja world. Ancient times Otsutsuki Kaguya ruled the world. Otsutsuki Kaguya's two sons, Otsutsuki Haguramo and Otsutsuki Hamura, wanted to seize their mother's power for themselves. They united and colluded with the immortal kingdom of the ninja world, Myaboku Mountain, and finally sealed Kaguya on the moon. As expected. The opening story is always the story of the Otsutsuki family. However, compared with the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan and the bark of the Senju clan, the history recorded on the wooden stick of the Hyuga clan seems to be a little different. This is history. Black Zetsu listened to the contents recorded on the wooden stick, and was even moved to tears. This is the real history. Compared to the bark of the Senju clan, the wooden stick records of the Hyuga clan are simply too friendly. Now it can finally prove its identity. This is the real history. Black Zetsu proved that what he said was true, and he could also prove his identity. I am Kaguya's whale. I was born when Kaguya was sealed. However, after Hinata Hyuga finished reading the story about Kaguya Otsutsuki, she read the story about the brothers Otsutsuki Haguramo and Otsutsuki Hamura again. In order to seize control of this world, the brothers launched an earth-shaking duel. In the end, the elder brother Otsutsuki Haguramo won the battle between brothers. Black Zetsu frowned. The history of the Hyuga clan, why does it feel a bit strange? But this seems to be very beneficial to me. The pair of brothers who sealed their mother should have died. But the history of the Hyuga clan is getting weirder and weirder. When Hinata Hyuga read the following history, she felt a sense of horror in her heart. In order to cover up the past history, Otsutsuki Haguramo used the 10 tails to kill everyone in the ninja world and recreated a new world and new ninjas. Everyone present was shocked. Everyone looked at Akihara Kagura involuntarily. Because this person named Otsutsuki Haguramo did exactly the same thing as Akihara Kagura, some Konoha Enbu who had heard of the name Otsutsuki Haguramo were even more terrified. Because this person named Otsutsuki Haguramo has another identity in the bark records of the Senju clan. When Hinata Hyuga read about Otsutsuki Haguramo's identity, her voice suddenly trembled. The ninjas of the new era call the creator Otsutsuki Haguramo the Six Paths Sage. The ninjas present immediately fell silent. Black Zetsu felt a little uneasy. How come the history of the Hyuga clan is a bit wild? Let me make up for yesterday. I tried my best to make up for yesterday because I had something to do yesterday. Chapter 308, The hidden history of the Uchiha descendants Akihara Kagura. Six-Path Sage. Is it because of this reason that he created the world? Most of the ninjas have heard about the story of the Six-Path Sage creating the world or founding the ninja sect. As a figure in the myths and legends of the ninja world, the Six-Path Sage seems to be omnipotent. However, no one has heard that before the Six-Path Sage Akatsuki Haguramo created the world, he actually carried out a world-destroying operation just to cover up the history of mothers and sons killing each other and brothers killing each other. This is a subversion. Who would have thought that the Six-Path Sage, the god who created the world, was actually the murderer who destroyed the previous era? This simply made many ninjas who revered the Six-Path Sage collapse. How is it possible? Uzumaki Naruto widened his eyes in disbelief. Because in the stories he had heard about the Six-Path Sage, Jiraiya had always told him that the Six-Path Sage founded the ninja sect and established an ancient era where everyone understood each other. But did the Six-Path Sage carry out a world-destroying operation to cover up history before creating the world? The expressions of the other Konoha ninjas were not very good. Because they had never thought that the Six-Path Sage had actually done something like destroying the world, and there was actually a precedent for Akihara Kagura to do such a thing. There was actually a round of applause at the scene. Akihara Kagura's face seemed to be a little excited, and his eyes were filled with joy. The Six-Path Sage has done this before. It seems that the path I have chosen is the right one. Is that so? Uchiha Madara sneered, as if he had heard a very interesting story. If according to the information above, the Six-Path Sage is not as clean as we imagined. You little brat want to learn his methods to rebuild the world. At least the Six-Path Sage's practices have proved that destroying and creating the world is feasible, right? Akihara Kagura chuckled and glanced at the Black Zetsu next to him. Mr. Black Zetsu is the will of the Six-Path Sage. He must know everything about how the Six-Path Sage destroyed and created the world in ancient times, right? I said. I am Kaguya's will. Black Zetsu is so angry that he even took the opportunity to secretly criticize the Six-Path Sage. Kaguya is not like that guy who destroyed the ninja world. Kaguya is the goddess of the moon who protects the ninja world. Humph. Uchiha Madara sneered at Black Zetsu's words. You always pretend to be someone else's will. Who knows whether it is true or false? When Uchiha Madara said this, he narrowed his eyes. There are some discrepancies between the historical relics of the Hyuga clan and the records of the Senju clan and the records on the stone tablets of the Uchiha clan. Which one is the real history? Just the relationship between the Akatsuki clan and the Senju clan and the Hyuga clan has a huge conflict. However, in the real history, which one is real? This is the real history. Black Zetsu naturally stood on the side of the Hyuga clan. Although there are problems with the historical relics of the Hyuga clan, the Six-Path Sage did not actually destroy the world and the Six-Path Sage did not kill each other, but this is a good thing. Because this relic is destroying the reputation of the Six-Path Sage. Although this is fake. But it is really good for it. Because this whitewashed Kaguya Akatsuki and severely blackened the Six-Path Sage Akatsuki Haguramo and Akatsuki Hamura, which made Black Zetsu feel a little happy. And no matter how outrageous this record is, it is much more reliable than the bark of the Senju clan. At least this wooden stick accurately records the relationships between the characters of the Akatsuki family, rather than some weird information like Akatsuki Kaguya is the youngest daughter of the Six-Path Sage. History is a little girl who can be dressed up by anyone. Akihara Kagura narrowed her eyes and whispered, Mr. Black Zetsu has modified history once. So it is not impossible that the relics of the Hyuga clan were modified by him. Don't slander my innocence. Black Zetsu quickly retorted, and said in a deep voice, there are other people in the ninja world who are secretly modifying history. The bark of the Senju clan must have been modified by someone. And I have never seen this wooden stick of the Hyuga clan. Where did this wooden stick come from? It comes together with the bark of the Senju clan. Akihara Kagura flipped his palm, looked in the direction of Hyuga Hinata, and said casually, shouldn't there be some other information in it? Yes, Hyuga Hinata could only nod. If she didn't want to kill Hyuga Niji, as a person who reads the history records of the Hyuga clan, the most important thing she should do is to read out all the contents. Once she skipped some contents, and Hyuga Niji didn't skip these contents, she and Hyuga Niji might die. Hyuga Hinata frowned and continued to read the information on the wooden stick. Because the wooden stick was too small, it became more and more difficult to read the contents through perspective. As a loser, Akatsuki Hamura fled to the moon and wanted to release his mother in the moon to seek revenge on his brother with the help of his mother's power. Unfortunately, everything was expected by Akatsuki Haguramo. Kaguya needs the 10 tails and huge chakra to appear in the world. In order to eliminate the possibility of Kaguya's resurrection, Akatsuki Haguramo divided the 10 tails chakra into 9-tailed beasts and scattered the chakra of the ninja world everywhere. Completely cut off the possibility of revenge for his brother and mother. Black Zetsu was suddenly shocked. It actually recorded the story of Kaguya. What shocked Black Zetsu is that the history of the Hyuga clan was recorded quite completely in this regard, and their historical records were so objective. The wooden sticks of the Hyuga clan are really much better than the bark of the Senju clan. Uchiha Madara listened to it in silence, and nodded to himself. The purpose of the six-path sage to split the tailed beasts and disperse the chakra is to prevent his mother from taking revenge on him. Is there anything else? Akihiro Kagura's fingers tapped his arm lightly, and his eyes were still on Hyuga Hinata. Is there no record of the reason for the existence of the wooden sticks? Yes, Hyuga Hinata saw the following content. It records the reason for the birth of the Hyuga clan. After many years, a branch of the descendants of Akatsuki Hamura quietly came to live on the earth and wanted to regain the ruling power of the ninja world. This lineage called itself Hyuga. The Konoha ninjas were suddenly shocked. Is the Hyuga clan the descendants of the losers in the Brotherly War? The emergence of the Hyuga clan was to seize the ruling power from the descendants of the Six-Path Sage. So does the current Hyuga clan still want to seize power? The Anbu ninjas looked at each other. They had to report the history of the Hyuga clan to Lady Tsunade. Huh, I see. Uchiha Madara snorted disdainfully. He didn't care about the Hyuga clan at all. He knew very well that the Hyuga clan didn't have strong fighting power. Yes. Black Zetsu nodded and immediately said, this is the real history. The Hyuga clan is indeed the descendant of Akatsuki Hamura. He has the same Byakugan as Kaguya. This is the real history. What the hell is the bark of the Senju clan? They actually put Akatsuki Kaguya on the same level as Indra and Ashura, and regarded the Six-Path Sage as the ancestor of the 3 major ninja clans. The records of the Hyuga clan are the real history. This is the objective history. This is the history that I want. Although this historical record is also very strange, it is the history that I want. Black Zetsu has roughly guessed that this history may be recorded by the descendants of Akatsuki Hamura. Those descendants want to gain the right to rule the ninja world, so they can leave this historical record about the dispute between the Six-Path Sage brothers. Moreover, this history severely slandered the Six-Path Sage. Who else would do this except the descendants of Akatsuki Hamura, who wanted to occupy the ninja world? The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan are extremely powerful. The Hyuga clan is dormant in the dark. An old man of the Hyuga clan observed a kind of chakra. After 3 generations of observation, his descendants confirmed that the Uchiha clan has an extremely powerful chakra that has been passed down from generation to generation. After 2 generations of observation, the inside of the Senju clan has also been passing down the same powerful chakra from generation to generation. If you want to regain the right to rule, you must destroy these 2 chakras. Black Zetsu's heart trembled. Is this kind of thing actually recorded there? The reincarnation of Indra and Ashura's chakra was actually observed by the Hyuga clan. 3 generations observed the Uchiha and 2 generations observed the Senju. When Uchiha Madara talked about this, he even had a touch of respect for the Hyuga clan. It took several generations of time just to confirm one thing. The Hyuga clan is worthy of the name of a powerful clan. Mr. Black Zetsu, you seem to know these things. Akihiro Kagura's eyes fell on Black Zetsu, who was shaking slightly, and smiled. The most important thing we should do is to be honest, right? Speak out. Uchiha Madara looked at Black Zetsu coldly, with some murderous intent in his eyes. What secrets are hidden in it? Yes. I do know these things. Black Zetsu nodded, and said in a deep voice, there is a historical record on the bark of the Senju clan that is true. A war broke out between the brothers Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, and Ashura of the Senju clan. Indra and Ashura's chakras are constantly reincarnated and fighting. Their chakras will be reincarnated into their descendants, and they will fight forever. So Akihiro Kagura seemed to be particularly interested in this history. She chuckled and asked, according to the content recorded on the bark, Mr. Black Zetsu pretended to be Indra's will, just like he pretended to be Mr. Madara's will, and instigated them to fight. Is that right? Don't talk about irrelevant things. Uchiha Madara suddenly felt a ball of anger in his heart. Black Zetsu deceived him, which was the thing Uchiha Madara hated the most. He was played like a fool and a clown. He got angry just by mentioning this matter. Go on. Akihara Kagura shrugged, looked at Hyuga Hinata and continued, what else isn't it? Does the record end here? No more. Hyuga Hinata shook her head, and her voice gradually calmed down. Most of the old man's descendants died in the war, and only one person was left. This person colluded with Uchiha. No need to say more. Akihara Kagura interrupted Hyuga Hinata. Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu looked at Akihara Kagura. Everyone present couldn't help but look at Akihara Kagura. Why did Akihara Kagura interrupt Hinata at this time? Go on. Uchiha Madara glanced at Akihara Kagura, then at Hinata, and said coldly, read out all the contents inside. Shut up. Akihara Kagura's figure was about to rush towards Hinata. However, Uchiha Madara's figure was faster, and he directly stopped Akihara Kagura, grinning and chuckled. It seems that there are some things recorded on it that you don't want us to know. Or is this historical record another trap that you want to set, Akihara Kagura? Go on. Uchiha Madara stopped Akihara Kagura and glanced at Hinata. Tell out all the contents above. Anyway, for Uchiha Madara, there is nothing he can care about now. Regardless of whether Akihara Kagura has any conspiracy or really wants to hide something, Uchiha Madara doesn't care. He is also very curious about what is behind the wooden stick. Hyuga Hinata looked up in confusion. Now, she didn't know whether she should continue reading. Go on, Hinata. Uzumaki Naruto encouraged Hyuga Hinata and said in a deep voice, I also want to know the secret above. I also want to know what Kagura wants to hide. Yes, Naruto-kun. Hyuga Hinata nodded quickly. Akihara Kagura's eyes suddenly became sharp. However, Uchiha Madara was also fearless and confronted him without any care. There was even a smile on the corner of his mouth. Little boy, it seems that you really have a secret that you don't want us to find out? Uchiha appeared in the historical records of the Hyuga clan, and you don't want the content behind to be discovered. It seems that you have hidden a lot of things. Nara Shikamaru of the 10th team has been observing the situation. His eyes fell on Hyuga Hinata, revealing a hint of worry. What's wrong, Shikamaru? Yamanaka Ino looked at her companion curiously. Secret Nara Shikamaru frowned and said in a deep voice, I suddenly have a bad feeling. This wooden stick was left by an old man of the Hyuga clan. So what is the purpose of leaving the wooden stick? Soon. Hyuga Hinata said the purpose. Hyuga Hinata still looked down at the wooden stick, and continued to tell the last story hidden in history in a gentle voice. The power of the Uchiha clan is all in the eyes. That Uchiha stole the eyes from the corpse of the Uchiha's strongest brother and transplanted them into his own body, unlocking the eternal eye power. The first thing the Uchiha who got the eternal eye power did was to kill his accomplice. The old man's descendants could not escape death. In order to avenge the ninja who betrayed the alliance and to prevent the ninja world from being destroyed by the Uchiha with the eternal eye power, the old man's descendants left this secret and also proposed a conjecture to defeat the eternal eye power and gather the chakra of the Senju and Uchiha clans in order to prevent the Uchiha with the eternal eye power from discovering it. The old man's descendants left the secret in the wooden stick. Only the Byakugan can see this secret, that's all. Hinata Hyuga finished reading all the content. What can't be said about this? Uchiha Madara's mouth suddenly sneered, and he said nonchalantly, it's just the secret of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Samsara Eye. What can't be said about this? Did Itachi and Akihara Kagura know about this? Even many people in the ninja world know this secret. Is it necessary for Akihara Kagura to hide this secret? Not only does Uchiha Madara not understand, but others also don't quite understand it. Akihara Kagura's face is still gloomy. However, the corner of his mouth suddenly chuckled, and he nodded in response to Uchiha Madara's words, as if he was about to evade the topic, and nodded to himself. You are right, there is no need to hide these things. No, that's not right. Nara Shikamaru of Team 10 was shocked. He suddenly thought of something and said in disbelief, there are indeed hidden secrets in the last stories. The wooden stick is a secret. The Uchiha in that story is the secret. Where is the Uchiha in that story in the end? Nara Shikamaru stared at Hinata Hyuga, and asked in a deep voice, Hinata, are there any other records about the Uchiha in that story? No. Hinata Hyuga shook her head. Sure enough, it's gone. Nara Shikamaru's palms trembled slightly, and he seemed to be a little uneasy and said, the creator of this wooden stick has been killed. He also knew that he would be killed. He was worried that the secret inside the wooden stick would be discovered by someone. So who got the wooden stick in the end? It's probably the murderer who killed him. Akimichi Chaji frowned and gave a very simple answer. The murderer who got the wooden stick is the one who betrayed the covenant in the story. Nara Shikamaru looked at Akihara Kagura with some trembling. This smart young man didn't dare to believe his judgment. The murderer's surname is Uchiha, and his blood also has the power of the Sharingan bloodline. Everyone's eyes turned to Akihara Kagura. Because Akihara Kagura, who brought the wooden stick this time, is the final owner of the wooden stick. Compared with other people, the surviving Uchiha have seen Akihara Kagura open the Sharingan, and they finally know Akihara Kagura's life experience. Black Zetsu's gaze slowly fell on Akihara Kagura, and it seemed that it had some guesses in its mind. Ho-ha-ho-ha. Akihara Kagura stretched out her hand, supported her forehead, and smiled lightly. I really didn't expect that there would be content targeting me in this history. Nara Shikamaru. You are worthy of being a ninja from the Konoha military strategist clan. Your guess is completely correct. The person who got the wooden stick is indeed surnamed Uchiha. Let me help you fill in the story behind the wooden stick. Akihara Kagura smiled lightly, and said in a gentle voice, that Uchiha had long guessed that there was a chakra inheritance within the Senju clan. He went to the Senju clan to obtain the secret of the power of the Senju clan, and finally stole a piece of bark that recorded the secret in the Senju clan's territory, and also eavesdropped on the secret of the bark. Unfortunately, he did not have time to unlock the secret of the bark, and his life came to an end. However, he has only one child, and he hopes that the child will crack this secret, but he also knows very well that if he wants his child to open the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his child must at least have a biological brother. Maybe we need the chakra that has been passed down from generation to generation by the Uchiha clan. However, there is another way. That is to transplant the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that he opened himself to his own child. This is the most fortunate thing. After him, no eternal Mangekyo Sharingan has ever been born. And the Uchiha who once betrayed the Hyuga clan's ally and obtained the eternal eye power, his pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan became the only pair, and has been inherited and used by his direct descendants. The pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was passed down in this way. Akihara Kagura grinned. He stretched out his palm, slowly covering his cheek, as if trying to hide his smile. His eyes revealed a hint of the scarlet color of the Sharingan between his fingers. To this day it can still be used. Make up for it. Okay. I've made up for what I owed yesterday. I feel like Kagura is a bit of a villain. Chapter 309 Uchiha Madara. Shouldn't you reflect on this? That's the Sharingan. Everyone present saw Akihara Kagura's eyes. Everyone present could see that Akihara Kagura's Sharingan was transformed from an ordinary eye, which meant that Akihara Kagura did have the blood of the Uchiha. What frightened them the most was that Akihara Kagura's eyes looked extremely strange. That was a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, even more powerful than the ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan, and behind that pair of eyes was a long and terrifying history. In the unknown years before the Warring States period, a man from the Uchiha clan accidentally learned about the secrets of the Uchiha clan from the Hyuga clan, used the war to fake his death and escaped to hide his past, hid in the dark and stole the eyes of his dead brother, and gained powerful power. Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara felt a little familiar. Should we say that he is worthy of being an Uchiha? Everyone likes to fake their death and escape, of course. That Uchiha is also very scary. Because that Uchiha did not think that he had obtained the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and tried to rule the ninja world. He knew very well that the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was not omnipotent, because he also wanted to master the secrets of the Senju clan. That Uchiha also obtained the bark of the Senju clan. That Uchiha came to the end of his life with the bark of the Senju clan and the wooden sticks of the Hyuga clan. He left the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to his descendants. These descendants inherited the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan from generation to generation, trying to comprehend the secrets in the bark and wooden sticks. These Uchiha side branches hidden in the ninja world spent their years like this, hiding themselves from outsiders for their entire lives until everything was passed on to the hands of Akihara Kagura, a descendant. Akihara Kagura is just like his ancestors, good at hiding himself, good at making plans before taking action, and good at creating conspiracies and tricks. Akihara Kagura had been hiding her identity until she had to reveal her dark life experience at this moment. She told her life experience and the horrific historical story behind it bit by bit, which made people feel chilled when listening and thinking about it. No one thought that Akihara Kagura would be the blood of the Uchiha clan. When anyone in the ninja world mentioned Akihara Kagura, the wood-style ninja who was as powerful as the first generation of Hokage, was the label of Akihara Kagura. But all this was overturned. It's really Uchiha. Nara Shikamaru of the 10th team verified his truth, but he was not happy at all, but instead felt a little fear. Compared with Akihara Kagura's eyes, what is more terrifying is the story behind Akihara Kagura's eyes. An Uchiha got the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In order to ensure that these eyes were passed down, his blood descendants replaced and nurtured them from generation to generation. Until this moment, the eyes can still be used. Of course, the most terrifying thing is Akihara Kagura's hiding. No one thought that Akihara Kagura would be an Uchiha. If Akihara Kagura had not revealed herself, who would have suspected that Akihara Kagura was also from the Uchiha clan? Who would have thought that Akihara Kagura would be from the Uchiha clan? There was even some astonishment in Hatake Kakashi's eyes, because he had known Akihara Kagura for more than 10 years, and he had never seen this guy use the Sharingan once. The Anbu ninjas of Konoha were also a little stunned. When the Bark incident of the Senju clan broke out in Konoha village, the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama and Orochimaru judged that Akihara Kagura was a ninja of the Senju clan based on the Bark of the Senju clan, and had been hiding his identity as a member of the Senju clan. But now everything has been reversed. A story about the Uchiha, a long and terrifying story, uncovered a secret before the Warring States period, and also revealed the secret of Akihara Kagura's life experience. So you are also an Uchiha. Uchiha Madara looked into Akihara Kagura's eyes and suppressed the shock in his heart, because he also thought that Akihara Kagura was a collateral ninja of the Senju clan. Now the truth is revealed. This kid turned out to be a collateral ninja of the Uchiha clan. He even has the Uchiha clan's top Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Although the pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan came from Akihara Kagura's ancestors, they have been preserved through the nurturing of their blood relatives for generations. Uchiha Madara stared at Akihara Kagura's weird pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and couldn't help but praise, "Are those eyes the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that has been passed down from generation to generation in your branch? It's not easy to be passed down from that era to this era, it's indeed not easy." Akihara Kagura chuckled and stroked her eye sockets with her hand, as if she regarded those eyes as a treasure. "Before the secrets of the Senju and Uchiha are solved, I dare not use these eyes, for fear of causing any damage to it. Not only me. Anyone who possesses these eyes dare not use it rashly. Even these eyes can only be inherited and nurtured by young people. Once they are aged and damaged, they will be completely useless. Only when the secrets of the Uchiha and Senju clans are revealed, and when the most dangerous moments come, can the power contained in them be used. And I am the last one. These eyes have been observing the ups and downs of the ninja world. They have seen the fighting between the Senju and Uchiha, the reconciliation between the Senju and Uchiha, and the end of the Warring States period. These eyes see through everything. I can even feel the expectations of the ancestors for future generations." Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Madara, and a hint of madness gradually seeped out of his eyes, obviously possessing terrifying and intoxicating power, but suppressing such a powerful power and not using it. Even I don't know how much repression and pain were hidden in these eyes when I got them. Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly. Because this kind of thing is something he could never do. Any Uchiha who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan will never give up using the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan to fulfill his ideals, let alone an Uchiha who possesses the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. How could he be willing to give up using this power? No, not just one, but a group of Uchiha. At least several Uchiha have mastered the power of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in Akihara Kagura's eyes, but they were able to suppress it and never used it. Uchiha Madara had to admire their forbearance. This hidden Uchiha branch was really scary. Compared to Uchiha Madara's feelings, Black Zetsu is the one who truly felt how scary this hidden Uchiha was, and it actually escaped its observation. No, this is normal because Black Zetsu only cares about the chakra reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. As long as these two chakra reincarnations die, Black Zetsu will hide again and wait for the new reincarnation. Black Zetsu has never cared much about ordinary Uchiha, and he never thought that there would be an ordinary Uchiha who would use this method to open the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and even pass down those eyes to this day. Of course. The most terrifying one is Akihara Kagura. Because that branch of Uchiha has been continuously passed down until the time of Akihara Kagura. This young guy is like a child traveling far away with a bag on his back, carrying the trust of his ancestors to reach today's height. Black Zetsu vaguely understood why Akihara Kagura claimed that he had a good pair of eyes. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan passed down from generation to generation was indeed something he could never give up. But this is a good thing. He lost a chess piece of Uchiha Madara, but the chess piece of Akihara Kagura took the initiative to jump onto the chessboard. Can we go? Black Zetsu secretly felt a little happy, and planned to find a quiet place to have a good chat with Akihara Kagura, and use all the information he knew to deceive Akihara Kagura. Let's go. Akihara Kagura chuckled, with a hint of smile on the corner of her mouth. Although my identity has also been leaked in the historical records of the Hyuga clan, I also got the information I wanted to know from the historical records of the Hyuga clan, the past when the Six-Path Sage destroyed the world. Uchiha Madara frowned. He knew Akihara Kagura's plan very well, but shook his head and disagreed. But even if the Six-Path Sage recreated the world, this world would still evolve into what it is today after 1,000 years. We always need to try. Akihara Kagura shook her head and wanted to turn around and leave. Since the Six-Path Sage once destroyed the ninja world and recreated a new world as recorded in the historical records, it proves that my plan is at least feasible. When she said this, Akihara Kagura swept her eyes over the people present one by one, and waved to them. Well, everyone, I'll take my leave first. Akihara Kagura grinned and showed a creepy smile. I hope that the next time we meet again, it will be the end of the world. Hey, Kagura. Uzumaki Naruto flew up and wanted to rush over. However, Akihara Kagura just raised his palm, and a thick vine came out from the ground and grabbed his body, trapping him in place. Clang. Uchiha Sasuke waved his ninja sword, and with one sword carrying thunder, he cut off the vines that bound Uzumaki Naruto and directly rescued his former teammate. Sasuke. Akihara Kagura seemed to look at Uchiha Sasuke in surprise. You are ninja from the root. You should be mine. Akihara Kagura seemed to not care whether her plan to destroy the world would be opposed by her subordinates, and seemed a little curious. Sasuke, do you want to betray my will and stand on the side of Konoha now? No, I'm not interested in your plan to destroy the ninja world. Uchiha Sasuke frowned. He asked a question that concerned him most. I just want to find out one thing. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara told me that there was another hidden story on the night Itachi destroyed the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi is dead. A cold look appeared on Akihara Kagura's face. But I still want to find out the truth. Uchiha Sasuke's face was gloomy. He said in a deep voice, every living person present wants to know the truth. They have the same right as me to know the truth about the destruction of a clan. Lord Kagura, you must know the truth, right? A group of root ninjas were silent. As the surviving Uchiha, they did want to know some truth. Ever since Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara told these things, they and Uchiha Sasuke have been silent and concerned, but they just didn't know how to ask. Now Uchiha Sasuke has lifted the veil. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, if Itachi wanted to exterminate the clan for the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he deserves to die. If Itachi wanted to make a deal with the Konoha high-level officials, when the Uchiha were forced by the Konoha high-level officials to launch a coup, Itachi killed the entire clan in exchange for my survival. Then shouldn't he die? Akihara Kagura asked back with a smile. Uchiha Sasuke found himself unable to answer this question. Even the Konoha ninjas present didn't know how to answer this question. But they already knew the answer to another question. Uchiha Itachi made a deal with the Konoha high-level officials in order for Uchiha Sasuke to survive. He killed the entire clan in exchange for his brother's survival. You already know the answer, right? Akihara Kagura slowly narrowed her eyes. So you let me enter the root to teach me ninjutsu and train me to become stronger, and you have always wanted to use me to kill Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and continued in a deep voice, because you and him once had a deep hatred, because he once wanted to assassinate Senior Kabuto Yakashi and Inono, you want me, your brother, to kill him with my own hands. Everyone present was silent. Because this kind of thing is definitely something Akihara Kagura would do. Even Hatake Kakashi tried his best to prevent Uchiha Sasuke from joining the root, for fear that his disciple would become a pawn of Akihara Kagura to play with Uchiha Itachi. From today on, you are expelled. The smile on Akihara Kagura's face disappeared in an instant. Uchiha Sasuke's heart suddenly tightened. Why don't you come over? Akihara Kagura's eyes became cold and ruthless, and his gaze fell from Uchiha Sasuke to other root ninjas. Do you want to stay in Konoha with Sasuke? Uchiha Madara smiled lightly. At this moment, Uchiha Madara thought of the past. Because in the past, Uchiha Madara also thought about taking his clansmen away from Konoha, but those clansmen betrayed him and chose to stay in Konoha and live a stable life. Uchiha Madara knew that these root ninjas were the surviving Uchiha. He knew the personality of the Uchiha clan very well. These root ninjas would most likely betray Akihara Kagura. But this group of root ninjas directly appeared behind Akihara Kagura. There was no need for Akihara Kagura to persuade them too much. This group of homeless people fell directly behind Akihara Kagura. They were like real root ninjas, following the teachings of Uchiha Shiso on the day he rescued them. It was enough to obey Akihara Kagura's orders. What's more, if what Uchiha Obito said was true, the Konoha high-level officials made a deal with Uchiha Itachi, letting Uchiha Itachi kill them in exchange for Uchiha Sasuke's survival. This group of root ninjas didn't know where to go, but at least they were not following Uchiha Sasuke back to Konoha. This scene fell into Uchiha Madara's eyes. Uchiha Madara's pupils were shocked. Is there something wrong with these guys? Why did these people choose to follow Akihara Kagura to defect? Everyone Uchiha Sasuke hurriedly wanted to persuade them, but he stopped in an instant. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke felt absurd in his heart. What could he do to stop them? Uchiha Itachi killed the relatives and clansmen of these people in order to save his younger brother. How could they follow him again? These former clansmen left him again. The clansmen who once made him find hope in life, this time completely abandoned him. All this made Uchiha Sasuke feel dizzy. Because of his brother Uchiha Itachi, he lost all his clansmen. Because of his brother Uchiha Itachi, he once again lost all his clansmen. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed him along with him. A huge pain arose in Uchiha Sasuke's brain. He held his forehead with his palm, 2 lines of blood flowed from his eye sockets, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan formed an eye of a strange shape in an instant. Mangekyo Sharingan Hatake Kakashi saw the blood flowing from his disciple's eyes. Sasuke, your eyes. Hiruno Sakura looked at Uchiha Sasuke with some concern. Have you finally opened your eyes? Uchiha Madara smiled lightly. He was very happy that Uchiha Sasuke opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, which meant that Uchiha Sasuke could transplant Uchiha Itachi's eyes and open the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara didn't care about the root ninjas following Akihara Kagura, and even comforted Uchiha Sasuke. Kid, don't care too much. I once hoped that the Uchiha clan would follow me to leave Konoha, but they chose to leave me you now, but you are also walking on the path I have experienced. Uchiha Madara's voice was a little cold and ruthless, but it seemed to be full of philosophy. When you truly possess powerful power, your mind will not be limited to one clan and one village, and now everything is just a breeze. Black Zetsu looked at Uchiha Madara and couldn't help laughing, and said sarcastically, Madara, don't you really need to reflect on yourself? Why didn't your people choose to follow you to leave Konoha, but instead chose to follow Kagura to leave? Uchiha Madara's expression turned grim, and his figure instantly rushed towards Black Zetsu, with murderous intent sweeping over him mercilessly. Black Zetsu, you talk too much? First update today. Let's start the fight. Chapter 310 Uchiha Madara, I once gambled everything to get the Rinnegan today. Uchiha Madara rushed towards Black Zetsu. This time, Akihara Kagura stood in front of Uchiha Madara and blocked his attack. His attitude to protect Black Zetsu seemed very firm. Kid, get out of the way. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows and said coldly, as an appreciation for one of your tribes, I can forgive you for using the bark of the Senju clan to plot against me, and I can even not care whether you have the idea of destroying the world. But hand over Black Zetsu first. The chakra on Uchiha Madara's body was majestic, and his scarlet eyes stared at Black Zetsu beside Akihara Kagura, and said sternly, now I want to kill Black Zetsu first. That won't do. Akihara Kagura's eyes were also scarlet. Uchiha Madara and Akihara Kagura, the 2 eternal Mangekyo Sharingan users, finally clashed, and both of them stared at each other's movements. However, Uchiha Madara himself is not only the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Little brat. Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered and slowly turned into the appearance of the Samsara Eye. Don't think that you can compete with the Samsara Eye just because you have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Although you definitely know the secret of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan being promoted to the Samsara Eye, and you have even successfully transplanted Hashirame's cells and obtained Hashirame's chakra. But it takes a very long time for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to be promoted to the Samsara Eye, and the little brat is still a naive little brat after all. Uchiha Madara knew it very well. Akihara Kagura must know how to open the Samsara Eye. However, after Uchiha Madara transplanted Hashirame's cells, he finally opened the Samsara Eye at an old age. He was even so old that he couldn't even walk independently, and could only use his old weapons as crutches. Awakening the Samsara Eye is an extremely long and lonely process. Akihara Kagura is still young, and it's too early for her to open the Samsara Eye. Uchiha Madara kicked Akihara Kagura's arm, and took advantage of the momentum to retreat and fall to the ground. His Samsara Eye glared directly at Akihara Kagura. Rinnegan, Byanayu. Uchiha Madara retracted his Rinnegan and regained his strength. His Rinnegan, Byanayu, was greatly strengthened after retracting his eyes. Rinnegan, Byanayu can only release one invisible clone. After collecting 2 eyes, the pupil power was strengthened, and Rinnegan could release 4 clones. The next moment, the 4 Rinnegan clones rushed towards Akihara Kagura. However, in the real world, there was no trace of these clones. They seemed to be in another world, but they could still attack people in the real world. In theory, the promotion of the Rinnegan is indeed a long process. Akihara Kagura nodded nonchalantly, but his expression became extremely steady, and he whispered, "But there is a big difference between us." The next moment, Akihara Kagura's eyes suddenly changed, and a pair of Samsara eyes appeared in his eyes, and there were even 6 black Magatama on them. That's the Samsara Eye. Uchiha Madara's face changed, and he was shocked for a moment in disbelief, and even his Rinnegan clone stopped in an instant. How is this possible? How could this kid open the Samsara Eye? Not only Uchiha Madara, but even the Black Zetsu next to him was a little shocked. Everyone present looked at Akihara Kagura's Samsara Eye in disbelief. Originally, they were surprised enough to learn that Akihara Kagura had the Sharingan. But Akihara Kagura actually had the Samsara Eye. How many secrets did this man hide? The moment Akihara Kagura opened his Samsara Eye, he saw clearly where Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan clone was, and his face was still very serious and quiet. This is as it should be. Akihara Kagura's Rinnegan stared at Uchiha Madara, and said softly, "The opening of the Rinnegan requires the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the chakra of the first generation's cells. Mr. Madara, you just transplanted a part of the cells of the first generation of Hokage to get his chakra. And I used his cells to open the Sage Body." Sage Body. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. Black Zetsu had expected this, because it also believed that Akihara Kagura had opened the Sage Body. Black Zetsu once thought that Akihara Kagura's Sage Body was the so-called adaptation to the Sage Mode. However, after seeing the true Thousand Hands, Black Zetsu also determined that Akihara Kagura had the Sage Body. But he didn't expect that the Sage Body could actually promote the evolution of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. No, it is indeed the case. The chakra of the Sage's Body will indeed push the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to evolve into higher-level Rinnegan. If it can obtain the chakra of the Resurrected Ten Tails or the chakra of the Akatsuki, it can even instantly evolve the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan into the Rinnegan. This is a reward for the brave. The mortality rate of the first Hokage's cell human transplantation experiment was infinitely close to 100%. I was prepared to die before the transplant. On the one hand, it's because I need wood released to unlock the secrets of the Senju clan. On the other hand, I don't know when the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan will run into an accident. I can't predict when its power may come to an end. Akihara Kagura's expression gradually became heavy, as if he remembered the hardship he had endured when he was carrying the burden. What I carry is the expectations of generations. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan has never been the end, but the starting point of what I need to explore. The ancestors once guessed the first Hokage is the inheritor of the chakra of the Senju clan, that is, the reincarnation of Ashura chakra. The ancestor of the Senju clan is mentioned by Mr. Black Zetsu, so I chose to bet everything. After I made all the judgments, I was adopted by the people of Konoha orphanage when I was young, risking my identity being exposed, hoping to find an opportunity to obtain the cells of the first generation. Akihara Kagura spread out her palms and whispered her judgment. Because of the information I know, Konoha will most likely not give up the power of the god of ninja. There have been reports of missing children in the villages around Konoha. They must be conducting unknown human experiments, but the number of children in the villages around Konoha is limited. Even if there are newborns constantly, it is impossible to be enough for human experiments. Konoha will most likely extend its tentacles into the Konoha orphanage. Hatake Kakashi's heart twitched violently. Was it because Akihara Kagura's entry into the Konoha orphanage was also a conspiracy he prepared in advance? Hatake Kakashi took a deep breath, and finally couldn't hold back, and asked softly, "What do you think of Kabuto Yakashi and Nono Yakashi?" Them Akihara Kagura frowned with some disdain, and showed a touch of disdain on his face. "They are just tools I need to use. After all, I also need to treat them with affection to gain the trust of the third Hokage." Senior Kakashi and Anbu Ninja quickly told Hatake Kakashi. Kabuto Yakushi wanted to report to Tsunade about Akihara Kagura's defection, and even handed Tsunade a piece of evidence, but this became a part of Akihara Kagura's conspiracy, the bark incident of the Senju clan. Let all the Anbu ninjas who knew about it know the pitiful nature of Kabuto Yakushi. Everything he did was useless, and everything he did was a conspiracy of Akihara Kagura. This is also the most terrifying point. Because Kabuto Yakushi wanted to protect the Konoha orphanage and the Nono Yakushi, he mistakenly thought that the bark of the Senju clan was the secret to stop Akihara Kagura's conspiracy, and gave the bark to Tsunade, but it turned out to be a link in Akihara Kagura's conspiracy. It's a pity the Konoha orphanage did not realize my plan. Akihara Kagura shook her head inside. Lord Orochimaru, who was secretly conducting the first-generation cell transplantation experiment, defected and was driven out of Konoha by the third Hokage. In order to be able to transplant the first-generation cells, I had to take the risk of leaving Konoha and took the initiative to become Lord Orochimaru's experimental subject. It was at that time I got a chance to transplant the first-generation cells. Everyone present didn't think that Akihara Kagura, who was still a child at that time, would be pitiful. They just felt a huge panic in their hearts. Just a child, he would take such a big risk for a goal. A little kid entered the Konoha orphanage, wanting to become an experimental subject. After learning that Orochimaru had defected from the illegal experiment, he ventured out of Konoha to find Orochimaru. At that time, the cigarette in Asuma Sarutobi's mouth had even burned out, and he thought of one thing: Akihara Kagura is still of school age, right? Other Konoha ninjas were still of school age, but this guy named Akihara Kagura was already thinking about sacrificing his life, risking his life to fulfill the sustenance left by their ancestors. He even had such a meticulous and terrifying thinking. To be honest, a conspirator like Akihara Kagura sat in the position of assistant to the Hokage, mastered the power of Konoha, and was even only one step away from the position of Hokage. Konoha's loss was not unfair at all. Just the means that Akihara Kagura arranged for himself, who could keep up with his brain. Even Narashikamaru's eyes were a little shocked. Obviously, Narashikamaru couldn't believe that someone could do this. This guy may have had the help of that Uchiha branch, but how much effort and hard work did he put in to finally get to where he is today? I gambled my life and the hopes of several generations. Akihara Kagura closed his eyes, and a look of relief for surviving a calamity finally appeared on his face. After I transplanted the first generation of cells, I received the reward for the brave. When Akihara Kagura said this, a look of satisfaction after success appeared on his face. The immortal body is amazing for the nourishment of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Just before I wanted to snatch the Rinnegan from senior brother Nagato, I finally succeeded in opening the Rinnegan. In other words, it was at that time. A smile finally appeared at the corner of Akihara Kagura's mouth, a smile that made people see that he was in control of his wisdom. When I confirmed one thing, that there should be no one in this ninja world who could be my opponent, I finally decided to start my own plan. Everyone's heart beat violently like a war drum. Our former assistant Hokage Narashikamaru showed a bitter smile on his face, and he even felt a little powerless in his own brain. It's really an unexpected plan. This guy must be the biggest disaster in the ninja world. He must be the most terrifying enemy in the history of Konoha and even the ninja world. Whether it is his strategy or his strength, it is beyond imagination. To be honest, Narashikamaru has some hope of victory because Narashikamaru has seen the power of the true Thousand Hands with his own eyes, and now he has also seen the conspiracy and calculations of Akihara Kagura. How can such an enemy be solved? But no one present wants to admit defeat. A smug laugh appeared on the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth. He seemed to have met his worthy opponent. He laughed quite wantonly. Ha 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 ha, little brat. A hint of fighting spirit appeared in Uchiha Madara's eyes. The smile on his face was even a little crazy. Except for Hashirama, I haven't met a strong opponent for a long time. Just at this time, when I was resurrected at my peak, when I thought Hashirama's challenge value was decreasing, you little brat appeared. Uchiha Madara raised his palm and gradually clenched it into a fist. This warlike man was not afraid of Akihara Kagura at all. You have a higher challenge value than Hashirama. You are a more suitable opponent than the current Hashirama. Substantial chakra suddenly rose from Uchiha Madara's body. He quickly pounced on Akihara Kagura, with a flash of madness in his eyes. Then use your life. Uchiha Madara rushed towards Akihara Kagura. When he passed by a Konoha Enbu, He snatched his ninja sword and swung it towards Akihara Kagura. Let me dance to my heart's content and try out my strength at my peak. I hope your dancing will not disappoint people, just like your reputation in the ninja world. Akihara Kagura calmly stretched out his hand and took the ninja sword handed to him by a root ninja, as if the victory of this battle was destined to be in his pocket. Second update. Recommended book. 9 groups of mountain and sea masterpieces. An aviation disaster brought a genius in the physics and materials fields back to 20 years ago. Starting from mathematics, ending with physics, with materials as the backbone and energy as the blood, a great country set sail here. Academician reborn, the beginning of science and technology, the stars are forever, and China will prosper forever. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 The Complete White Susanoo. Wind. Suddenly it started. Uchiha Madara rushed straight at him, wielding a ninja sword. The man in red armor was as fast as a hurricane, and was about to destroy the oncoming Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura swung his sword to meet him. The next moment, the two ninja swords collided with each other. The flash of swords and shadows were so fast that people could not see their figures clearly. The lives of ninjas in the Warring States period were only training and war, how to swing swords to kill people faster and how to find the enemy's flaws more accurately to give them a fatal blow. All of this was like a memory engraved in their bones, and Uchiha Madara, who ruled the Uchiha clan in that era, was the best among them. Akihara Kagura was not completely powerless to fight back. Because after Akihara Kagura obtained wood release, the only thing he never stopped training for more than 10 years was physical skills. In addition, Akihara Kagura used the swordsmanship of Orochimaru style obtained by the mission, and the powerful combat experience that he constantly dug out from the first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama. As it should be. This also made Uchiha Madara's eyes gradually become a little excited. Ding ding dang dang, the sound of metal clashing continued. The ninja sword in Uchiha Madara's hand was like a swimming dragon, sometimes agile and sometimes heavy. He kept moving forward and swinging the sword down, trying to force Akihara Kagura back step by step. However, Akihara Kagura always blocked his attack. The eyes of Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Madara have turned into Sharingan again. In this evenly matched physical battle, they are both better at using Sharingan to reduce their negligence when capturing the opponent's movements. Only in this way can you find the opponent's flaws. Only in this way can you reduce your own flaws. As long as the opponent catches a flaw, he may be slashed by the opponent, and the victory or defeat will be decided in an instant. Uchiha Madara felt a long-lost sense of familiarity. He looked at Akihara Kagura's performance in the battle, just like seeing his Senju Hashirama with Sharingan. Uchiha Madara swung the ninja sword in his hand and chopped it towards Akihara Kagura's neck. The battle had already aroused a blood in his heart. Akihara Kagura raised the ninja sword to block it. Snap! The ninja swords of the two people broke at the same time. The equipment of the Anbu and the Root were all the same standard equipment, and they could not bear the power at the same time. Uchiha Madara's palm directly loosened the broken ninja sword, and stretched out his hand to grab Akihara Kagura's neck. His fighting spirit was even more surging. Bang! Akihara Kagura swung his arm away, turned around and kicked Uchiha Madara's chest heavily, and the bodies of the two flew backwards at the same time. The strange power was simply irresistible. Uchiha Madara spit out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth. However, Uchiha Madara's face looked more and more excited, and even the madness in his eyes became more and more terrifying, and his voice became a little excited. That's what you do, kid. That's what we call a fight. Not some playful game. It's a fight like this. In our time, anyone could lose their life if they weren't careful. Every fight was a fight for their lives. Uchiha Madara's fingers suddenly stood up, and he quickly formed two hand seals. He opened his mouth and spit out more a ball of fire that covered the sky and earth. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. Akihara Kagura opened his mouth and spit out more a ball of fire at the same time. The power of this ball of fire was so strong, and the momentum of the flames was so high, that it was even higher than Uchiha Madara's fire style. The two balls of fire instantly intertwined and collided with each other. Retreat to the side. The Konoha ninjas fled one after another. The range and power of Uchiha Madara and Akihara Kagura's fire style were too great. They couldn't participate in just a fire style ninjutsu, and they might even die if they were slightly touched. It's too scary. Inuzuka Kiba and his ninja dog watched this scene tremblingly. This level of fire style Hatake Kakashi's eyes froze. Sasuke, are you okay? Uzumaki Naruto didn't care about the battlefield. He just looked at the distraught Uchiha Sasuke with some worry. Sasuke, are you okay? Okay. Uchiha Sasuke stroked his eye sockets. The pain of having to leave his clan was still spreading in Uchiha Sasuke's brain, but the Mangekyou Sharingan in his eye sockets made him feel unprecedented power. Speaking of which, Anbu Ninja glanced at the root ninjas standing in the distance and whispered, "Are we going to attack those root ninjas? They are accomplices of Akihara Kagura. Lady Tsunade's order is to kill those defectors without mercy." Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly tightened. Although he is no longer a root ninja, those surviving Uchiha of the root are all his clansmen, and they are all victims of his brother Uchiha Itachi's knife. What should I do? Should he kill those former clansmen like his brother Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Sasuke suddenly felt sad. He didn't want to do such a thing. Then should he defect like those clansmen? What kind of identity should he join them now? Because he questioned the leader of the root, Akihara Kagura, he was expelled from the root, and the relatives and clansmen of those clansmen died because of him. Should he return to Konoha? If he continues to stay in Konoha, he will have to fight with his defected clansmen, and even the relationship between the Uchiha and the Konoha high-level officials is delicate. If according to what Uchiha Obito said, the Uchiha clan wanted to launch a coup, and Uchiha Itachi killed other clansmen through a deal to protect himself, then could the descendants of himself, the coup plotter, really continue to stay in Konoha? It would be great if the root was still there. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly had this idea in his heart. The root is his home. It is also the only home he can still live in. Now he has lost a home again. Just when Uchiha Sasuke was daydreaming, he heard the words of his teacher Kakashi Hatake, "Those people in the root are not what we need to pay attention to." Kakashi Hatake looked at Iruno Sakura helping to treat Uchiha Obito, and said, "Kagura is the root of all this. Even if those people are solved, we can't solve Kagura's ideas, which is the biggest trouble for us." But Asuma Sarutobi looked at the heat wave that was far away but still hid him, and murmured, "This level of ninjutsu, this level of battle, it doesn't look like they can participate in it at all." Asuma Sarutobi was born in the Sarutobi clan, and he is a ninja who is extremely proficient in fire escape ninjutsu. He feels that the fire escape of these two people is too strong. Uchiha Madara looked at his fire style being suppressed by Akihara Kagura's fire style, and his face did not flinch at all, and even laughed more arrogantly. "Kid, I always thought I was the strongest fire style ninja, but now I see a ninja suppressing me. You are worthy of the Uchiha bloodline. You kid are just like another Senju Hashirama who is good at fire style. Among fire style ninjas I am willing to call you the strongest." Uchiha Madara looked at the back rolling fire wave. His face was not afraid, and he did not hesitate to express his appreciation for this little guy who came from a side branch. The next moment, Uchiha Madara's eyes seemed to be getting crazier and crazier, but his brain analyzed the situation of the battle more and more clearly, and half of his body Susanoo suddenly rose from his body. The second form of Susanoo raised the blue ninja sword in his hand and chopped it directly on the back rolling fire wave, and the air wave instantly split the flame into two. The next second, a pair of arms grew out of Susanoo's back again, and a ninja sword with a blue glow appeared in its arms. Its arm swung the ninja sword and slashed at Akihara Kagura. A vine grabbed Susanoo's arm directly. Akihara Kagura's chakra surged up, and she swung her fist and punched the ninja sword in Susanoo's hand, and a crack appeared clearly on it. Snap! Susanoo's ninja sword was broken with a punch. It's enough to rival Hashirama's strange power. Uchiha Madara actually showed a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't show any mercy in his hands. The remaining arms of Susanoo were raised at the same time. One by one, Yasuka Magatama appeared in Susanoo's arms. These Magatama were thrown to Akihara Kagura on the ground at the same time, chasing Akihara Kagura's trail and throwing them one after another. This is the long-range ability of Susanoo in the second form. Each Magatama has great destructive power. Other Uchiha may only be able to control one Magatama in this form, but Uchiha Madara can still control several Magatama to attack with ease. In the Warring States period, he had almost developed every form of Susanoo to the extreme. Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. Akihara Kagura raised his palm and slammed it heavily on the ground. A wall as tall as a mountain rose from the ground. Compared with the Earth Escape ninjutsu released by Hatake Kakashi and Sarutobi Hirozen, Akihara Kagura's Earth Escape is like a high mountain cliff that cannot be shaken by people. Boom. Boom. Huge explosions came one after another. However, the Yasuka Magatama could not penetrate the defense of the Earth Flow wall after all. The next moment, Uchiha Madara directly controlled Susanoo to rise again, and the height of Susanoo directly surpassed the cliff created by Akihara Kagura. Warm-up ends here. The Susanoo on Uchiha Madara's body is getting higher and higher. The tall blue Susanoo opened its scarlet eyes and entered its complete form. The armor transformed by chakra was instantly draped over its body. Two huge samurai swords split on its sides, and a pair of huge blue wings grew out from its back. This is Susanoo, the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. People can't help but feel fear when they see it appear. Even though many people present have seen Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, they can't help but feel a little worried when they see it again. But no one would think that Akihara Kagura would lose to Uchiha Madara. Because everyone knows that Akihara Kagura has a technique to fight against Susanoo. Little devil Uchiha Madara stood in the crystal on the fort of the blue Susanoo, with a smile on his lips, and slowly controlled Susanoo to hold a huge samurai sword. With one knife, the earthen wall like a mountain was directly cut open. Even this slash swept far away, directly splitting the forest in two, and a hill not far away was also split by the fierce slash. This is the horror of the complete Susanoo. Akihara Kagura stood there without any ripples, as if she didn't care how powerful the slash was, just calmly looking up at the tall complete Susanoo. I thought you would want to play for a while longer. Akihara Kagura spread out her palms, slowly shook her head and sighed. Are we going to enter a Susanoo level battle so soon? For us, these battles are irrelevant. Uchiha Madara stood in the crystal above Susanoo's head and laughed contemptuously. A little bit of trivial competition is just some childish tricks after all. It is enough to warm up and move the body a little bit. The other ninjas present all broke out in cold sweats. Whether it was a physical battle or a ninjutsu duel between Uchiha Madara and Akihara Kagura, it seemed that they would be killed by their opponents if they were careless, and there might not last more than a few seconds even if they participated in it. But for them, a battle of that level is just a physical exercise. Hatake Kakashi's eyes were somewhat uneasy, and a trace of panic arose in his heart, and he felt that he was powerless. Now let's start a real battle. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, his arms hugged his shoulders, and he looked down at the tiny Akihara Kagura on the ground. If I'm not mistaken, you who can make Hashirama feel inferior must have learned a technique that can compete with Susanoo. I won't let you down. Akihara Kagura slowly closed his eyes. When Akihara Kagura opened his eyes again, a layer of white suddenly appeared around his body, and the skeleton of Susanoo quickly spread around his body. With the blessing of the Rinnegan and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Akihara Kagura's Susanoo is constantly upgrading, and he can easily enter the perfect Susanoo. A white Susanoo over 100 meters long rises from the ground. The body of this Susanoo is as bright as moonlight, and the chakra turns into a silver moon pouring down to the ground, instantly allowing its body to grow directly to the perfect form. The surging chakra turns into silver white armor, which is slowly draped over the white Susanoo. Like all perfect Susanoo, the chakra also grows a pair of white wings on its back. Also, like all the weapons of the perfect Susanoo, a gorgeous samurai sword glowing with white light appears in the hands of the white Susanoo. One more thing, it's so difficult to deal with. Chapter 312 Madara, then I'll let you enjoy yourself a little more. All the ninjas present retreated frantically at the first moment. The battle between the 200-meter tall Susanoo was about to begin, and it was definitely not something that ordinary ninjas like them could get close to. Even if they were just slightly touched by the aftermath, they could be seriously injured or even killed. Even judging from the slash of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, the power that these two Susanoo accidentally leaked out was enough to destroy all of them. You go and report the situation here to Lady Tsunade. Hatake Kakashi glanced at the group of Anbu ninjas and said in a deep voice, Guy and I will monitor their battle here. Okay. Several Anbu ninjas nodded quickly. We'll stay too. Sarutobi Asuma and Yamato wanted to stay. Senior Kakashi, let me stay too. Hyuga Niji made his request and said in a deep voice, at least my Byakugan can stay to help you and Teacher Kai see the situation on the battlefield. I can too. Hyuga Hinata also quickly expressed her attitude. I'd better stay here. Uchiha Sasuke had no intention of leaving. He wanted to talk to Akihara Kagura again after the battle. Stop. Hatake Kakashi saw a group of young ninjas who volunteered to fight. After thinking for a while, he ordered in a deep voice, "Ninji, Sasuke, Kai, stay with me, and the others will return to Konoha immediately. Asuma, Yamato, take these little guys back." The personnel selected by Hatake Kakashi, except for Hyuga Neji who is responsible for reconnaissance, Might Guy and Uchiha Sasuke were able to run away in time. He could ensure that he and Sasuke could take Might Guy and Hyuga Neji away. Of course. In addition to them, there is also Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara and Akihara Kagura's battle did not have time to worry about Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito finally got a breathing space, and his injuries had recovered. This guy still wanted to find an opportunity to kill Uchiha Madara. Hatake Kakashi couldn't get this former friend to return to Konoha with him, and the Konoha ninjas couldn't catch Uchiha Obito who possessed the Kamui Meijekyo Sharingan. Uzumaki Naruto's identity was the top priority. The purpose of this group of Anbu coming here was to bring back Uzumaki Naruto. A group of Konoha ninjas left, leaving only Hatake Kakashi and a few others to observe the upcoming battle between the two Susanus. In addition to these people, the group of root ninjas were also evacuating quickly. Because Karin had been secretly observing the battle here from a distance, the brothers Senju Tobirama and Senju Hoshirama were responsible for protecting her. She also noticed that the battle between Uchiha Madara and Akihara Kagura was about to break out, and hurried over to take away a group of root ninjas who didn't know whether to live or die. That's Karin. A group of young ninjas who were evacuating all saw their former classmates. A group of root ninjas saw Karin, and there was no fight between the two sides. It seemed that they were still a family, or many of them grew up together. Karin must have defected with Akihara Kagura. Nara Shikamaru knew Karin's choice very well, and whispered, "Akihara Kagura brought her to Konoha, gave her life, let her have a new life, and always kept her by his side. No matter what, she would never betray Akihara Kagura. Anyone in this world could betray Akihara Kagura, but Karin would never do that." People would not even be surprised that Karin followed Akihara Kagura to defect. Uzumaki Naruto's mood was extremely complicated. In fact, his life was changed because of Akihara Kagura. Now Uzumaki Naruto knows the darkness inside Konoha, and he has not thought about defecting from Konoha. He has not forgotten his ideal of becoming Hokage. "I want to bring Kagura back." Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth, looked at the 12 white Susanoo in the distance, and declared in a deep voice, "I'm going to bring Kagura back to the village. Let's go back first and get some more news." Nara Shikamaru shook his head and sighed. "You have to know one thing, Akihara Kagura and his family ancestors have been working hard for their goals, and you can't change it with just a few words. Besides, he was not a ninja from Konoha." Nara Shikamaru hopes that his good friend will recognize the reality and not have inexplicable fantasies. Joining Konoha is just a conspiracy for him to achieve his goal. "Then I will take him back too." Uzumaki Naruto's expression is still very firm. After that, Uzumaki Naruto thought of someone and whispered, "Big Sister Red Bean will be very sad to know that Karin and Kagura have defected, right? Let's go." An Anbu ninja hurriedly wanted to take them away. In fact, this Anbu ninja also knew some stories about the special ninja Mitarashi Red Bean. Mitarashi Red Bean's teacher Orochimaru also defected. However, fate is still a little different. At the beginning, when Orochimaru defected, he did not take Mitarashi Red Bean with him, and Mitarashi Red Bean did not defect, but when Akihara Kagura defected, he chose to take Karin with him to defect, or Karin followed him to defect. On the other side, a group of root ninjas followed Karin. Karin also learned a lot of good news from these root ninjas, such as Uchiha Sasuke was expelled by Akihara Kagura, and Uchiha Sasuke was expelled by Akihara Kagura. Some other news, such as the life experience of their leader Akihara Kagura. Karin was not interested in this. However, after hearing the news, the brothers Senju Tobirama and Senju Hoshirama, who followed Karin to protect him, Senju Tobirama's anger exploded. That brat turned out to be from the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama originally thought that Akihara Kagura was from the Senju clan, but then he learned that he was a collateral ninja of the Uchiha clan, and his face immediately became irritable. "I knew that the brat was insidious and treacherous, always arranging conspiracies in the dark, and he is not a ninja from our Senju clan at all." Senju Tobirama directly pushed all the problems onto the entire Uchiha clan, discriminating against all Uchiha indiscriminately. It turns out that he is an evil Uchiha by nature. A group of surviving Uchiha looked at each other. If they were not old acquaintances, They would have known what kind of personality Senju Tobirama, the second-generation Hokage, had, and they had to let him know how evil the Uchiha could be. It's going to fight. Senju Hashirama only focused on the battlefield in the distance. The eyes of the first-generation Hokage were extremely solemn and serious. In the current ninja world, only the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, can judge the two perfect Susanus that are about to fight, because only Hashirama Senju has the experience of fighting with perfect Susanus and how to defeat them. In the distance, the forest is as short as weeds under the feet of Susanoo. Two Susanus hundreds of meters high are facing each other here. Uchiha Madara's blue Susanoo is like a terrifying demon, while Akihara Kagura's white Susanoo is like a sacred war god. White Susanoo. Uchiha Madara chuckled, controlled his Susanoo, pulled out the huge samurai sword, and took the lead in attacking Akihara Kagura. The earth began to tremble in an instant. Every step of the complete Susanoo made the earth tremble continuously. The tall trees in the forest kept falling down. The blue Susanoo, like a demon, raised the samurai sword in his hand. The samurai sword was shining with blue light. He slashed at the white Susanoo, and with a powerful blow, he chopped down heavily at his opponent. The next moment, the bright white light bloomed. Akihara Kagura controlled her Susanoo and raised the extremely gorgeous weapon. The weapon, like moonlight, suddenly raised up, and the two huge weapons collided with each other. The two tall Susanoo started to fight instantly. A powerful impact burst out from the confrontation between the two weapons, and instantly swept everything around, like a hurricane passing through, making people's heart and gallbladder break. The two tall Susanoo separated in an instant, and then they waved the huge samurai swords again and collided with each other. The white light and blue light of the samurai swords complemented each other. So strong my guy's face flashed with amazement. Is this the power of Susanoo? Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly, and his palm gently touched a small bottle in his ninja tool bag, which contained Uchiha Itachi's Meijakayo Sharingan. According to known information, he has already opened the Meijakayo Sharingan, and can open the eternal Meijakayo Sharingan by transplanting Uchiha Itachi's eyes, and then transplant the cells of the first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama to open the samsara eye possessed by those two people. This is an extremely powerful force. In the past, Uchiha Sasuke was eager to get a powerful force for revenge, but now that he has a ladder to ascend to heaven, his life has fallen into a bit of confusion. Susanoo Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes. Even if he has the Meijakayo Sharingan, he still can't get this power, because only one eye can't open the eye technique of Susanoo. Lie down. Hatake Kakashi hurriedly reminded everyone to lower their heads. When they lowered their heads and lay on the ground, a strong blade wind flew over from the sky and split a small mountain. This was just a casual slash between the two Susanus. It's really not easy to determine the winner in a short time. Uchiha Madara's fingers suddenly stood up, and a pair of arms grew out of the wings of the blue Susanoo, and a huge samurai sword appeared on one of the arms. The samurai sword was pulled out directly. The two samurai swords with blue light were controlled by the blue Susanoo, and they slashed straight at the white Susanoo in front of them at the same time. In addition to the two samurai swords, two pairs of arms stretched out from the waist and abdomen of the blue Susanoo again. This is the power of Uchiha Madara. This man knows the application of Susanoo very well. The 6 arms on the blue Susanoo attacked one after another, and the 2 arms on the shoulders waved the blue samurai swords and slashed, forcing the white Susanoo to retreat continuously. One winged arm grabbed the gorgeous weapon of the white Susanoo, the other winged arm also grabbed the wrist of the white Susanoo, and the 2 arms on the waist and abdomen also suddenly grabbed the waist and abdomen of the white Susanoo. At this moment, the white Susanoo was unable to move. The blue Susanoo seemed to have directly established its victory at this moment. The next moment, Uchiha Madara controlled the blue Susanoo and raised 2 huge samurai swords, combined the 2 samurai swords into one, and slashed them heavily. The white Susanoo staggered and fell down. Sure enough, the most powerful man in the Uchiha clan, Akihara Kagura, raised his eyebrows, controlled the white Susanoo and struggled to maintain the body of the white Susanoo, and took the initiative to praise Uchiha Madara. Even if the Uchiha clan has been here for thousands of years, this title still belongs to you. This is not wrong. Because since the emergence of the Uchiha clan, there has never been a ninja as powerful as Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara has even surpassed his ancestor Indra. Uchiha Madara's strength lies not only in his strength, but also in the inner strength of this man. No matter how many times he fails, he can stand up fearlessly. Uchiha Madara laughed proudly and took the initiative to teach Akihara Kagura. Susanoo is the ultimate eye technique of the main Gekyo Sharingan. Only through long-term practice and use can the power of Susanoo be continuously developed, and more ways to develop Susanoo can be found. This is indeed his advantage. Because Akihara Kagura must have never used Susanoo much, and there is no opponent like Senju Hashirama who can match him equally, so naturally he will not concentrate on developing Susanoo, but his eye power is so powerful. I can only blame myself for being born in a peaceful era. Uchiha Madara looked at Akihara Kagura in the crystal on the forehead of the white Susanoo, and said proudly, "A sapling that only experiences gentle breezes and drizzles in its life will never become a real towering tree. Born in this mild era, war is like playing house. It is a blessing for the weak, but for the strong, it is a cage that corrodes the mind. What's more, you have other ties as well." Uchiha Madara spread out his palms and continued to educate this junior kid. "You like to use conspiracy to accomplish everything. Your methods are the most fierce I have ever seen in my life. Even the naturally insidious guy Tobirama Senju is far inferior to you. But the gap in strength cannot be made up by conspiracy. Your strength is indeed strong, perhaps only below the power of Hashirama and me, but it's a pity that you can't please me like the battle with Hashirama." "I see." Akihara Kagura nodded thoughtfully, as if a little ashamed. "It seems that if I only use Susanoo, it is inevitable that you will be disappointed." Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Then, Akihara Kagura suddenly raised his finger, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "Let you enjoy it a little bit." The next moment, the white Susanoo suddenly collapsed. The silvery moonlight was floating in the air like feathers. Sage mode on. Akihara Kagura closed his palms again, and natural energy rushed into his body frantically, allowing him to enter the state of sage mode instantly. Just when Uchiha Madara was a little surprised, he saw a wooden man rising from the ground, and in an instant he grew to a height that was almost the same as the blue Susanoo. Pieces of white armor quickly spread out and covered the wooden man's body. In an instant, they turned into pieces of white armor, tightly attached to the wooden man's body. Compared with the original white Susanoo, these white armor pieces are wider, as if they are flashing like flowing water. It seems that the texture of the armor transformed by these Susanoo seems to have become a little strange under the blessing of the fairy chakra. A wooden man wearing a thick layer of glowing white armor opened his eyes, as if he was a real life, opening a pair of eyes that glowed white. A wooden dragon wearing white armor and glowing white eyes also grew out from behind the mighty wooden man, and directly wrapped around the wooden man. The head of the armored wooden dragon stretched out from the wooden man's shoulders, staring at Uchiha Madara with a fierce look. Senjutsu, mighty wooden man, Susanoo. First update, I calculated that the Susanoo Buddha statue you are talking about is much bigger than Susanoo. Only the pupil power of the six-path sage can be evolved. Chapter 313 The final battle until someone falls, the wind rises and the clouds surge. Just in terms of height, Uchiha Madara's blue Susanoo and Akihara Kagura's Susanoo-clad wooden man are almost the same, but everyone can see how big the gap is between the two. Theoretically, the difference between the two is at least one ninja god, Hashirama Senju. When Hashirama Senju, the ninja god, can be used as a unit of measurement for the difference in combat power, it means that the power between the two is absolutely incomparable. Uchiha Madara's eyes also have a solemn look. He can sense how powerful the Susanoo-clad wooden man in front of him is, even enough to surpass any power he has ever seen. Even Uchiha Madara has to admit that the Susanoo-clad wooden man standing in front of him is far more powerful than the Ninetales he once controlled to form a powerful Ninetales. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, staring at the fully armed Susanoo wooden man in front of him, and his voice gradually lowered. "You can actually combine the power of Susanoo and the power of Hashirama with your own strength, and even integrate the power of fairy arts into it, Madara. You think it's my sorrow that I was born in this era?" Akihara Kagura stood on the forehead of the Susanoo wooden man and slowly spread out her palms. "But, I was born in this era, which is your luck. This is a fact and the truth." However, this was naturally regarded as a provocation by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, and his palms suddenly clenched into fists, and he once again controlled the blue Susanoo to rush up, and his voice became a little cold. "Little devil, do you think you can defeat me like this?" The tall blue Susanoo waved the two ninja swords in his hand, and the arms on his waist, abdomen and shoulders attacked at the same time, and rushed directly towards the more powerful opponent. However, the result this time is different. The Susanoo-clad wooden man raised his palm, and a huge white samurai sword appeared in his palm, rushing forward directly. The wooden dragon wearing the Susanoo armor on the shoulders of the Susanoo-clad wooden man roared, and rushed forward to entangle the opponent's body, breaking one arm. The war became fierce again. Uchiha Madara's pupils widened, and he tried his best to operate his Susanoo no Hu and chopped it out continuously, trying to cut the Susanoo-clad wooden man in front of him into pieces. Akihiro Kagura was as steady as a mountain. The tall and strong Susanoo-clad wooden man raised the huge white samurai sword in his hand and blocked it firmly in front of him. The next moment, the samurai sword in the hand of the wooden man chopped down directly. The huge force instantly set off a gust of wind, forcibly cutting off the two samurai swords in the hands of the blue Susanoo no Hu, and even leaving a long wound on the blue Susanoo no Hu's body, and the blue chakra flowed like blood. How is it possible? Uchiha Madara clenched his teeth, clearly feeling that his Susanoo was at a disadvantage, and could only keep repairing Susanoo's body. Something's wrong. Uchiha Madara stared at the white katana in the hand of the mighty wooden man, his eyes suddenly narrowed, as if he remembered something. That Susanoo katana is not Susanoo at all, it's a bit like another bloodline ability, but it can't go on like this. Uchiha Madara glanced at the mighty wooden dragon wrapped around Susanoo, and finally raised his fingers. His palm suddenly spread out. Little devil. You are not the only one who can use Hashirama's wood release. Wood release, flower tree world advent. Thick vines suddenly began to grow from the ground, directly entwining the body of the Susanoo mighty wooden man, and huge flowers bloomed on the vines. This is one of the strongest wood release techniques of Senju Hashirama, developed on the basis of the tree world advent, and can create large vines in an instant. In addition, the flowers on the vines will also spread pollen. Any enemy who inhales the pollen will be poisoned instantly. Too troublesome. Akihiro Kagura closed her palms. The Susanoo wooden man also closed his palms along with the caster, and a ball of light gradually condensed in his palms. The ball of light seemed extremely dazzling. The next moment, the ball of light suddenly scattered. With Akihiro Kagura's low shout, the ball of light formed a circular barrier, instantly covering all the surrounding vines in it. Senjutsu, dust release, limit stripping technique. All the vines disappeared without a trace the moment the light bloomed. Uchiha Madara immediately realized the horror of the ball of light, and hurriedly controlled his complete Susanoo to retreat, but the arm of Susanoo was still affected. The moment the blue Susanoo's arm came into contact with the white light, it disappeared without a trace. Dust release of Iwagakure. Uchiha Madara looked at Akihiro Kagura in disbelief. A flash of amazement flashed across his face. He can actually exert the power of dust release to this extent. This is a height that all that Tsuchikage of Iwagakure village could never reach. However, everything is not over yet. The white wooden man raised his palm towards his opponent. An elliptical beam of light suddenly hit the chest and abdomen of the blue Susanoo, and a circular hole was directly opened on its body. It looked particularly creepy and terrifying. The blue Susanoo knelt on one knee on the ground involuntarily. I have been looking forward to a hearty battle. Akihiro Kagura controlled the Susanoo-clad wooden man to step forward. His voice gradually became higher. A battle to defeat the strongest person in the ninja world, whether it is you or the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, to draw karma for the many years of layout of me and my predecessors, Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. Because this is not the destination I want to reach. Akihiro Kagura looked up at the sky, then lowered her head and looked down at Uchiha Madara again. For the arrival of the end of the ninja world, this battle is just the beginning. It seems that I have worked hard these years. Akihiro Kagura controlled the wooden man and raised her palm again, aiming at the head of the blue Susanoo. At least now it looks good at the beginning. Little devil. Uchiha Madara's chakra instantly rioted, and the Sharingan in his eye sockets directly changed into the appearance of the Samsara eye. A touch of madness suddenly appeared in his eyes. For me, this battle has just begun. The next moment, Uchiha Madara raised his finger. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly dissipated, and a meteorite fell from the sky. The sky is shaking. Uchiha Madara mercilessly launched his eye technique. Along with Uchiha Madara's actions, the blue Susanoo also closed his fingers. The edge of the battlefield. Hyuga Neji was sweating on his forehead. The faces of Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Sasuke and others were not looking good, but the fearless Might Guy and Uchiha Obito were relatively calm. In the sky, Hyuga Neji looked up at the sky. An extremely large meteorite was falling rapidly from the sky, and it was even constantly rubbing against the air. There was even a ball of fire at the tail of the meteorite. This kind of technique. Akihara Kagura looked up at the meteorite gradually falling from the sky. This technique that the first generation can stop, you also want to use it to attack me. It sounds like you really don't take Hashirama seriously. Uchiha Madara looked at Akihara Kagura, and laughed mockingly. Maybe I should find a way to revive Hashirama completely, so that you can see with your own eyes the power of that guy when he was alive. Akihara Kagura shook her head and stretched out her palm towards the sky. Along with Akihara Kagura's action, the Susanoo-clad wooden man also stretched out its palm, and a dazzling white light shot up into the sky, instantly piercing the meteorite. Boom! The entire meteorite exploded directly. When the meteorite exploded, the second meteorite behind it was also exposed. The second meteorite fell faster, and its volume was even twice as large. Boom! The dazzling white light of the dust release pierced through the second meteorite again. Countless pieces of stone fell from the air, like falling from the sky like meteors. However, this was just another filling of the technique. Uchiha Madara raised his palm, and a black ball like a black hole flew directly into the air. The huge gravity directly pulled Akihara Kagura's Susanoo-style wooden man into the sky. Chibaku Tensei. The Chibaku Tensei released by Uchiha Madara was extremely easy. Compared with the sealing technique released by Nagato, the gravity of the Chibaku Tensei released by Uchiha Madara was even stronger. The Susanoo-style wooden man controlled by Akihara Kagura was directly pulled into the air, and the originally broken meteorite fragments flew quickly in the direction of the black ball. Uchiha Madara didn't expect his 10K shock star to be able to succeed in one strike. The purpose of the two meteorites was just to make it easier to use Chibaku Tensei to seal. In an instant, Akihara Kagura and the Susanoo wooden man were sealed up. Uchiha Madara looked at the huge stone ball that appeared in the sky, and he was finally relieved temporarily. The blue complete Susanoo slowly collapsed. For a ninja with the Samsara Eye, the seal of the Chibaku Tensei is as easy as a finger. This sealing technique can easily seal some powerful creatures. But this seal may not be effective forever. Even Uchiha Madara didn't think that the seal of the Chibaku Tensei could completely seal Akihara Kagura. He just wanted to let the battle return to his own field of expertise. Next, Uchiha Madara activated his fingers, and his eyes became cold. It's a battle between Samsara Eye users. The edge of the battlefield. Karin couldn't help but want to rush up. However, Hoshirama Senju and Tobirama Senju stopped her at the same time. I want to save Lady Kagura. Karin desperately tried to break free from their restraints. It's useless even if you go. Tobirama Senju pressed Karin's shoulders and said in a deep voice, you don't have to worry about that guy. Although Uchiha Madara is a dark-minded bastard, he is far inferior to the evil kid Akihara Kagura in terms of meanness and insidiousness. That kid will never let himself fall into disadvantage in the battle. A group of root ninjas stared at each other with red eyes. Insulting to Uchiha with one sentence, he is really worthy of being the second-generation Hokage. That Hashirama Senju wanted to defend his friend. Shut up. Tobirama Senju stopped his elder brother with one sentence. Tobirama Senju knew Akihara Kagura very well. When he saw that Akihara Kagura had the Samsara Eye, he knew that Akihara Kagura must have been prepared for how to fight against the Samsara Eye ninja. On the other side, two creatures, one black and one white, also emerged from the ground. One of the creatures was White Zetsuori, and there seemed to be some worry on his face. Is it really not necessary to save the boy? We can't do anything. Black Zetsu slowly shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, the seal of the Chibaku Tensei is said to be unsolvable, but that little guy Akihara Kagura also has the Samsara Eye. Maybe he also has the means to unlock the Chibaku Tensei. When Black Zetsu said this, he looked at White Zetsuori. You have been following Akihara Kagura. Didn't you find anything wrong with this little guy? Have you ever seen Akihara Kagura modify the bark and wooden sticks? I can't remember. White Zetsuori frowned and thought, let me think about it. I seem to have seen this somewhere, and at some time it hasn't thought about this matter yet because Akihara Kagura hasn't discussed it with it. Just when a group of people were thinking about whether the Chibaku Tensei could be broken by Akihara Kagura, the situation on the battlefield had changed. The next moment, the stone ball in the sky suddenly cracked a gap. A beam of white light suddenly shot out from the stone ball. The brightness of this white light seemed to illuminate the sky. The next second, cracks on the surface of the stone ball immediately appeared densely. Countless white lights shot out from the cracks on the surface of the stone ball. The seal of the entire Chibaku Tensei began to collapse in an instant, and countless broken stones dissipated in the white light. So fast Uchiha Madara glanced at the dissipating stone ball in the sky, and also saw the man slowly falling from the sky. Has it already broken free from the seal of Chibaku Tensei? For a Samsara Eye user, this is natural, right? Akihara Kagura slowly fell from the sky. This scene looked particularly elegant, and it was completely impossible to tell that she had just been pulled and sealed. Of course, Akihara Kagura's Susanoo-style wooden man had dissipated. Because the next battle is the real battle, no matter how powerful the Susanoo-style wooden man is, if you don't pay attention, it will be nothing more than a toy of Chibaku Tensei. Wheel of the Graveyard. Uchiha Madara released his four shadows directly, looked up at Akihara Kagura who was falling in the air, and his fighting spirit rose again. His body suddenly arched into a fighting posture, and a bloody smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The next battle will be the final bloody battle. We will use all our means until one of us falls here. Is that so? I understand. Akihara Kagura was still floating in the air. He put his hands together and formed a seal to release a gust of wind escape, as if he wanted to blow away the tense atmosphere. It seems a bit stuffy, let's make the battlefield a little cooler. A gust of wind blew up. A dark cloud was blown by the wind escape and slowly floated over. The sun in the sky shone on the dark cloud, casting a shadow on the ground of the battlefield. The dark cloud blocked the sun, and the shadow on the ground enveloped Uchiha Madara and everything around him. After Akihara Kagura did all this, his body slowly fell to the ground. His eyes had long become the eyes of reincarnation, and he could see all the shadows of Uchiha Madara's graveyard. Obviously, these chakra clone shadows will be a powerful helper for Uchiha Madara in the battle. Even if the Samsara Eye can see through the traces of these chakra clone shadows, it cannot stop them from participating in the battle, and these chakra shadows can almost exert all the combat power of Uchiha Madara. Then Akihara Kagura glanced at the shadows on the ground, slowly closed her palms, and then looked up in the direction of Uchiha Madara. Before the battle, I have one last question. Do you really not choose to make plans to escape? Second update. Everyone go to bed early and write tomorrow. I was a little too tired to write 20,000 words yesterday. Chapter 314 Mr. Madara, now, you can start escape. Uchiha Madara had to admit that Akihara Kagura did have enough power to be proud of. This kid, who was born in a branch of the Uchiha bloodline, gambled on the forbearance of several or even dozens of generations, and finally made his power surpass everyone in the ninja world. Even he himself was at a disadvantage in this battle. I have to admit it. Uchiha Madara clenched his fist and praised. Hoshirama said one thing correctly, you little brat has indeed surpassed him. Even I have an illusion that I will fail, which is a feeling that never appears even when fighting with Hoshirama. Maybe that's not an illusion. Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Madara and praised his opponent, Mr. Madara, so far, you are the only enemy that I find a little tricky. If there are 4 more, maybe I will feel troubled. Sure enough, you can see the shadow of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara chuckled at the corner of his mouth and immediately heard the implication of Akihara Kagura's words. He was also curious about the ability of Akihara Kagura's Rinnegan. I am a little curious. Your pair of Rinnegan is the accumulation of several generations. What kind of magical power is it? If you want to know. Akihara Kagura raised her finger, her eyes flickered slightly. Why not try to dance with all your strength to please me, maybe you will have a chance to see it. Then let me try. There was a hint of madness in Uchiha Madara's pupils. The shadows of the 4 wheel tomb clones followed closely behind him, and rushed up with him, and surrounded Akihara Kagura in an instant. This is the most terrifying lineup in the entire ninja world. The power of 5 Uchiha Madaras besieged the same person, and even 4 of Uchiha Madara's wheel tomb clones were looming. Now only Akihara Kagura can see their traces in the ninja world. 5 figures flew around Akihara Kagura up and down. The battle finally began to reach a climax at this moment. Akihara Kagura's body dodged quickly, grabbed the shadow of a wheel tomb clone with one hand, and threw the other wheel tomb clone away. The next moment, Uchiha Madara raised his palm. A gravitational force instantly pulled Akihara Kagura up. The 4 wheel tomb clones condensed the yin-yang escape black stick at the same time, and were about to directly penetrate Akihara Kagura's body. At this critical moment, Akihara Kagura's figure instantly appeared behind Uchiha Madara like a flying thunder god. Flying thunder god technique. Uchiha Madara immediately observed the trace of Akihara Kagura through the wheel grave clone. He suddenly crouched down and kicked Akihara Kagura behind him with both feet. Akihara Kagura's arms instantly overlapped together, and a ball of magma gushed out from his arms, forming a magma wall in front of him. Uchiha Madara kicked the magma wall with his feet in a tiny gap, and instantly rolled forward. One of his palms pressed on the ground while rolling, and his body directly turned around and stood up. Even so, Uchiha Madara's feet were still burned by the magma. However, after transplanting the body of Hashirama Senju, Uchiha Madara's body's self-healing ability was strong enough, and this little injury was not a big deal for him. The next moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly closed his hands. The four-wheel grave clone closed their palms at the same time. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. 5 fireballs like meteorites smashed towards Akihara Kagura. Lava style, Melt Array Wall. Akihara Kagura's palms suddenly closed. Under his control, the molten chakra gathered into a wide circular water wall like the water style, Water Array Wall, blocking all the Great Fire Annihilation. The meteorite-like fireballs were instantly destroyed by the magma. Senjutsu, Molten Style, Risen Shuriken. Akihara Kagura raised his palm, and the magma of the Melt Array Wall directly rotated in his hand, and directly turned into a huge spiral shuriken with magma flames. Very strong Uchiha Madara immediately felt the threat of the spiral shuriken. Even if the Samsara wants to absorb the chakra in it, it will be too late. The spiral shuriken suddenly flew over. Uchiha Madara neatly controlled one of his own chakra clones to block it. The shadow of the chakra clone instantly opened Susanoo, trying to block this attack. With a huge explosion resounding through the heaven and earth, a stream of magma rushed straight into the sky from the ground. Even people within a radius of hundreds of kilometers could see the magma column that pierced the sky, which looked as terrifying as a volcano erupting suddenly. At the edge of the battlefield, a group of Konoha ninjas were horrified. These people were already the closest group of people, and they had the most direct sense of Akihara Kagura's lava release Rasen Shuriken. It's really terrifying. Hatake Kakashi was still a little frightened. Just that huge Rasen Shuriken alone had such a destructive power that even one was enough to destroy Konoha. On the side of the root ninja, Karin used her Kagura mind's eye to sense the situation on the battlefield. She couldn't see the shadow of Uchiha Madara's wheel tomb, but she could see how powerful Akihara Kagura was. As expected of Lord Kagura, Karin's face flushed with excitement. The battle isn't over yet. Senju Tobirama scolded Karin coldly, and said in a cold voice, "Now Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Madara are the most powerful ninjas in the ninja world, and they are also the two most harmful evil people to the ninja world. It is best for the two of them to die together in this battle." This is Senju Tobirama's most innocent thought. Although Senju Tobirama is strong enough, he cannot judge the winner between the two. Only Senju Hashirama is qualified to judge the strength of the two. Madara may lose. A trace of worry appeared between Senju Hashirama's eyebrows. Although his old friend's personality is also extreme, he is much gentler than Akihara Kagura. Uchiha Madara is the only one who may stop Akihara Kagura, but Akihara Kagura's performance is still at ease. Uchiha Madara's battle is already completely full of firepower. Uchiha Madara knew very well that his own wheeling grave clone could not fight outside for a long time. After fighting for a period of time or dying, he needed to return to the Rinnegan to recuperate. The recuperation time of the wheeling grave shadow might be the moment when he was defeated by Akihara Kagura. Because Uchiha Madara had already determined in the previous battle that he had fallen into disadvantage in the normal duels of physical skills, ninjutsu and even Susanoo. The only thing he could use was the ability of the Rinnegan. 4 wheeling grave clones came out together. This was already Uchiha Madara's strongest posture. But the battle had just begun. A wheeling grave clone was directly hit by the spiral shuriken. Uchiha Madara could only hurriedly retract the injured wheeling grave clone's shadow and let that wheeling grave clone return directly to his own Rinnegan to recuperate. Uchiha Madara rushed forward again with 3 wheeling grave clones. The 4 figures continuously besieged Akihara Kagura. The 4 figures continuously released ninjutsu, forcing Akihara Kagura to give up the flaws of physical attack. Fire style, Great Flame Song. A group of huge dragon head fireballs rushed towards Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura was fighting with a wheel grave clone. At the moment when the 4 dragon head fireballs were about to fall on him, Akihara Kagura's figure appeared next to Uchiha Madara through the Flying Thunder God technique and avoided the Great Flame Song technique. It's the Flying Thunder God again. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the Flying Thunder God mark left on him by Akihara Kagura during his first physical confrontation with Akihara Kagura. But this time it was different. Uchiha Madara's figure seemed to have expected it. He raised his hand and slapped Akihara Kagura's chest. A black stick condensed in his palm. The next moment, Uchiha Madara's body suddenly froze in place. I can't move. Uchiha Madara looked at his palm and the black stick in his palm, but his body couldn't move. He inexplicably stiffened and stopped in place. Is this the shadow imitation technique? Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed instantly. He immediately identified this technique. The shadow of the Nara clan could actually control a ninja at his level. When light is born, shadows follow it. Akihara Kagura raised her palm, and the shadows on the ground suddenly came alive like flowing water. The huge shadows of the dark clouds in the sky were like living things. Everything present was controlled by Akihara Kagura through the shadows. This was the light and shadow feature of Akihara Kagura when she was promoted to a Jonin. The shadow imitation technique of the Nara clan was controlled to the extreme by Akihara Kagura. Although the time to control Uchiha Madara was very short, it was enough. Uchiha Madara frowned and saw the shadow on the ground shrinking. The Nara clan's shadow imitation technique can be controlled by you to this extent. When the battle just started, you have already arranged the shadow in advance. I just don't want to get hurt. Akihara Kagura's samsara eye stared at Uchiha Madara in front of him and whispered, if you don't want to get hurt in the battle, you still need to learn a little elegant fighting art. Akihara Kagura raised her palm and broke the black stick in Uchiha Madara's palm with one hand, and stabbed it into Uchiha Madara's chest with a backhand. Bang! A wheel tomb clone was summoned directly. Even if Uchiha Madara can't move, he can still exchange positions with the shadow of the wheel tomb clone instantly. The wheel tomb clone that exchanged positions was instantly stabbed into the chest by the black stick in Akihara Kagura's hand, and had to return to Uchiha Madara's samsara eye to recuperate. This time is enough for Uchiha Madara to break free from the shadow. The first moment Uchiha Madara broke free from his restraints, he forced himself to take a breath. Only 2 of his chakra clones were still usable, and these 2 chakra clones were still blocking him. However, Akihara Kagura did not give him time to breathe. Senjutsu, lightning release, Chidori. Senjutsu, dust release, Rasengan. Akihara Kagura stretched out her hands, and a ball of silver lightning appeared in one palm, which was the Senjutsu form of Chidori. A Rasengan with white light appeared in the other palm, which was also a combination of dust release and Senjutsu chakra. The next moment, Akihara Kagura's body turned into golden light and rushed straight towards Uchiha Madara's 2 chakra clones. The 2 Senjutsu instantly destroyed the 2 chakra clones. This guy Uchiha Madara watched his chakra clone being destroyed, and there was a touch of astonishment and disbelief in his eyes. He even felt that this moment was beyond his cognition. He can actually use 2 different ninjutsu at the same time, condensing different chakras in his body, and even the 2 techniques have the same terrifying power. Of course, the most terrifying thing is that these 2 techniques are enough to threaten anyone. Even Uchiha Madara dare not confront them, but they are just a casual attack of Akihara Kagura. This guy has an even more terrifying trump card. Uchiha Madara was completely aware of a problem. The ability of his samsara eye was completely cracked, and his trump card had been torn up by Akihara Kagura. Madara Akihara Kagura gently spread out his palms, and clasped his 5 fingers lightly in his hands, as if controlling everything in his palms. Now, you can start to escape. I have to add that Uchiha Madara feels so difficult to beat. Flying Thunder God is useful against Madara, but Flying Thunder God has to fight, not run away. Uchiha Madara seems to be very familiar with dealing with Flying Thunder God in the animation, and even Senju Tobirama was caught by him as soon as he flew over. Chapter 315 How to defeat Akihara Kagura. This is a question. Now Akihara Kagura has completely secured victory. In all the previous battles, Uchiha Madara had no hope of winning. This final battle was the only one in which he could turn the tables. However, even in this battle of the unscrupulous samsara eye users, Akihara Kagura still suppressed Uchiha Madara, who used the samsara eye and blatantly defeated all his Rinnegan clones. I will lose, and this is no longer an illusion. Uchiha Madara frowned. He wanted to kill Black Zetsu, who was hiding behind Akihara Kagura at first, to wipe out the shame of being deceived by Black Zetsu, and then use the information he got to think about how to achieve peace in the ninja world. Of course, Akihara Kagura's idea of destroying the world is definitely not feasible. The Six-Path Sage once destroyed the ninja world in order to cover up history and recreated a new world. However, after the destruction of the ninja sect, The ninja world experienced the warring states period for thousands of years, and even today there are still wars. However, these thoughts are fleeting. Akihara Kagura, this kid, is right. What I need to think about now is how to leave here. Uchiha Madara still couldn't figure out how to win against Akihara Kagura, because his best fire escape, Susanoo, and Samsara Eye technique had all been defeated. Use Izanagi again? But this would greatly reduce his strength. However, if he could really escape, there might be a chance in the future. Without using Izanagi, there might be a chance to defeat Akihara Kagura. Uchiha Madara suddenly had an idea in his mind. Even if he only had one Samsara Eye left, he might still be able to control the direction of this world. The next moment, Uchiha Madara once again had an unyielding will to fight. However, Akihara Kagura's words completely dissipated Uchiha Madara's fighting spirit. He smiled and said, Madara, there is something I may need to tell you. You have no chance of winning this battle from the beginning. Besides, I have guessed your trump card of wanting to continue fighting. Akihara Kagura stroked one of his eye sockets and said with a smile something that made Uchiha Madara despair. The ability of this main Gekyo Sharingan is called Genkai-Yomi. As long as its power is activated, it can change all unfavorable situations for me within 10 minutes, and even rewrite the reality that I will be killed. The price is that this technique will make the eyes blind for 3 hours, but 10 minutes is enough for me to easily kill any enemy. This technique Uchiha Madara remembered the technique he wanted to use. Izanagi. Akihara Kagura spread out his palms and smiled and said, the name of this technique should be a little familiar to you, the former head of the Uchiha clan. What does it have to do with Izanagi? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. This technique must be related to Izanagi, because the effect of Izanagi's forbidden technique is too similar to the eye technique of Genkai Yamazu. The effect of Izanagi's forbidden technique is also to allow the Uchiha clan to change the unfavorable situation in the battle, and even turn death into a dream. It can be said to be a completely invincible eye technique. This is also the technique that Uchiha Madara intends to use. However, the price of Izanagi is the blindness of the Sharingan. Genkai Yamazu is more powerful. Compared with the cost of a short-term blindness of only 3 hours, the 10-minute invincible time is truly terrifying, which is longer than Izanagi's time. Aren't you curious about one thing? Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Madara, smiled and continued, why do we never care about the Uchiha clan's stone tablet? What is the connection? Uchiha Madara thought of the catastrophe in the clan. If Akihara Kagura hadn't brought it up, Uchiha Madara wouldn't even be curious about this question, because he knew that all the Uchiha in Konoha were subordinates of Akihara Kagura, and the Uchiha clan had nominally been extinct, and Akihara Kagura, a high-ranking member of Konoha, must have observed the stone tablet. But why didn't the ancestors of their branch observe the stone tablet? An ancestor once wanted to observe the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan. Akihara Kagura continued with a smile. He believed that the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan must also record a secret, and that secret should be read using the Sharingan, but we have the eternal main Gekyo Sharingan, and we can definitely read the secret of the stone tablet. That's right. Uchiha Madara nodded. Uchiha Madara thought of his past that he couldn't bear to look back on. If that collateral ancestor had read the stone tablet first, would he not have been fooled by Black Zetsu? However, it is very troublesome to observe the stone tablet of the Nanga Shrine amidst the heavily guarded Uchiha clan. If you are not careful, your identity may be exposed, and even the plans passed down by your ancestors may be exposed. That ancestor came up with a way to use the eye limit of this main Gekyo Sharingan, Yomiuri, to develop a technique called Izanagi. The eye power of the eternal main Gekyo Sharingan is extremely powerful. That ancestor used the method of transcription and sealing to quietly seal this technique on a young man, so that he would learn this forbidden technique after opening the 3 Magatama. From then on, this technique entered the Uchiha clan, and lured the ninjas in the clan to kill each other for it. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about being exposed. He can even replace us and let us bear the name of Uchiha again. That guy. Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly narrowed. The catastrophe of the Uchiha clan was indeed quite terrible. All the powerful Uchiha wanted to use Izanagi to kill the clan members and seize their Sharingan. However, Izanagi was indeed quite powerful. What a pity! Akihara Kagura shook his head, as if he was sighing. This plan was finally cracked by the person who researched Izanami. Uchiha Yari. Uchiha Madara nodded slowly, thinking of the woman who researched Izanami and prevented the destruction of the Uchiha clan. Wait, this is wrong. If this is the case, How can I defeat Akihara Kagura? Uchiha Madara suddenly realized a very terrible thing. Even if he used Izanagi, he might not be able to defeat Akihara Kagura, and he might not even be able to escape. Don't worry. Just run away. Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Madara's gradually becoming heavy expression, and seemed to guess his thoughts. I won't kill you here. This is pity for the loser. I just don't want an Uchiha who is almost on par with me to feel greater despair. Akihara Kagura's body slowly floated up, and looked at Uchiha Madara below proudly. I will allow all ninjas in this world to continue to enjoy the last remaining time of their lives before the end comes. At this moment, Akihara Kagura seemed to be releasing his only mercy before the destruction of the world. Uchiha Madara looked at Akihara Kagura's eyes, and his fingers clicked when he clenched his fists, but he also knew that he couldn't do anything now. Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Madara, and his face softened again. You are also a member who can see the end of the world with your own eyes. You should fulfill your obligation to die for this world, and you should enjoy the same rights as others. Huh? Worthy of being Uchiha? A sneer finally flashed across Uchiha Madara's face. This guy is really his fellow clansman. They all have the same arrogance towards this world. Doesn't this kid think that he really can't get rid of him? If it really doesn't work, he still has one last way. Try to revive the Ten Tails and become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. When Uchiha Madara thought of this, his eyes narrowed slightly. He remembered the history recorded on the wooden stick of the Hyuga clan, which mentioned a problem about the Ten Tails in Kaguya. The record inside is that the loser Akatsuki Hamura wanted to revive Kaguya, but Kaguya's resurrection required the Ten Tails and a large amount of chakra, and both conditions were indispensable. What if he just became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? To be honest, this is a gamble. However, Uchiha Madara had no choice in his heart. He must not let Black Zetsu, the guy who deceived him, go. He must also try to change the ninja world by himself instead of being destroyed by Akihara Kagura. When the world is destroyed, along with himself as a relic of the old era. Akihara Kagura won the gamble with the efforts of several generations of them. He was just gambling with his life. Which battle between him and Senju Hashirama in the Warring States period was not a gamble of life. Of course, even if you become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, you still have to be careful, because Akihara Kagura also has the invincible eye technique of Genkai Yomi, which is even more terrifying than Uchiha Obito's Kamui. Moreover, the matter of resurrecting the Ten Tails cannot be eased. After all, Akihara Kagura also has the Samsara Eye, and this guy can also use the Outer Path Demon statue. Both of them want to snatch the power of the Ten Tails. How can I seize the initiative? This idea cannot be noticed by others. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, because once Akihara Kagura realizes that he wants to secretly become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he will definitely find a way to stop him. Uchiha Madara also remembered the use of Black Zetsu at this time, because if Black Zetsu is there, he can also help think of a way. The will of the Six-Path Sage or Kaguya Akatsuki still has some brains at some times. On the ground, Black Zetsu's body suddenly slowly drilled out. When Uchiha Madara saw it appear, a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Akihara Kagura stopped in front of Uchiha Madara and chuckled, Mr. Madara, it is enough for the loser to take away the mercy of the winner. Mr. Black Zetsu is the greatest reward in the ninja world. When we meet again next time. Uchiha Madara squinted his eyes and looked at Akihara Kagura, then looked at Black Zetsu. I hope you can still have this good luck, Black Zetsu. In the past, Uchiha Madara trusted Black Zetsu as much as he did now. Madara. Black Zetsu sneered and mocked Uchiha Madara, you are just a loser now. What do you think you can accomplish? Mr. Black Zetsu. Akihara Kagura stopped Black Zetsu from mocking Uchiha Madara, and said with a smile, now we have more important things to talk about. I really want to know one thing, that is how the Six-Path Sage created the world, and about Kaguya. Black Zetsu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Six-Path Sage didn't destroy the world at all, he just distributed the chakra to ordinary people, so he didn't recreate the world at all? This answer probably won't satisfy Akihara Kagura, right? And there's Kaguya. This is the biggest trouble. I have to think of a reason to let Akihara Kagura revive the Ten Tails and gather all the chakra in the ninja world. At that time, this little ghost will definitely not be able to support the expansion of chakra, and that's when I will use this little ghost to revive Kaguya. Wait, why should I talk about the creation of the world by the Six-Path Sage? Why can't I talk about Kaguya Akatsuki creating the world? Black Zetsu's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he chuckled as he spoke. This is a very long story, and the starting point of this story is not the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths is just a fool who gathered all the chakra in the ninja world and imitated Kaguya's methods to try to create ninjas. The creator at the beginning, he was never the so-called Sage of Six Paths. He just stole the world created by Kaguya. The point is not the method but the gathering of all the chakra in the ninja world. The point is not the Sage of Six Paths but the Kaguya who created the ninja world by the Sage of Six Paths. It seems Akihara Kagura squinted his eyes, nodded as if thinking. He was very satisfied that Black Zetsu grasped the key point, and continued to talk to himself. There are still many secrets in the ancient times that we don't know. Let's find a secluded place. Black Zetsu nodded quickly, and smiled sinisterly. I will tell you all the secrets of the ancient times, even why I want to use Madara. Just like the battle between mother and son and the battle between brothers thousands of years ago, only the final winner can get everything. Obviously. This sentence is obviously meant to be. The battle between Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Madara is also fierce enough, and it can be called a battle of destiny in the future of the ninja world. Akihara Kagura is the winner of this battle. Uchiha Madara, the loser, watched Akihara Kagura and Black Zetsu leave, a dangerous look in his eyes. Do you think you are the final winner? This war has just begun, kid. The arrogance of our clan will always change the fate. Because of the arrogance of Uchiha, Izuna died under the knife of the sinister bastard Senju Tobirama. Because of the arrogance of Uchiha, he was superstitious about the power of the Rinnegan and became a pawn of Black Zetsu. Because of the arrogance of Uchiha, Akihara Kagura, the kid, generously let go of himself, the loser, and even told him all his plans, the past of their tribe, and the story of Genkei Yomi and Izanagi. Genkei Yomi has 10 minutes to rewrite the real world. After each use of Genkei Yomi, there will be a 3-hour blindness culling time. Uchiha Madara remembered this most important information. This is the most threatening technique to him, even if he has the opportunity to be the first to resurrect the Ten Tails and become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki in the future. Uchiha Madara was thinking about the eye technique that made him extremely envious, while looking for a gap to solve it, although it is impossible to judge whether it is true or not. This level of eye technique has a culling time of only 3 hours. Even if he becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki in the future, it will not be easy to defeat him. Moreover, the time to defeat him is at most the 3 hours of culling time of the limit to Inkwin, or maybe this time will be shorter. First update. Okay, the battle is over. This is Woody Lezawan. The purpose is to obtain Kaguya's characteristics, so as to learn the secret of how the system allows Kagura to leave the world. Chapter 316, The Three Uchiha, The Return of the Kamui Mangekyou Sharingan. Uchiha Madara felt a little relieved. Although he failed in this battle, he found a way to defeat Akihara Kagura, even though this method sounded a little slim. However, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, Uchiha Madara will never give up. Just when Uchiha Madara was about to leave here, a vortex of time and space suddenly appeared in front of him, and he raised his hand and cut his throat with a knife. Obito. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed suddenly, and one hand clasped the wrist of Uchiha Obito who attacked him, but his palm fell into the air, because Uchiha Obito's body entered the state of divine power when he fought back. However, this attack was ineffective after all. Uchiha Madara raised his fingers and directly controlled the talisman in Uchiha Obito's body, causing the man who wanted revenge to fall to the ground with his heart covered. I don't have time to engage in these boring battles with you. Uchiha Madara kicked Uchiha Obito away and said in a cold voice, Obito, you should know that this is not because of me, but because of this world where war never stops. You and I are just one of the ninjas who cannot escape from war. Uchiha Obito's body stiffened, because he knew that what Uchiha Madara said was right. But what can he do now? What can he do now? Now that the Moon Eye plan is fake, apart from assassinating Uchiha Madara to avenge his companion Nahara Rin who had her fate controlled and died, what can he do to change all this? Obito. Hatake Kakashi finally rushed over and put his hand on Uchiha Obito's shoulder. He looked at Uchiha Madara in front of him with some mixed feelings. Kakashi. A figure appeared beside Hatake Kakashi. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Madara, who was the only one left in front of him, and could not help but frowning. Has Akihara Kagura left? Yes. Uchiha Madara glanced at Uchiha Sasuke. He saw how Uchiha Sasuke appeared, and immediately had an idea in his mind. While there is still time, go and open your eternal Mangekyou Sharingan first. Maybe in the battle where that guy wants to destroy the ninja world, Flying Thunder God and a pair of eternal Mangekyou Sharingan can also play a little use. The time-space technique is a problem. Akihiro Kagura is also a time-space technique user who is good at Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Madara is very clear about how short the time he can use to defeat Akihiro Kagura in the future, especially if Akihiro Kagura can use Flying Thunder God to escape once he is defeated. Then Uchiha Sasuke, the Flying Thunder God technique user, is very useful. At least when Akihiro Kagura wants to escape during the 3-hour cooling time of the Genkei Yamazui technique, Uchiha Sasuke can help chase him. Does he really want to destroy the ninja world? Hatake Kakashi was still a little reluctant to believe it all. No, Uchiha Madara shook his head slowly. He did not agree with what Hatake Kakashi said. He was more inclined to another statement. That guy wants to create a new world like the Six-Path Sage, kill everyone and create a new ninja world. Hatake Kakashi's eyelids twitched. Isn't this still destroying the world? Are there any differences in the statements? But the Six-Path Sage is wrong. Uchiha Madara did not think that what Akihiro Kagura did was right, and said in a cold voice, the Six-Path Sage who once created the world would not have predicted that 1,000 years later, the ninja world would still be filled with wars and disputes, so what that kid did was wrong. In fact, after Uchiha Madara got the plan from Akihiro Kagura, he thought about it a little. However, Uchiha Madara saw the result of the creation plan 1,000 years later, so he thought that Akihiro Kagura's idea was a bit outdated. Hatake Kakashi must have known that Akihiro Kagura was wrong. He just helped Uchiha Obito up and whispered, "We must return to Konoha first and report to Lord Hokage about what happened here." Sasuke. Uchiha Madara stopped Uchiha Sasuke and took the initiative to invite him. "If you are interested, I know that Uchiha Itachi's eyes are in your hands. During this time, I can teach you how to use the ability to develop the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Your power will be very helpful in preventing that guy from destroying the ninja world in the future." Uchiha Sasuke was silent for a moment. Now it seems that he has no better choice. Akihiro Kagura expelled himself from the route, and it seems that he has never thought of taking himself to defect. What would happen even if he returned to Konoha? The route is no longer there, and his clansmen have all left. The former Konoha high-level officials are still one of the murderers who destroyed the Uchiha. Okay. Hatake Kakashi immediately agreed to it for Uchiha Sasuke, and winked at Uchiha Sasuke. "Sasuke, follow Uchiha Madara to learn and practice, then this is your first task after returning to Team 7. "Yes." Uchiha Sasuke nodded subconsciously. Hatake Kakashi arranged for Uchiha Sasuke to stay with Uchiha Madara, of course, not only to let Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara practice. The most important purpose is to monitor Uchiha Madara, this dangerous man, because this guy is also a conspiracy maker. Let's go back to Konoha first. Hatake Kakashi was about to return with Uchiha Obito. Let's leave this guy Obito here too. Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Obito coldly and said in a cold voice, "Although I control your fate behind the scenes, it is unlikely that you will stay in Konoha after you gain power, right? What do you want to do?" Uchiha Obito raised his head coldly, still with some hatred in his eyes. If it weren't for Uchiha Madara and the Moon's Eye project, Nahara Rin wouldn't have died, Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato wouldn't have died in his hands, and he wouldn't have caused the Nine Tails Rebellion, and there wouldn't have been so many tragedies in Konoha village. And there were also the people who wanted peace in the first generation of Akatsuki. Uchiha Obito's brain was in chaos, and he kept recalling his past in his mind, recalling everything he had done in the past bit by bit. Those were all mistakes. "I just want to control you and do one last thing." Uchiha Madara stared at Uchiha Obito, his eyes became a little gloomy. "I will lend you a reincarnation eye, so that you can perform the reincarnation technique, and completely revive those guys who were resurrected by Akihiro Kagura." This is not because Uchiha Madara is kind. It is because Uchiha Madara knows that those ninjas who were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation are controlled by Akihiro Kagura, including Namikaze Minato, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and Senju Hashirama, the idiot, who will definitely create a lot of trouble in the future battles. There is also the insidious villain Senju Tobirama. These people are all people who can influence the situation of the battle. If Uchiha Madara wants to maximize his chances of defeating Akihiro Kagura in the future, he must avoid all possible factors that may appear and help Akihiro Kagura. Once these people are completely resurrected, they will definitely not stand on the side of Akihiro Kagura, and they can even create trouble for Akihiro Kagura, and they can also strive for the opportunity to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki for themselves. Moreover, if he defeated Akihiro Kagura, He could also ruthlessly kill the sinister villain Senju Tobirama. He had wanted to do this for a long time, but he didn't expect that he would have another chance after this resurrection. Kakashi Hatake's eyes were suddenly shocked. Kakashi Hatake didn't know that Uchiha Madara had some divergent ideas. He just thought of what the resurrection of those Hokage would mean at the first time. Uchiha Obito's heart trembled. It was not because of the talisman in his heart, but because he clearly knew that among those people who were resurrected by Akihara Kagura, there was an extremely important person for his life, an extremely important person. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. If he did this again now, maybe it could be regarded as a little atonement for his past sins? Once the reincarnation technique is used, one will surely die. However, this life is already dispensable. If it is used to resurrect his teacher Minato Namikaze, he does not reject the matter proposed by Uchiha Madara. Kakashi Uchiha Obito suddenly stretched out his palm and pressed his eyes hard. Blood instantly flowed out of his eye sockets. There are two eyes in Uchiha Obito's eye sockets. One is his Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan, and the other is the ordinary Sharingan he transplanted. Uchiha Obito stretched out his palm towards Hatake Kakashi, and handed his Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan to Hatake Kakashi. Take this eye back. Once the reincarnation technique is used, my life will come to an end. This Sharingan is of no use to me. The rest of the things are entrusted to you. When Uchiha Obito said this, he suddenly laughed. Don't worry, this time will not be the same as the last time. I won't cause you any more trouble. A drop of cold sweat actually flowed from Hatake Kakashi's forehead. Fate is like a reincarnation. Hatake Kakashi recalled the Battle of Shinobi Bridge. The young man who was crushed by rocks and nearly died in order to save him entrusted his eyes to him, hoping that he could protect Lin. How familiar is this scene now? A trace of pain arose in Kakashi Hatake's heart. This former best friend was leaving again, and perhaps this time they would never see each other again. Protect this world. Uchiha Obito looked at Kakashi Hatake with the 3 Magatama Sharingan he had transplanted. Ignoring the blood flowing from his other eye, he whispered, "The Moon Eye project is fake, everything is fake, and this world will soon face a catastrophe. For me, my life has no meaning anymore. I should have died on the day of Shinobi Bridge, but I did a lot of wrong things by accident. Now I want to entrust everything to you, just like in the past. I entrust my eyes to you again. Take my eyes to protect this world. Protect this." When Uchiha Obito said the last sentence, he took a deep breath and mentioned the person he once loved most. The world where Lin once existed. I know. Hatake Kakashi stretched out his palm and took the eyes from Uchiha Obito. I will use your eyes to look at this world carefully. You can also try to transplant Hashirame's cells. Uchiha Madara looked at Hatake Kakashi and said coldly, "If successful, it may make it more convenient for you to use his eyes. Ordinary people who want to use Uchiha's eyes have to bear a greater burden than Uchiha." For Uchiha Madara, any space-time magician is very helpful. After he defeats Akihara Kagura in the future, this group of space-time magicians can help to surround and capture people. The final battle of the ninja world may also be the last battle of this ninja world. Uchiha Madara knew very well in his heart that as long as he exposed his plot to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Akihara Kagura would never give him a second chance. That battle will be his last chance. Where are we going now? Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Madara. This group of Uchiha who had abandoned their own clan seemed to be destined to gather together at this moment, and there was even hatred between them. Uchiha Madara thought for a while, and remembered the Outer Path demon statue that he had sealed outside Konoha village, and planned to go back and take a look. Let's go back to Konoha first to help you transplant Uchiha Itachi's eyes, so that the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can be used. Speaking of which, Uchiha Madara seemed to have thought of something, and took the initiative to ask, "Sasuke, what eye technique has your Mangekyo Sharingan opened?" If there are two good eye techniques, just the time-space technique. Uchiha Sasuke didn't seem to want to answer this question. If possible, Uchiha Sasuke didn't even want to open this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, because the eye technique of this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to tell him that the things he lost would never come back to him. The home he left would never be able to return. Time and space. Uchiha Madara immediately became interested. However, Uchiha Madara saw that Uchiha Sasuke was not in high spirits, and he did not want to bring up the topic again. It was uncomfortable for this little guy who was like his brother. Konoha village. Everything was as Uchiha Madara expected. When Uchiha Madara came back to open the seal of Chibaku Tensei, The outer path demon statue that was originally sealed inside had already disappeared without a trace, as if it had been summoned by Akihara Kagura. Summoning technique. Uchiha Madara tried to summon the outer path demon statue again with the Samsara Eye, but there was no effect. It was probably that Akihara Kagura used unknown means to prevent the summoning technique. What? Uchiha Sasuke was a little surprised. It seems that the outer path demon statue was controlled by that guy. Uchiha Madara shook his head, but he was not too depressed in his heart. He was still secretly planning his own plan. If I can't become the 10-tails Jinchuriki before the war starts, I must first protect the remaining tailed beasts to welcome the final battle that guy's about to launch. Second update. Everyone go to bed early. Chapter 317, that man can destroy Konoha, referring to any power he can use. Hokage building. In the Hokage's office. This office was full of people, and everyone looked very solemn. The fifth Hokage Tsunade sat in the main seat of the conference room, her palms clasped together, her brows tightly furrowed, her face unusually ugly. Even Nara Shikaku, the leader of the Jonin squad who stood in the position of Tsunade's deputy, had a sad look on his face, and there was no trace of the joy of being promoted to the assistant of the Hokage. After all, the current situation is too serious. Even during the Third Shinobi World War, when Konoha was once besieged by 4 major ninja villages, Nara Shikaku, as a military strategist, was able to remain calm. Now the enemy is just a group of defected ninjas, but Nara Shikaku has to let his brain run at high speed. Kakashi. Tsunade looked at Hatake Kakashi, who came to report intelligence, and said softly, "Let me first tell you about the intelligence you brought back, about Akihara Kagura." "Okay." Hatake Kakashi flipped up his mask and hid his eyes. "Akihara Kagura is a ninja from the Uchiha clan." "Wait?" Tsunade immediately interrupted Hatake Kakashi's words, stared and asked, "Isn't that guy from the Senju clan?" In fact, Akihara Kagura is indeed a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Because he can open or close the Uchiha clan's Sharingan at will, he has never even exposed his Sharingan bloodline. When Hatake Kakashi said this, he remembered the communication between Uchiha Madara and Akihara Kagura, and said in a deep voice, "Those eyes are the Uchiha clan's top bloodline limit, known as the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and have even evolved into the Rinnegan in Akihara Kagura." Rinnegan? Tsunade's face suddenly became fierce. She remembered that Akihara Kagura also used Nagato's Rinnegan as part of her conspiracy, but didn't care about the Rinnegan at all, because her backup was the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that Uchiha Sasuke might get. As a result, Hatake Kakashi now told her that Akihara Kagura herself possessed the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and had even been promoted to the Rinnegan. In other words, that guy never cared about Sasuke's eyes at all. It all makes sense. Nara Shikaku nodded slowly. He also figured out one thing, because Akihara Kagura herself possesses the bloodline of the Rinnegan, she has never cared about the Rinnegan belonging to Nagato and Uchiha Madara, so he used the Rinnegan as a trap. That is an eye that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Uchiha clan. Hatake Kakashi nodded and talked about Akihara Kagura's true life experience. Akihara Kagura has always been a ninja of the Uchiha clan. Hatake Kakashi told Tsunade all the records of the Hyuga clan and Akihara Kagura's autobiography, and explained why an old Hyuga man's overly meticulous observations led to this crisis. 1,000 years ago, the mother and son of the Sixth Path Sage's family quarreled, and the 2 brothers of the Sixth Path Sage killed each other. The Sixth Path Sage destroyed the world once to cover up history. The Hyuga clan is the descendant of Akatsuki Hamura, the younger brother of the Sixth Path Sage. They came to the ninja world from the moon and wanted to regain the rule of the ninja world in place of their ancestors. An old man of the Hyuga clan discovered the powerful secret of the Senju and Uchiha clans, but was used by an Uchiha. Let that Uchiha open the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. That Uchiha passed down his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan from generation to generation, and even seized the records of the Hyuga clan, and stole the relics of the Senju clan, and finally it fell into the hands of the descendant, Akihara Kagura. With this information, Akihara Kagura carried out his plan step by step, and successfully transplanted Hashirama cells to upgrade the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to the Rinnegan. That guy also relied on Uchiha Madara and Nagato's plan to learn about the plan to resurrect the 10 tails step by step, and kicked everyone out when the plan was about to succeed. Wait a minute. Tsunade felt that the amount of information conveyed by Hatake Kakashi was a bit too much. For the first time, the fifth Hokage felt that his brain might not be enough. He could only interrupt Hatake Kakashi, pick up the bark left by Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Madara in Konoha, and ask one question after another. This does not match the records of the Senju clan. It records that Kaguya Akatsuki is the youngest daughter of the Sixth Path Sage. In order to ensure that what she said was true, Tsunade even asked Yamato to reactivate the bark with wood-release chakra and said some historical records on the bark. Obviously, the historical records of the two families do not match. But Black Zetsu refuted the records on the bark. Nara Shikoku reminded the Hokage, hoping that the fifth Hokage would not think that the records of the Senju clan were accurate. Moreover, Black Zetsu was able to modify the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan, and it is not surprising that the Sixth Path Sage rewrote the history of the Senju clan. This fell into an endless loop. Which historical record is correct? The records of the Senju clan claimed that Black Zetsu had modified the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan, but combined with the historical records of the Hyuga clan, it shows that the history of the Senju clan may have been modified because the information about ancient history above does not match. Now Konoha wants to discuss which clan's history is the real history. The Hyuga clan and the Senju clan have clashed, and the Uchiha clan's history has also been modified. Based on our known inferences, Nara Shikoku lowered his head and pondered, and put forward a bold hypothesis. If the bark of the Senju clan was modified by the Sixth Path Sage, and the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan was modified by Black Zetsu, then the history of the Hyuga clan may be the most authentic. This is also possible. Hatake Kakashi remembered that when Black Zetsu heard the historical records of the Hyuga clan, his reaction did not seem fake. The creature named Black Zetsu, after hearing the records of the Hyuga clan, seemed to have been vindicated. But if the records of the Hyuga clan are true, Nara Shikoku frowned and said in a deep voice, "So, is Black Zetsu the will of Kaguya Akatsuki or the will of the Sixth Path Sage? Go summon Hyuga Hayashi first." Tsunade always speaks her mind, so she simply summoned Hyuga Hayashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, and wanted to ask him about the history of the Hyuga clan. Ask Hyuga Hayashi whether there is anything about Black Zetsu in the historical records of the Hyuga clan. However, Hyuga Hayashi's face was a little confused and shocked. As the head of the main family of the Hyuga clan, he didn't know these records of the clan, so how could he not know what other historical records there were in the family? Even these historical secrets, Hyuga Hayashi was completely unaware. Tsunade looked at Hyuga Hayashi, who frowned and looked puzzled, and it was not easy to continue questioning, because the history of the Hyuga clan was already in the past. I have a guess. Nara Shikoku was the smartest man in Konoha. He looked at the bark of the Senju clan and said softly, based on these historical relics left over from ancient times, the Uchiha clan's stone tablet must have been left behind by Black Zetsu. Its purpose is very simple, which is to deceive the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Madara is the one who is deceived. The history of the Senju clan must have been left behind by the Sixth Path Sage. The content inside is very targeted, which is to remind future generations to be vigilant against Black Zetsu. The wooden sticks of the Hyuga clan were recorded by a ninja of the Hyuga clan. The content inside is directed at the Uchiha who betrayed the covenant, killed him and gained the eternal eye power, that is, the ancestor of Akihara Kagura. It can even be said that it is targeting Akihara Kagura. Speaking of which, Nara Shikoku's mouth suddenly smiled. At this critical moment, he actually thought of an interesting theory. It feels interesting. Huh? Tsunade looked at her new assistant in surprise. Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, Akihara Kagura. Nara Shikoku looked at these names and took the initiative to explain. The appearance of these three historical relics are all aimed at people who may cause great harm to the ninja world. The Konoha ninjas present fell into deep thought. Nara Shikoku shook his head and a trace of worry appeared in his heart again. He sighed. This feeling is like an invisible hand appeared in fate, pushing them in front of the world little by little, letting us know their origins and information. It's a bit serious. Tsunade raised her eyebrows and took the initiative to ask, except for the Uchiha clan's stone tablet, haven't the relics of the remaining two clans been in the hands of Akihara Kagura? Nara Shikoku's brows were still frowned. He took the initiative to throw out the relics of the Senju clan, because he already knew the contents on it, and didn't care about the problem of this relic at all. Black Zetsu became the victim of the relics of the Senju clan. The relics of the Hyuga clan, there is obviously a simpler way. For example, he can order a Hyuga clan ninja to read the contents above, but he took it out in public. That Tsunade interrupted Nara Shikoku and had to remind him, Due to the Chunin exam many years ago, the relationship between the Hyuga clan and the assistant of the previous Hokage is very tense. It can even be said that it is quite bad. Hyuga Hayashi came to visit after she took office as Hokage, hoping that Tsunade could continue to ensure that the Hyuga clan adheres to the system of the main family and the branch family. If Akihara Kagura wanted to order a Hyuga clan ninja to help him read the relics, it is highly likely that this matter could not be concealed from the Hyuga clan. Over the years, the Hyuga clan ninjas have hardly had any contact with a root. Nara Shikoku could only nod slowly, barely agreeing with Tsunade's point of view, but he still had some doubts and uneasiness in his heart. Maybe he has been suppressed for too long. Nara Shikoku couldn't think of an answer, and explained to himself, Akihara Kagura has been in Konoha for at least 10 years, and he has always had the Uchiha clan's bloodline Sharingan, but he has never been able to use it. In any case, at least they know Akihara Kagura's life experience, and why Akihara Kagura can obtain such a powerful force. The forbearance of several generations of Akihara Kagura since childhood finally allowed him to obtain the powerful force he has today. Call all the Jonin, go to the conference room for a meeting. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table. The Jonin of Konoha village did not dare to delay and quickly rushed to attend the meeting. They all knew what the meeting was going to discuss. We are going to face a very troublesome enemy. Obviously everyone present knows that the village Hokage's assistant Akihara Kagura has defected. The news we have received is that this first SSS level rebel ninja in Konoha's history is about to launch a battle plan to destroy the ninja world and recreate the world. Nara Shikoku had to get straight to the point and said in a deep voice, although the leader of the Hidden Rain village, Hanzo Salamander, has contacted allies to fight against Akihara Kagura, we still have to calculate the enemies we need to face. According to the information we currently know, the enemies we need to fight now are as follows: Black Zetsu, the previous Hokage's assistant Akihara Kagura, and the root ninjas under his command. According to some information, these root ninjas are all Uchiha who were rescued on the night of the genocide. Some unknown number of impure world reincarnationists, including at least the first Hokage, the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage has been sealed first, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu is suspected to be the dark will of the Six-Path Sage or the will of Kaguya Otsutsuki, and its true purpose is unknown. According to all the information we know, Black Zetsu claims that there is an enemy from outside the ninja world and wants to resurrect Kaguya to save the ninja world. However, historical records show that Black Zetsu wants to resurrect the Ten Tails and rule the entire world. He is the mastermind who existed thousands of years ago. Nara Shikoku attaches great importance to the intelligence information of Black Zetsu, because he thinks that unknown creatures are quite troublesome. At present, the strength of Black Zetsu is unknown. He can freely lurk in any area including the interior of the earth, and can possess a ninja to forcibly control the other party. At least he has the ability to live forever. A group of Konoha ninjas nodded. Many of them have seen Black Zetsu and know that this guy does not have any particularly strong strength and has always relied on the protection of Akihara Kagura. Secondly, Akihara Kagura. This is the most powerful enemy we are going to face this time. Nara Shikoku looked at the senior ninjas who all changed color in an instant, and said in a deep voice, I believe that everyone present has seen his power with their own eyes, and even had intersections with him before. They should know how terrible this man we once called the future of Konoha is. When he was 13 years old, he showed enough power to destroy Konoha. According to known intelligence information, the previous Hokage assistant Akihara Kagura was born in a branch of the Uchiha clan. He sneaked into the Konoha orphanage since he was a child, and then left to join Orochimaru's laboratory. After transplanting the cells of the first Hokage, he returned to Konoha, learned wood release ninjutsu from Konoha, and colluded with Uchiha Obito to become a spy planted in Konoha by the Akatsuki organization. He has killed hundreds of Kusagakure ninjas on his own. The fourth Mizukage of the Kurigakure, the third Tsuchikage of the Iwagakure, and the fourth Raikage of the Kumagakure were all captured by him. The Sand Village, the Kurigakure, and the Kumagakure were all conquered by him alone. The Konoha collapse plan in the village 4 years ago was also led by him alone. Among the 5 great ninja villages, no one can defeat him at present. According to the information we know, Akihara Kagura is extremely talented and has mastered the changes in the nature of chakra of all attributes, even yin and yang escape. Akihara Kagura can learn ninjutsu including, but not limited to S-level techniques by just flipping through any ninjutsu scroll, or even just listening to people mention how to use ninjutsu. Over the years, the technique scrolls including forbidden techniques of the 4 great ninja villages, Konoha Village, Kumagakure, Sand Village, and Kurigakure, have been stored in Konoha, and Akihara Kagura, as the assistant of the Hokage, has the right to read and study them. We can even confirm one thing. At present, Akihara Kagura must have learned all the basic techniques of fire escape, lightning escape, wind escape, water escape, and some techniques of earth escape, yin escape, and yang escape. When Narashikaku said this, even he himself felt the horror of Akihara Kagura, and his voice stopped involuntarily. The sweat dripped down the chin of a Jonin. The faces of other Jonin gradually became a little heavy. Just the ninja who mastered almost all the ninjutsu in the ninja world was enough to let anyone know how powerful the other party was. Is this true? A Jonin wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered to refute, I remember that Kagura-sama Akihara Kagura is only 21 years old. This is normal. Hatake Kakashi interrupted him and gave his own evidence for Narashikaku's words. The day I tried to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, I just told him the principle of the Flying Thunder God technique, and he had already learned the Flying Thunder God technique directly, and even taught me how to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. That is the most difficult space-time technique to learn in the village. Some Jonin who had been exposed to the Flying Thunder God technique looked at Hatake Kakashi in surprise. They knew how difficult the Flying Thunder God technique was. Kakashi, is this true? That's it. Hatake Kakashi nodded. Just as the Jonin present were still digesting this, Narashikaku continued to talk about something that made them feel even more terrified. Now, let's continue to summarize what other abilities our enemies have. Narashikaku reached out and pulled out a blackboard from the conference room, and said softly, many of these abilities are not even known to us, but they are undoubtedly extremely powerful. Now Akihara Kagura has mastered at least 5 bloodlines. The first bloodline is the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, and even the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the top of the Uchiha clan. What is currently known is that the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can use the Susanoo that Uchiha Shisu once used in the village. It is even more powerful than the Susanoo used by Uchiha Shisu, and one blow is enough to destroy Konoha. When Narashikaku said this, he looked at Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy. Hatake Kakashi Jonin and Might Guy Jonin have seen Akihara Kagura's Susanoo with their own eyes. Not bad. Hatake Kakashi nodded, remembering the battle between the two Susanoo he had seen, and said in a deep voice, a casual blow has the power to destroy Konoha. This. A Jonin wanted to question. Please be quiet. Narashikaku interrupted them and continued to talk about the information he had stated. The second bloodline is the wood release of the first Hokage. Those of us present should have seen the wood release used by Akihara Kagura. Wood release also has the power to destroy Konoha, and can even easily capture any major ninja village in the ninja world. The Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Sand Village, and the Hidden Cloud Village have all been captured by her using wood release. The third bloodline is the Rinnegan, the Sage's Eye. Its specific ability is currently unknown because Akihara Kagura has not shown the ability of the Rinnegan to anyone. According to some information we know, some basic eye techniques of the Rinnegan also have the power to destroy Konoha. Everyone present broke out in cold sweat. Although they all knew that Akihara Kagura was very powerful, what was wrong with Narashikaku? Why did he always use Konoha as an example? The fourth bloodline, Dust Release, should be derived from his capture of the third Tsuchika Genoki. However, the time between when he had the opportunity to obtain Dust Release and when he used it for the first time in front of Lord Jiraiya was very short. So we also have reason to believe that Akihara Kagura, who has mastered all the basic attribute chakra changes, can easily merge these attribute changes into new bloodline limits. He may also have more unknown bloodline limits. The fifth bloodline, Lava Release, the source of this bloodline is unknown. It is very likely that it is what I guessed. He freely formed a new lava release chakra change through the changes in the fire and earth attribute chakras. The power of his lava release technique is very powerful. Narashikaku looked at Hatake Kakashi again, as if he wanted to get more specific information from Hatake Kakashi, because he only knew part of it before the meeting. His lava release Hatake Kakashi thought of the lava column that he had seen rising into the sky, and chose to answer Narashikaku's question simply and directly with one sentence. It can destroy Konoha. This is a very long chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, The Legend of Kaguya Akatsuki. This meeting was really impossible to hold. Asuma Sarutobi couldn't stand it. The son of the third Hokage took the initiative to say, "We all know that the enemy is very strong, but can you please stop talking about how he can destroy Konoha? I just hope you understand the seriousness of the problem." Nara Shikoku glanced at all the senior ninjas present and continued in a deep voice, "Akihara Kagura is an enemy we have never encountered before, and we never even thought that the strongest force in the village would become our enemy. Yes, Akihara Kagura is an enemy that Konoha has never imagined. However, this is the reality. Now they have to face the one who once protected them, and even whose strength is so strong that all the ninjas in Konoha feel that they don't have to worry about the coming of war on the second day of Tsunade's succession. Because on the first day of Tsunade's succession, Akihara Kagura single-handedly conquered 2 large ninja villages. Now it's their turn. It shouldn't be said that it's the turn of the entire ninja world. In addition to the attacking abilities I mentioned, Akihara Kagura also possesses other more difficult abilities." Nara Shikoku looked at the senior ninjas present who seemed to be confused, and could only sigh and continue. "For example, everyone knows that he is good at the Flying Thunder God technique, which means that it is very difficult for us to surround and kill him. Of course. This also means another thing." Nara Shikoku's mood became a little heavy, and his voice was a little obscure. "If he wants to kill someone, it's just a matter of a moment." The expressions of the senior ninjas changed again. "This means that the enemies they are facing cannot be solved by simply besieging them. There are many people present who know the horror of the Flying Thunder God technique. The former 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze relied on the Flying Thunder God technique to force other ninja villages to issue orders that they would not be punished if they gave up their missions when they saw the Golden Flash. Now he is a man whose strength is even more terrifying than the Golden Flash." Also, Tsunade took over Nara Shikoku's words and had to remind her subordinates, "According to the information I got from Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Akihara Kagura also possesses a sage body of unknown power, which should be similar to the ability of the first Hokage, but according to the information brought by Hatake Kakashi, Akihara Kagura's sage body may also be more terrifying than the first Hokage. The sage body theoretically possesses extremely powerful self-healing abilities. Any injury will be easily healed in a short time. The physical strength is beyond imagination, and the body has chakra that exceeds the level of the tailed beasts, and can use sage techniques that are more powerful than ninjutsu. Also, Akihara Kagura has also mastered some troublesome forbidden techniques. In other words, based on his learning talent, he should have mastered all the forbidden techniques recorded by the ninja villages of the 4 major countries in the ninja world." When Tsunade said this, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Of course, if he wants to deal with us, he probably won't need to use those forbidden techniques. The above that's probably all the information we know. Is there a way to convince Lord Kagura to change his mind? A Jonin raised his hand and made a naive suggestion, but he soon realized his mistake and lowered his head. Tsunade glanced at the Jonin and said coldly, "If you have this idea, you might as well think about how to defeat the enemy first. This is not something we can change." Nara Shikoku shook his head and took the initiative to remind them, "Akihara Kagura has used his entire life to get to where he is today. In order to realize his plan, he has laid out many conspiracies that ordinary people can hardly imagine. He will not give up his plan easily. Then how can we defeat our opponent?" A Jonin sighed and summarized the meeting. "We need to face an enemy with more chakra than the tailed beasts, more than 5 powerful bloodlines, who can destroy Konoha at will, can go anywhere at any time, and use all ninjutsu at will. How can they fight this?" Not only these Jonin who came to participate in the meeting, but even Tsunade, the Hokage, knew house limit was for them to defeat the enemy. To be honest, Tsunade herself could not find any way. Determination, will. A voice suddenly appeared in the meeting room. Might Guy, the instructor of Konoha's 3rd team, stood up, raised his fist, and encouraged with a firm face, "We must rely on our determination to protect the village and the world, and rely on our determination to fight forever." A group of Jonins felt that this colleague was a little funny. What a joke at this time. Even though Tsunade and Nara Shikoku knew that what Might Guy said was right, and even this was a weapon to defeat Akihara Kagura, it seemed a little naive at this time. "Do you want to continue?" Nara Shikamaru glanced at Tsunade beside him, wanting to ask the Hokage if he wanted to continue talking about the reincarnated ninjas and the defected subordinates of Akihara Kagura. Compared with Akihara Kagura, The remaining people are also quite dangerous to the ninja world. Just 3 reincarnated Hokage can destroy Konoha, plus more than 80 elite Jonin-level dual bloodline ninjas. Tsunade could only wave her hand and signal Nara Shikoku to continue. Nara Shikoku tried his best to describe the trouble level of the more than 80 dual bloodline ninjas in the route and how dangerous the 3 reincarnated Hokages were. However, these Jonins were already numb. Because it was just a question of whether the other party wanted to destroy Konoha once or twice. Okay. Tsunade looked at a group of subordinates with ugly expressions and said in a deep voice, "Next, Konoha will fully enter a state of preparation for war. I will hold a 5-cage meeting with the cages of other major countries to discuss how to stop Akihara Kagura and draw elite ninjas from the village to participate. If nothing unexpected happens based on Akihara Kagura's past behavior, the 5 cages will most likely stop him from destroying the ninja world together. After all the major ninja villages have suffered from Akihara Kagura's attack. Even basically all the incumbent cages have been captured by Akihara Kagura. Moreover, there is also Hanzo, the old senior in the ninja world. It shouldn't be a big problem for the 5 cages and the 5 major ninja villages to unite and fight together to stop Akihara Kagura. On the other side, Akihara Kagura was thinking about how to expand this war. What if the 5 great nations think that if they want to fight against them, they only need to gather a small number of people? This is not good. It is difficult for me to absorb enough chakra, so I must let the ninja world know that everyone should participate in this war as much as possible. After all, I am not that strong yet. Akihara Kagura is not strong enough to perform more powerful wood-style ninjutsu to absorb the chakra of the entire ninja world, and it is impossible to absorb too much chakra in advance to avoid a direct revival of the 10 tails body in my body. At that time, maybe Black Zetsu will not dare to let Kaguya Akatsuki revive. In that case, the boss I want most will be gone. Now this Black Zetsu is a little cunning. He does not trust Akihara Kagura enough. He is still thinking about whether there is something else behind Akihara Kagura. The main thing is that all historical records are fake. But Black Zetsu did not doubt the age of the historical relics. Black Zetsu did not doubt the wooden sticks of the Hyuga clan, and no one even doubted the bark of the Senju clan, and even believed that it was passed down from ancient times. These historical relics contain the secret stories of various clans. When combined, they can give us a glimpse into the ancient history of the ninja world, which is not something that people of this era can know. There must be some secrets hidden behind this. But Black Zetsu doesn't think that Akihara Kagura is an enemy from outer space. Because Black Zetsu saw Akihara Kagura when he was 10 years old, he almost watched Akihara Kagura grow up, and watched Akihara Kagura grow up from 10 years old to 21 years old. Now is an opportunity to test. Black Zetsu wants to find an opportunity to test Akihara Kagura. Black Zetsu wants to test whether there is someone behind Akihara Kagura who is controlling and directing him, or whether Akihara Kagura has been deceived like Uchiha Madara. The Valley of the End. This has become the new base of the route. The periphery of the Valley of the End is full of patrolling route ninjas. The huge stone statues of Oshirama Senju and Uchiha Madara still stand here, but there is another huge outer demon statue here, lying quietly in the water of the Valley of the End. The 3 Hokage who were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation were also standing outside, monitoring those who might spy here. Oshirama Senju looked at the statues of himself and Uchiha Madara, still recalling their battle many years ago. As for the innermost, there were only Akihara Kagura and Black Zetsu. Akihara Kagura sat here swinging his fishing rod, still fishing leisurely. Black Zetsu stood beside him, staring at the man who had ruined his plan and given him new hope. He was still thinking about what kind of story he should make up. Mr. Black Zetsu. Akihara Kagura picked up his fishing rod, saw that the bait on the fishing rod was still there, and slowly sank the hook, and took the initiative to ask, "Why don't you talk? Didn't you say that you would tell me all the secrets of the ancient times? I am very curious about the history I have obtained, and I am also curious about how to create a new world." Yes. Black Zetsu nodded quickly. Now he and Uchiha Madara have completely fallen out, and Uchiha Madara is not Akihara Kagura's opponent. The future resurrection of the 10 tails will also depend on Akihara Kagura's face. But where should he start? Making up stories is also a technical job. This story must be able to deceive Akihara Kagura. Even if the truth cannot be found out, Akihara Kagura must be able to revive the 10 tails and gather the chakra of the ninja realm according to the established plan. Let's talk about the history of ancient times first. Black Zetsu looked at Akihara Kagura's face and directly exposed one thing. First of all, the contents of the bark records of the Senju clan are all false. Of course. Black Zetsu did not expose all the truth and continued to tell a story that was beneficial to him. The historical records of the Hyuga clan are all true. Akihara Kagura frowned, then suddenly smiled and said, "Mr. Black Zetsu always likes to lie. Should I listen to it the other way around?" "No. The records of the Senju clan are fake." Black Zetsu hurriedly shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, "The records of the Hyuga clan are indeed true, but it's a pity that they are only the records of the descendants of Akatsuki Hamura, and they did not accurately record the story about Kaguya. Let me tell you the real story." Black Zetsu's voice gradually became deeper, and he wanted to tell a very long story. A long time ago, there was a race called Akatsuki in this world. This race was born with a long life and powerful chakra. They made a living by plundering resources from other planets, and even enjoyed killing lives. However, a kind woman was born among this race. This woman's name is Kaguya, and she possesses the motherhood and compassion that the Akatsuki never had. While following her tribe in their conquests, Kaguya discovered that it is a great fortune for every planet in the world to give birth to life, and they should not become playthings of the enemy. So, Kaguya chose to have mercy on the world, hoping that the lives of other planets would have the power to protect themselves, so she dispersed her chakra. But this kind of thing is absolutely not allowed by the Akatsuki clan. This clan will even kill weaker members of the clan in order to obtain more powerful chakra, and will never allow Kaguya to leak chakra. Kaguya began to flee. Until Kaguya came to this world in order to resist enemies from outer space, Kaguya spread her chakra, created new humans in this world, and even gave birth to 2 children, hoping that they can grow up and protect the world together. Among them, there were also some humans who gained chakra, and they began to fight each other just like the ninjas of this era. Kaguya has never been good at governing the world, and she had to use the infinite Tsukuyomi to stop the war, punishing those ninjas to spend their whole lives in a beautiful dream, and when they wake up again, they will become white Zetsu. However, Kaguya never thought that her 2 children had inherited her powerful strength, and also awakened the savagery and greed in the hearts of the Akatsuki clan. They tried to seize Kaguya's rule and power, thinking that they could defeat the unknown enemies from outer space with their own strength. Those 2 people are her own children. After all, Kaguya has always been poor at speaking, and could not make the 2 children understand her painstaking efforts. In the end, she had to be defeated in regret and grievance, and was sealed up by her children as recorded in the history of the Hyuga clan. In order to prevent his mother Kaguya from resurrecting and taking revenge, the 6-Path Sage split the chakra of the 10 tails and completely dispersed the chakra left by Kaguya. However, how could the mother of the child blame the child? Kaguya never cared about being sealed by the 2 children. She was just sad about their greed and barbarity. The person who knows a child best in the world is its mother. Before being sealed, Kaguya gave birth to me. If she cannot be resurrected, I will lead the ninja world to have a new savior. But the Sage of 6 Paths killed all the people in the ninja world who knew all this history, used his power to create new ninjas, and tampered with the past history of the ninja world, leaving these tampered histories on the Uchiha clan's stone tablet to prevent his mother from resurrecting. Akihara Kagura widened his eyes, as if he was deeply shocked by the story told by Black Zetsu. His brows immediately frowned, and he asked a question that Black Zetsu also wanted to ask, throwing one of his own problems to Black Zetsu. Wait, if that's the case, the Sage of 6 Paths killed the people who knew all the history, and recorded his fabricated history on the stone tablet, then what history did he originally want to leave on the stone tablet? Could it be the history recorded on the bark of the Senju clan? First update. It's so hard to make up a story. Chapter 319, Mr. Black Zetsu, the 6-Path Sage is still here. Are you afraid? This is a good question. Black Zetsu also wants to ask this question. Who left the bark of the Senju clan? Who modified the content on the bark? And why the content on the bark is so outrageous? Black Zetsu actually knows it very well. The 6-Path Sage Akatsuki Haguramo is indeed not a good son, or even a good father, but no matter how unfilial that rebellious son is, he would not leave such an outrageous historical record on the bark of the Senju clan. To be honest, Black Zetsu actually wants to admit that the bark of the Senju clan is the same as the history originally recorded on the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan, so that it can save a lot of effort. But why does this little guy Akihara Kagura seem to know nothing about this? Black Zetsu's heart is full of hesitation. Is there really no one behind this little guy, or does he not know all this at all, and he just got a piece of bark? That's right. Black Zetsu thought for a while and decided to try to deceive Akihara Kagura's trust first. The history recorded on the bark of the Senju clan is indeed exactly the same as the history originally recorded on the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan. Both are histories tampered with by the Six Paths Sage. The Six Paths Sage noticed my existence, but didn't want people to find out that I was once Kaguya as well, so he used the means of confusing history to rewrite my identity, claiming that I was the Dark Will he split off from, so that I would never be trusted by ninjas. In order to make the bark of the Senju clan, the wooden sticks of the Hyuga clan, and the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan consistent with the history he told, Black Zetsu had to admit this. This was a deception and also a test. However, when Black Zetsu used these deceptive words to test Akihara Kagura, he suddenly felt that what he said seemed to be very reasonable. Because the existence of the bark of the Senju clan can really confuse history and really confuse one's own identity. That bark of the Senju clan was deliberately targeting him. That false and outrageous history made him the Dark Will of the Six Paths Sage. No one in the ninja world would believe him, and would pay attention to the Dark Will of the Six Paths Sage. The records on the bark would indeed make the ninja world wary of the resurrection of the Ten Tails. Because the records on the bark constantly reminded him that the Dark Will of the Six Paths Sage wanted to use the Ten Tails to rule the ninja world, which would definitely arouse the vigilance of those who read the bark content. That bark could indeed completely erase the authenticity of Kaguya's resurrection. Black Zetsu suddenly remembered the Six Paths Sage. That guy was indeed powerful and had extraordinary wisdom, and he would not even be constrained by his personality. The Six Paths Sage would only do what he thought was right. He would not care at all about what had ruined his reputation. The existence of the Uchiha clan's stone tablet and the Senju clan's bark records could indeed perfectly achieve the Six Paths Sage's idea. That was the common ancestor of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. To do things by any means necessary was an innate idea of ninjas. Wait, there is another question. There is a time discrepancy. I modified the stone tablet after the Six Paths Sage died. Even if the Six Paths Sage was aware of my existence during his lifetime, he could not have guessed that I would modify the stone tablet, right? Or is it possible that I might modify the stone tablet as part of the Six Paths Sage's plan? Just when Black Zetsu was somewhat doubtful and felt that he was deceived by himself, Akihara Kagura's words helped Black Zetsu find the direction and even gained Black Zetsu's trust. Mr. Black Zetsu. I made up the content on the bark. Akihara Kagura's words made Black Zetsu's brain shrink, but he did not take Black Zetsu's thoughts into consideration and continued to speak. The history on the bark has been tampered with by me, and the story left on it is indeed the story of the Six Paths Sage sealing Kaguya. Black Zetsu's body trembled. It was almost deceived by itself. As a result, the bastard Akihara Kagura actually told it that it had just deceived it. This bastard actually tampered with the history left by the Six Paths Sage just like it did. It was a waste of time for it to speculate whether this bastard had someone behind it. I saw the original content on the bark. Akihara Kagura glanced at Black Zetsu and said calmly, "It records the story of ancient times. The Six Paths Sage actually noticed you left behind by Kaguya, and knew that you had deceived his son Indra. That piece of bark was his backup." After Akihara Kagura finished speaking, he reached out and picked up the fishing rod by the lake, and continued casually, "But I noticed your existence, so I specially modified the story, wanting to make you and Uchiha Madara completely fall apart, and let you be abandoned by the whole world." Why? Black Zetsu's heart was about to collapse. How dare this bastard say such a thing? His 1,000-year plan was destroyed, and Uchiha Madara, who he had deceived with great difficulty, also turned against him. All of this was the conspiracy of this bastard. What the fuck? Why does the ninja world have a bastard like Akihara Kagura? If Kaguya Akatsuki hadn't given birth to the Six Paths Sage, a bastard like Akihara Kagura wouldn't have been born in the ninja world. Why does the ninja world have such a person? Humans are too tricky. Black Zetsu feels like he has lived for 1,000 years and has seen countless conspiracies and intrigues, but he is not as insidious and despicable as this bastard Akihara Kagura. He made up all the lies and even made up the story. He even convinced himself that it was the conspiracy of the Six Paths Sage and the calculations of the Six Paths Sage. This bastard told himself that all those were fake. Is he still a human being? Is this something a human being can do? No matter how evil his mother Kaguya Akatsuki is, she is far less despicable and insidious than Akihara Kagura. The meanness of this bastard is too psychologically devastating. Why? Black Zetsu felt very uncomfortable. At this time, his mentality was even more aggrieved than when he was wrongly accused of being the dark will of the six-path sage in Konoha. This reason Akihara Kagura looked down at the fishing rod, lowered his head and said, "Wait until we revive the Ten Tails, then I will tell you the real secret of the bark. Forgive me for not daring to tell you at this time. The person who left the bark has been monitoring the ninja world. Unfortunately, he cannot appear for the time being, so he can only come in another way. The Akatsuki clan is really magical, and can even be called immortal. Maybe he has seen us here. That person has a great connection with the Kaguya you mentioned, and only Kaguya can deal with that person. This is the last test before Kaguya's resurrection. The chakra of the six-path sage actually still exists. Maybe the six-path sage is Kaguya's son, or maybe the six-path sage was once the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, gathering all the chakra in the ninja world. Even if the old man died, his chakra would still stay at the edge of the ninja world and the underworld. Akihara Kagura wanted to test whether the chakra of the six-path sage could descend into this world. If he could immediately defect and make the six-path sage his boss, and he could help seal Black Zetsu or something. Of course. If the six-path sage's chakra could still be used, he would probably have to use the main Gekyo Sharingan to try to enter the limited Tsukuyomi world to escape. However, the biggest possibility is that the six-path sage's chakra is unlikely to appear. Because Kaguya's name has appeared countless times during this period, the six-path sage has never appeared, and he did not even appear during the Millennium War in the ninja world. The six-path sage's chakra may need to sense a certain existence as an anchor point before it can descend, or it may be that his remaining chakra is not much, and he needs to keep it until the most dangerous time in the ninja world, so that his children can have the power to seal Kaguya. Akihara Kagura was not too panicked, but Black Zetsu was very panicked. Black Zetsu's eyes were shocked. At this moment, Black Zetsu's brain was about to explode. At this moment, countless possibilities flashed through Black Zetsu's mind. Black Zetsu stared at Akihara Kagura, wanting to get the answer from him. What do you mean? Are the enemies from outer space chasing us? Or is it that person? Is it the enemies from outer space chasing us, or is the six-path sage, that bastard, not dead at all? Just as you guessed. Akihara Kagura put away the fishing rod, caught a fish, and said solemnly, "If I want to destroy the ninja world and create a new world, that person might show up to stop me. I don't think I can deal with him even if I become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. That's why I want to know the truth from you." Only the legendary goddess of the rabbit Akihara Kagura told the truth naturally. Only she has the power to contend with him, and can allow me to successfully complete my plan of destroying and creating the world. Black Zetsu's body trembled completely. It had thought of what was originally recorded on the bark of the Senju clan. What was recorded on it was the secret that the six-path sage still existed in some form. Black Zetsu's body was about to explode, and the fear even spread in its brain, making it dare not say Kaguya's name directly. Will he stop us from resurrecting her? Can't stop him. Akihara Kagura stretched out the fishing rod in her hand, her eyes sharp. But once the person is resurrected, the bark records that he also has a way to seal the person again. What should we do then? Black Zetsu immediately became at a loss and panicked. Then what should we do? What should we do? Don't worry. Akihara Kagura comforted Black Zetsu and took the initiative to say, if the Ten-Tails is not resurrected, I guess he won't show up. We can resurrect the Ten-Tails first, and then gather the chakra of the ninja world. The rest is not something we can participate in. Okay. Black Zetsu's mood was forced to stabilize. Bastard, how can he force himself to stabilize? Stay steady. This bastard may be deceiving himself. Don't be anxious at this time, the plan is almost to the last minute. Although the chess piece Uchiha Madara is gone, it is obvious that Akihara Kagura will become his new chess piece. At this time, he must not lose his composure. He must make Akihara Kagura believe that Kaguya is enough to destroy the six-path sage who exists in another form. As long as Mom is resurrected, Black Zetsu's body trembled a little, and he tried to calm himself down. As long as Mom is resurrected, everything will be fine. Everything will be solved. Mom is the most powerful person in this ninja world. No one can surpass Mom. This is fake. What Akihara Kagura said is fake. The bastard six-path sage can't be alive. The six-path sage has been dead for a long time, and he watched him die with his own eyes. But Black Zetsu really can't deceive himself this time because Akihara Kagura said this possibility, saying that this matter was recorded on the bark. Black Zetsu doesn't think Akihara Kagura may be lying because the Akatsuki clan is really amazing. The six-path sage may not be unable to exist in other forms. After all, Kaguya Akatsuki can exist in other forms even after losing the 10 tails. Even her wool is still shrouded in the sky above the ninja world and has never dissipated. This can only prove that mom is invincible. No one in this world can stop my mother from resurrecting. Even if the six-path sage exists, he can't defeat my mother. As long as my mother can be resurrected, everything is not a problem. Now Black Zetsu is only worried about one thing. Before Kaguya Akatsuki is resurrected, will the six-path sage, who exists in another form, stop them? So Mr. Black Zetsu, since Kaguya is invincible, Akihara Kagura looked at Black Zetsu and took the initiative to continue. If I choose to join you, join Kaguya-sama, will she allow me to destroy the world and recreate a new world? Of course. Black Zetsu tried his best to relax, grinning and revealing a not-so-good smile. He no longer dared to call Kaguya's name. My mother and I will definitely support you. Don't mention my mother's name at this time. System prompt, you have a new superior, Black Zetsu, rewarding new employees with a gift package and unlocking new features. Spiritual fusion, you can use your yin and yang escape to merge into the enemy's body and control the enemy's body and actions. This ability is irrelevant to Akihara Kagura, but he finally got on Kaguya's line. It is a pity that until this moment, the remaining chakra of the six-path sage Akatsuki Haguramo has not descended. Perhaps his chakra is really not much left, and the six-path sage in history has given away a lot of his chakra. Perhaps he will only appear at the most critical moment. It is not convenient for Akihara Kagura herself to see him, because the six-path sage is hiding in the gap between life and death, and he can only be seen on the edge of life and death. That person left records on the bark and monitored everything in the ninja world, but he has not appeared yet. He should still be arrogant. Akihara Kagura picked up his fishing rod, took the fish off the fishing rod, and threatened Black Zetsu. Maybe he is sure that he can solve the resurrection again. Kagura. Black Zetsu hurriedly stopped Akihara Kagura. It only hoped that its plan could go on as expected. Don't mention mom's name at this time before mom is resurrected. Everyone go to bed early. I looked it up, and the six-path sage only appeared once in the world, when Hashirama Senju touched six-path Madara's body. The chakras of Indra, Ashura and the nine-tailed beasts gathered together, and the six-path sage could sense it and appear. It seems that the six-path sage can monitor, and cannot descend at ordinary times, but his real purpose is to seal Kaguya. As long as Kaguya absorbs all the chakras in the ninja world, and absorbs the chakras of Indra and Ashura, the remaining chakras of the six-path sage will trigger a mechanism to descend and seal his mother up. Chapter 320 The Five-Cage Conference. Konoha will only get war without Akihara Kagura. Black Zetsu is too timid. If Kaguya was resurrected, Black Zetsu would not be afraid. However, the six-path sage's chakra might still be watching the ninja world, so Black Zetsu is still a little panicked. In fact, more than a little. Black Zetsu is so scared that he didn't even dare to say Kaguya's name, for fear that saying a few more words of Kaguya's name would irritate the six-path sage and suddenly jump out to stop them from resurrecting Kaguya. Now we have to resurrect mom as soon as possible. Black Zetsu looked at Akihara Kagura, who was collecting her fishing line, and could not help but persuade her, Kagura, that guy may change his mind and stop us at any time. Of course. Akihara Kagura's movements were still unhurried. He carefully wound his fishing line and said softly, now we have another problem. We need a large enough army. If there is not enough pressure, they will most likely only send a small group of people to fight me, so we need to find a way to gather everyone together. According to the records on the bark, it takes a huge amount of chakra to resurrect that adult. In addition to resurrecting the 10 tails, all the chakra in the ninja world must be gathered together as much as possible to do all this. Black Zetsu looked at the outer path statue and continued to lie in a hoarse voice. The outer path statue has another use. It can use the chakra of the seven-tailed beasts inside to cultivate white Zetsu, and then use the power of Oshirama cells to strengthen white Zetsu. They can also be used to fight. Akihara Kagura knew this very well, because Akihara Kagura also had a 10 tails body in his body, and he could also cultivate white Zetsu freely. As for forcing the ninjas in the ninja world to gather together, this is of course not only for the purpose of resurrecting Kaguya. Akihara Kagura also needs the ninjas to gather together so that he can collect enough chakra for the 10 tails body in his body. However, Akihara Kagura's way of collecting chakra is relatively green and environmentally friendly. He only absorbs the current chakra in a person's body. Then let's start cultivating white Zetsu. Akihara Kagura followed Black Zetsu's gaze and looked in the direction of the outer path demon statue. If a sufficient number of white Zetsu can be cultivated, if their combat effectiveness is not enough, then use them as sacrifices for the impure world reincarnation, and you can also revive an army with good combat effectiveness. Black Zetsu's forehead twitched. It's better to be quick. Akihara Kagura turned to look at Black Zetsu and said softly, the 5 major ninja villages will soon hold the 5-cage conference in the Hidden Rain village. They will definitely discuss how to stop me from destroying the ninja world at that meeting. We'd better give them a little shock before that. How do you know this news? Black Zetsu looked at Akihara Kagura in surprise, and as if he thought of something, he nodded to himself and said, after all, the major countries in the ninja world have been poisoned by you. They probably won't miss this opportunity to kill you. Konoha's Hokage assistant once made those major countries dare not speak loudly when they wanted to breathe against Konoha. No, Akihara Kagura shook her head and showed a weird smile, because the person who took the initiative to propose that the ninja world unite is me. Black Zetsu's eyes jumped. What a sinister operation this is. Even the matter of the ninja world uniting is in this guy's conspiracy. The Land of Rain, the Hidden Rain village. This small country, sandwiched between 3 large ninja villages, once became a battlefield for the big countries to fight, but now it is gradually becoming the center of the ninja world. Almost all the ninjas from all the ninja villages in the entire ninja world are shuttling in the Rain country, going to the Hidden Rain village to discuss various matters about the 5-cage conference held in the Hidden Rain village. In addition to the 5 major ninja villages, there are many large and small ninja villages in the ninja world that have long agreed to the request of the Salamander Hanzo, including some countries such as the Iron Country that can be regarded as having an important influence in the ninja world. All this is due to the credit of a man. Salamander Hanzo. Salamander Hanzo took the initiative to visit many people. Although he is old, there are still many people willing to give him a face, especially many small countries admire Salamander Hanzo very much. For example, the Iron Country, a well-known neutral samurai country in the ninja world, the ruler of the Iron Country, the samurai leader Mifune, admired Salamander Hanzo very much, so at the invitation of Salamander Hanzo, he promised that they would participate together when necessary to prevent the destruction of the ninja world. This is also quite normal. After all, Akihara Kagura wanted to destroy the ninja world, and other people couldn't survive. Konoha advertised that their previous generation of Hokage assisted Akihara Kagura to kill everyone. Of course. The most important thing is still the 5 major countries. In order to get the 5 major countries to agree to unite, Tsunade took the initiative to invite Hanzo to guarantee and convene this 5-cage meeting. In the Hidden Rain village, Hanzo took the initiative to assume the responsibility of the host. In terms of identity, this old man with a great reputation in the upper echelons of the ninja world is indeed qualified to assume this responsibility, and even the cage of the major ninja villages has to give him a face. For this meeting of the ninja world, Hanzo specially built a large-scale conference room. In order to worry about the 5 major countries fighting before the meeting, the conference room was built in a pentagonal shape, allowing the 5 major countries to enter from 5 areas respectively. In the pentagonal conference room, for their own safety, the 5 cages brought a lot of Anbu. These Anbu sat next to the conference room and could rush up to protect the cage of their village at any time. This was all the careful consideration of the old man Hanzo. Now please invite the 5 cage to enter. The lights lit up one by one. This large conference room was slowly illuminated. A figure appeared in the middle of the 5 roads in the entire conference room. The 5th generation Kazakajigara of the Sand Village in the Wind Country, the 3rd generation Tsuchika Jinoki of the Rock Village in the Earth Country, the 5th generation Mizukage Madarumi of the Mist Village in the Water Country, the 4th generation Reikage Ai of the Cloud Village in the Lightning Country, and the 5th generation Hokage Tsunade of the Leaf Village in the Fire Country. The 5 people who hold power in the ninja world walked along their passages step by step to their respective positions, and everyone had different thoughts. The area of Konoha Village. Tsunade's guards are Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Because this meeting is of vital importance, Tsunade trusts only her best friend Jiraiya the most, and Jiraiya simply drags Orochimaru to come along. Tsunade also agreed. After all, when Akihara Kagura was the assistant of Hokage in Konoha, Konoha offended many ninja villages. At that time, other ninja villages did not dare to say anything. Now that Akihara Kagura has defected, these ninja villages will inevitably want to make trouble. That man Hanzo Jiraiya looked around the conference room and couldn't help but praise. He really made this meeting very ceremonial. It looks like he spent a lot of effort. Orochimaru smiled and nodded gently. I hope that when the fight starts later, the scene will not be too embarrassing. Jiraiya was silent for a moment. Because Jiraiya knew the reputation of Konoha in the ninja world. Due to the existence of Akihara Kagura, all the ninja villages in the ninja world suppressed their dissatisfaction with Konoha. Now these ninja villages will definitely target Tsunade, and at worst they will add insult to injury to Konoha. Let me speak first. The 5th Kazakage stated his demands directly and concisely. Now our Sand village requires Konoha to return all the ninjutsu and forbidden techniques obtained from the Sand village, compensate for all the losses we have suffered before, and abolish all the agreements that have been signed. The 5th Kazakage's eyes fell on Tsunade, and he said in a deep voice, I am very grateful that Konoha once sent people to support the Sand village, but the burden Konoha has imposed on the Sand village is too heavy. The Sand village does not want to start a war. The 5th Kazakage closed his eyes and said nothing, but quietly put forward his demands. I am just making normal and reasonable requests. The request of the Mist village is the same. The 5th Mizukage Madarumi put forward his demands loudly, and his voice was a little heavy. In the past, we were forced to become a vassal of Konoha. The Mist village needs to be more independent. We also demand the cancellation of all agreements signed between Konoha and the Mist village, the return of our ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, and compensation for the losses we suffered in rebuilding the village. The 4th Raikage glanced at Tsunade and said in a deep voice, Tsunade, Konoha also needs to return the ninjutsu and forbidden techniques of our Cloud village. Send all of your Konoha's ninjutsu and forbidden techniques to the Cloud village. This is the ultimatum before the two ninja villages go to war. In fact, the 4th Raikage also thought about letting Tsunade go to the Cloud village as a hostage. However, the 4th Raikage remembered that Tsunade had saved him when he was traveling, so he deliberately cancelled this clause. He just wanted to take back the secret techniques of the Cloud village first. Also, Konoha ninjas are prohibited from using and spreading all the secret techniques of the Cloud village. The 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki's expression was also a little heavy. The 3rd Tsuchikage actually wanted to say something, but he really couldn't find any losses for himself. He just lost a lot of face at the beginning, and the Iwagakure village was the one who suffered the least. After all, Akihara Kagura just kidnapped him at the beginning. However, Konoha is now in a situation where everyone is pushing down the wall. The 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki simply made a loud request. We demand that the Fire Nation cede land to make up for the unequal agreements we have signed with Konoha over the years. This can also be regarded as an ultimatum before the war. Tsunade closed her eyes and did not answer. Before the 5-Cage conference, Tsunade had guessed that some of these big countries would make some excessive demands, but she did not expect these guys to be so impatient. In the past, Konoha suppressed the entire ninja world with the support of Akihara Kagura, and obtained benefits from other big countries that were even difficult to digest. Now, after Akihara Kagura's defection, the backlash of Konoha has come so quickly. Everyone in the conference room looked at Tsunade. The 5th Hokage took a deep breath, slowly stretched out his hand and pressed it on the table. I hope you can understand one thing. Konoha contacted other major countries in order to jointly prevent the crisis that destroyed the ninja world, not to listen to you here and want to bite a piece of meat from us like a hyena. Don't think that Konoha will be afraid of war. Tsunade, this is the trouble caused by your Konoha people. The 4th Raikage snorted in dissatisfaction and slammed his fist on the table. Konoha should have killed that guy named Akihara Kagura a long time ago. Little guy. The 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki looked at Tsunade and asked in a deep voice, Konoha can't solve the trouble it caused and wants everyone in the ninja world to help solve it. Isn't this a bit unfair to the ninja world? The 5th Kazakage and the 5th Mizukage Madarumi nodded at the same time. In any case, this kind of thing was indeed caused by Konoha village itself. I understand what you are thinking. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, and her gaze became sharp. You all want us, the big countries, to start a new ninja world war before Akihara Kagura destroys the ninja world to clear the way for him, right? Calm down, Hanzo of the Salamander interrupted Tsunade quickly, and even took the initiative to maintain the order of the meeting. Everyone, the purpose of this meeting is to discuss how to stop Akihara Kagura from destroying the ninja world. Discussing those things at this time is a bit like the issue of post-war interest division. Before the war starts, the third Tsuchika Jinoki has the longest seniority, and he is also qualified to chat with Hanzo of the Salamander. It is understandable that we distribute the interests in advance. We can't let the entire ninja world pay for the troubles created by Konoha. The fourth Raikage agreed with Inoki's opinion. However, this Tsuchikage had a grudge against him for killing his father, and the fourth Raikage would not be willing to take the initiative to say that he would agree with him. Forget it. Tsunade shook her head, looked at the other cages present, and said in a deep voice, the benefits that Konoha once gained from Akihara Kagura will be returned to you after we stop him from destroying the ninja world, such as the secret techniques of the Sand Village, the Mist Village, and the Cloud Village, and some unreasonable agreements we have made as for other unreasonable demands. Konoha will reject them all. This is Konoha's last bottom line. Tsunade glanced at everyone present one by one, and said in a cold voice, before we distribute the benefits, whether the ninja world has a way to stop Akihara Kagura is another matter. And everyone present is not without responsibility. You had many opportunities to kill Akihara Kagura at the beginning. Why were you forced to sign a humiliating treaty with Konoha in the end, and even the four present have become his prisoners? As far as I know, the third Tsuchika Jinoki was once forced to teach Akihara Kagura how to use Dust Release, which led to Akihara Kagura using Dust Release to defeat Uchiha Madara in a battle not long ago. The third Tsuchika Jinoki's face turned from anger to blushing. The short old man slammed his fist on the table, trying to explain his grievances. What I taught him was fake. The Dust Release I taught him was fake. Add one more thing. Chapter 321 Urgent news from the 5-cage meeting, the fall of the Hidden Rock Village. Inoki felt a little uncomfortable. The old man knew that the Dust Release he taught was all fake. However, Akihara Kagura still mastered the Dust Release. Inoki thought he was the sinner of Iwagakure Village, and even used Akihara Kagura as an example to force his disciple Deidara to learn Dust Release. This made Deidara, who had no intention of learning, lose his mind and leave the village to join the Akatsuki organization. Wait a minute. The third Tsuchika Jinoki remembered a name mentioned by Tsunade, and cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Who did you just say Akihara Kagura defeated with Dust Release? Uchiha Madara. Tsunade said the name coldly, and continued, that legendary figure was also resurrected in Akihara Kagura's conspiracy, and was defeated by Akihara Kagura. He will also participate in the war to stop Akihara Kagura from destroying the ninja world. The third Tsuchika Jinoki's face suddenly changed, and the sweat on his face slowly flowed down, as if the whole person was afraid. Uchiha Madara lost to Akihara Kagura. Why is your excellency Tsuchikage so surprised? The fifth Mizukage Madarumi looked at the third Tsuchikage's face and couldn't help but said, no one in the ninja world has ever been able to defeat Akihara Kagura. It is normal for a legendary figure like Uchiha Madara to lose to Akihara Kagura, right? No. The third Tsuchika Jinoki shook his head and said to himself, if it's not like this, you can't understand what this kind of thing means. You don't know how terrifying Uchiha Madara is. The third Tsuchika Jinoki's head slowly drooped, and he continued in a deep voice, naturally, you won't know what defeating Uchiha Madara means. As a person who had personally experienced the power of Uchiha Madara, the third Tsuchika Jinoki and his teacher, the second Tsuchikage, both had their wills crushed by a single blow from Uchiha Madara when they were young. Until today, Inoki has become stronger and stronger, and even became a Tsuchikage. In his heart, he can understand even more how terrifying Uchiha Madara was back then. However, it seems that Dust Release is also very powerful. The third Tsuchika Jinoki feels that his years of hard work may not be in vain, as he has developed a powerful ninjutsu. If he meets Uchiha Madara again, he may not be unable to win. It's normal for Uchiha Madara to lose to him. The fifth Kazukage frowned and said in a cold voice, hasn't someone in the ninja world long recognized that he is the new generation of ninja god, surpassing the first Hokage? Akihara Kagura is stronger than the first Hokage. Tsunade sat in her seat, and her voice slowly calmed down. I came here not to argue with you about right and wrong, but just hope that you can work with us to prevent the destruction of the ninja world. Konoha Ninja will definitely charge forward. That's right, the fourth Raikage. I wanted to refute Tsunade in a cold voice. Now Akihara Kagura's target is the 8 tails of the Hidden Cloud Village. However, Tsunade interrupted the fourth Reikage with a word, and continued in a deep voice, Akihara Kagura needs to revive the 10 tails if he wants to destroy the ninja world. To revive the 10 tails, he needs the 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world. Now he has obtained 7-tailed beasts, and the next target is the 8 tails. This kind of thing should have been said earlier. The fourth Reikage cursed angrily, and was about to turn around and tell his subordinates to hide the 8 tails Jinchuriki killer be immediately. The Hidden Cloud Village cannot protect the 8 tails. Tsunade's words exposed the reality. Her voice was cold. Akihara Kagura alone is enough to easily capture the Hidden Cloud Village. It's not like he hasn't done this before. The fourth Reikage suddenly became more irritable. At this time, the fourth Reikage actually remembered the apple tree in his office. The last time Akihara Kagura captured the Hidden Cloud Village, he captured the fourth Reikage and brought him to Konoha, threatening the Hidden Cloud Village to hand over all the secret techniques. The guy even ate the apple he placed in the office, claiming that the apple was not delicious, and humiliatingly planted an apple tree in his office. The apple tree was like a scar. After the fourth Reikage was released to the Hidden Cloud Village by Tsunade, he did not move the apple tree away, but wanted to remind himself of the shame of the Hidden Cloud Village being captured. Now that bastard is going to attack the Hidden Cloud Village again. Everyone present slowly calmed down. The shadows of the 5 major countries had to admit one thing: they must unite to resist Akihara Kagura's destruction of the ninja world. Any ninja village will inevitably lose to Akihara Kagura. Except for the Iwagakure village, all other ninja villages have been crushed. The third Tsuchika Jinoki even felt a little lucky that the Iwagakure village had never fallen. However, a hurried voice came into the venue. An Iwagakure ninja ignored the others' attempts to stop him, and even didn't care that this was the side of the 5 shadows meeting, and shouted loudly at the third Tsuchikage. Third Tsuchikage. There is urgent information in the village that must be reported. Yellow Earth. The third Tsuchika Jinoki looked at the person who came and couldn't help but be surprised. Didn't I arrange for you to stay in the village? Why are you here? Yellow Earth gritted his teeth. The 5 shadows meeting was forced to be temporarily suspended for a few minutes. Even if the third Tsuchika Jinoki didn't want to lose face in front of these younger generations, the safety of the Iwagakure village was still the most important thing, so he asked his son to come and report the problem. But when Wang Tu whispered a few words in the ear of the third Tsuchika Jinoki, the third Tsuchika Jinoki's face changed drastically, and he even became a little panicked. Mr. Tsuchikage, what happened? The people present couldn't just stand there and ask. The third Tsuchika Jinoki gritted his teeth. He knew that some things couldn't be concealed, so he could only tell the truth at this time. The Hidden Rock Village was captured by Akihara Kagura. All the secrets in the village were looted by Akihara Kagura. Everyone present was shocked. They never thought that Akihara Kagura would take advantage of the 5-cage meeting to capture the Hidden Rock Village and plunder the secrets of the Hidden Rock Village. That guy, the third Tsuchika Jinoki's arms trembled a little, and he gritted his teeth and said, that guy is not just one person. He also has a huge army. Everyone in the entire venue widened their eyes. One day ago, after the third Tsuchika Jinoki left the Hidden Rock Village, the entire Iwagakure village was surrounded by enemies. The Iwagakure village, which was once known for its large population, was actually surrounded by countless enemies. This was incredible. Even these enemies looked like white monsters. They were not the most terrifying. The most terrifying thing was the sudden appearance of wood release. This village standing in the fortress group soon fell. Giant trees grew in the Iwagakure village. A group of Iwagakure ninjas had been tied to the trees. Their chakras were completely absorbed and they lost their combat effectiveness. This village had the largest number of ninjas in the ninja world, but they were no match for Akihara Kagura, especially since the strongest third-generation Tsuchika Jinoki in the village was not here. Do you want to kill them? White Zetsuai commanded the densely packed White Zetsu to surround the Iwagakure village. There's no need for that. Akihara Kagura shook her head and took the initiative to say, their chakra is more important than their lives. Let's move all the secret techniques of the Hidden Rock Village. Besides, the purpose of our coming here is just to let the ninja world know that we have a large-scale army, not just a few people. Only in this way will they choose to gather all the ninjas. Of course, there are other purposes. Akihara Kagura wanted to absorb another wave of chakra before the war to prevent the 10 tails body in his body from being unable to revive in time. At the same time, He could take this opportunity to master all the ninjutsu of the 5 major countries. Konoha, Cloud Village, Mist Village and Sand Village have already learned it. Now, only the Earth Escape of the Hidden Rock Village is left. Retreat. Akihara Kagura called out to Oi. Okay. As White Zetsu Oi made a gesture of retreat, tens of thousands of White Zetsu sank into the ground and soon disappeared without a trace. You can go and report now. Akihara Kagura raised her hand and controlled the remaining ninja Wong Tu from the Hidden Rock Village to slowly lower him down from the vines. She said loudly, "The knowledge of the old times can make the ninjas of the new era progress faster. I only lack the secret techniques from the Hidden Rock Village." Very happy. Akihara Kagura's body slowly floated to the ground, and she even bent down to thank Wong Tu politely. "Thank you very much for the contribution of the Hidden Rock Village to the new world. You guy." Wong Tu looked at Akihara Kagura with complicated eyes. This time, Akihara Kagura's attack came too fast. The ninjas of the Hidden Rock Village didn't even have time to react. The entire Hidden Rock Village was completely surrounded by tens of thousands of White Zetsu. They realized the enemy's attack, and the vines and roots of the tree world covered the entire Hidden Rock Village, capturing all the Hidden Rock ninjas in the village. Wong Tu was the only one who could fight back. Unfortunately, Wong Tu's counterattack seemed fragile and powerless. The vines of the tree world quickly caught him, tied him directly to the tree, and absorbed the chakra in his body. Soon, the martial arts warehouse of the Hidden Rock Village was looted by the White Zetsu. Okay. After Akihara Kagura's simple courtesy, the look on her face has become arrogant. As a reward for your willingness to cooperate, I will not kill any Hidden Rock ninja this time. I will allow all of you to exist to the end of this world. Oh, right. Akihara Kagura tilted her head and seemed to calculate like a child calculating a math problem. I am also good at flying with a super light and heavy rock technique. Theoretically, if your people go to report the news at about this time, they should not be able to catch up with the flying speed of the 3rd Tsuchikage, right? He should be attending the 5-Cage conference, right? Don't deny it, Mr. Wong Tu, I must know about this, otherwise I would not attack the Hidden Rock Village at this time. Wong Tu was shocked. Why don't I help you? Akihara Kagura stretched out her palm and slapped Wong Tu directly on his body. If you send someone to report the news now, it should be almost the time for the 5-Cage conference to be held, and you can inform the 3rd Tsuchikage Lord. With Akihara Kagura's action, Wong Tu's body floated up involuntarily. The Earth-style, super light and heavy rock technique instantly allowed Wong Tu to get rid of gravity. This is the super light and heavy rock technique. Wong Tu recognized the technique of his father Inoki. Even in the Iwagakure village, this technique that can get rid of gravity and fly can only be learned by Inoki, who has studied it for more than 10 years. However, many ninjas in the Iwagakure village at that time also knew that Akihara Kagura learned this technique after hearing a few words from Deidara. Just in time. Akihara Kagura looked at Wong Tu, whose body was floating up, and smiled. Now you can go and report the news. Take advantage of the time when the 5-Cage conference is held to tell them this news. Let them know that the end of the world is approaching, and I have collected all the knowledge of this world. There is nothing worth leaving for the new world. After that, Akihara Kagura left. After seeing Akihara Kagura leave, Wong Tu hurried to the Hidden Rain village to report the news. Just as Akihara Kagura expected, when Wong Tu arrived at the Hidden Rain village, the 5-Cage conference had just begun, and he had to report the news. The 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki did not care about his face. He knew the seriousness of the matter very well, and hurriedly asked his son to inform the others present about the matter in the Hidden Rain village. That guy, the reason he has been asking other ninja villages to hand over their secret techniques is actually this Akihara Kagura. That guy has long had the idea of destroying the world and creating another. Tsunade's heart trembled. She had heard the reason why Akihara Kagura plundered the secret techniques. He has obtained the techniques of all the ninja villages in the 5 major countries, and he wants to leave those techniques and knowledge for the new world he creates. What's going on with that army? The 4th Raikage knocked on the table and asked loudly. Tsunade, you should know about that army, right? That should be a creature called White Zetsu. Tsunade frowned and told the information she knew. It is said that the creature was transformed from humans, and we don't know its true strength yet. Their number is huge. The 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki looked at everyone present, tacitly agreed that they were about to unite, and said in a deep voice, at least tens of thousands or even more. In addition to getting rid of Akihara Kagura, We may need to form a large army to fight them. Now I am more worried about another thing. Tsunade took a deep breath and reminded them in a deep voice. Now he has mastered the secret techniques of all the ninja villages in the 5 major countries. Akihara Kagura's talent is so outstanding that he can learn any kind of ninjutsu within 1 minute. During the time we are in the meeting, he should have mastered all the secret techniques he got from the Iwagakure village. He has also mastered the earth escape technique. When Tsunade said this, she couldn't help but think of the dream of her good friend Orochimaru. The current Akihara Kagura can almost be said to have mastered all the techniques and knowledge in the ninja world. Let's strengthen Kagura a little bit first. Chapter 322 I don't want my memories of the old times to be so ugly. The Hidden Rain Village. In the meeting room of the 5 corners. After Tsunade finished speaking, the scene was somewhat silent. Jiraiya heard Orochimaru's breathing getting heavier beside him. He also knew the dream of his old friend. He didn't expect that his disciple and Orochimaru's experiment would achieve Orochimaru's dream of mastering all the techniques and knowledge of the ninja world. So, the 5th Kazakage knocked on the table to draw everyone's attention, his voice somewhat calm. For us, it just means that the guy will be more difficult to deal with. Anyway, that guy is already very strong. More than that guy will speed up his process of destroying the world. The 3rd Tsuchikage glanced at everyone present, and said in a deep voice, according to the information brought by Wang Tu, that guy mentioned a sentence. There is no longer anything he wants in this world, and he will speed up his process of destroying the world. Not good. The 4th Raikage suddenly thought of something, and his body stood up almost immediately. We are still in a meeting here. That bastard may have left the Iwagakure village and will go to the Kumagakure village to capture B. That bastard wants to take away the 8 tails. Since he wants to speed up the destruction of the world, that guy will definitely go to the Kumagakure village to capture Killer B. Don't worry. Tsunade hurriedly called out to the 4th Raikage and persuaded him in a deep voice, it's useless for you to rush back now. If that guy wants to capture the 8 tails, you in the Hidden Cloud village can't stop him. The most important thing now is to stop him from destroying the ninja world. Tsunade, aren't you worried about the 9 tails? The 4th Raikage glanced at Tsunade angrily. Although what this woman Tsunade said was true, it was inevitable that the 4th Raikage was a little unhappy. Even if he couldn't defeat Akihara Kagura and couldn't protect that idiot, he wanted to do his last bit of strength for his sworn brother. Even if he knew it was useless. At least there's no need to worry about the safety of the 9 tails now. Tsunade shook her head, her expression very calm. Uchiha Madara was just defeated, he's outside Konoha village, and he will also participate in this war to stop Akihara Kagura. This news immediately shocked everyone's expression. I have to say that this news is really amazing. Will such a legendary figure join them? No wonder Tsunade is not worried about Konoha's 9 tails problem at all. It turns out that there is a person of that level who is guarding Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki. Okay. Tsunade sighed and took the initiative to summarize. Now we must decide one thing here as soon as possible. The 5 major countries forming a ninja coalition is the general trend. We must do our best to stop Akihara Kagura from destroying the ninja world at all costs. Before that, Konoha will stop Akihara Kagura from gathering all the tailed beasts. You can wait until after the war to talk about other things. Konoha will give up all the benefits that Akihara Kagura has taken. If we can't stop Akihara Kagura now, everything we discuss here will be meaningless, and our village will no longer have a future. This war is something we cannot escape. And in addition to his big countries. When Tsunade said this, she looked at Hanzo, the salamander who is presiding over the talks next to her. Mr. Hanzo has contacted other countries during this period. The samurai of the Iron Kingdom, the ninjas of small countries such as the Rain Kingdom and the Hot Spring Kingdom will also unite to prevent the crisis of the destruction of the ninja world. That's right. Hanzo of the Salamander nodded and said in a deep voice, I am very aware of the threat posed by Kagura Akihara, and I have even seen him fight with my own eyes. Unless everyone unites to find a solution, they will only be defeated one by Kagura Akihara, and he will not be able to gather all the tailed beasts to resurrect the 10 tails. I also happen to know some news about the 10 tails. Once Kagura Akihara successfully resurrects the 10 tails, one blow from the 10 tails will be enough to destroy a big country. At that time, the ninja world will no longer have any chance to resist. The cages present couldn't help but look at each other. Now they had to admit that Tsunade and Hanzo of the Salamander were right. In fact, they had also agreed to the proposal of uniting to resist Kagura Akihara, but they just wanted to take this opportunity to get some things back. It would be great if Tsunade was willing to make a promise. If they continued, it would only waste the imminent time. The cages of other big country ninja villages nodded and agreed. Tsunade was relieved to see that they were finally willing to give up wasting time. If you all agree, then we will go back as soon as possible to gather the ninjas from our respective villages and form a ninja coalition that can fight against Akihara Kagura. Besides that, we will also keep in touch with each other during this period, and it would be best if we can find out the strength of the suddenly appeared white Zetsu army of Akihara Kagura as soon as possible. Agree. The 5th Kazakage nodded. Agree. The 5th Mizukage Terumime also had no opinions to raise. Agree. The 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki nodded. The old man just wanted to end this meeting as soon as possible and return to the Hidden Rock village to check the losses in the village. Agree. The 4th Reikage agreed in a deep voice. He also wanted to return to the Hidden Cloud village as soon as possible, fearing that his sworn brother Killer Bee would be captured by Akihara Kagura. Agree. This was a voice that everyone present was very familiar with. Tsunade suddenly frowned. Many people present did not have time to react. Because in the minds of normal people, there are 5 cages participating in the meeting, and it is normal for 5 voices of agreement to appear in the meeting room. Jiraiya and Orochimaru reacted the fastest. The two quickly stood up and entered combat mode. The cages of other villages also became alert. Most of them had heard this familiar voice and immediately realized who the voice belonged to. Akihara Kagura. This is the voice of Akihara Kagura. When did that guy sneak in? Be careful. Salamander Hanzo took the lead in reminding. The old man was the first to notice the situation on the ground. He saw the strange situation and reminded loudly, the shadow on the ground is abnormal. The lights in the conference room were bright. This also made the shadow on the ground very obvious. All the shadows in the entire conference room were moving rapidly, and everyone was watching this scene in panic. They all knew that this was the enemy's method. Todoroki's manipulation technique. Jiraiya stared at the gathering shadows and remembered the technique he taught to Akihara Kagura. However, he shook his head and said, no, it is more flexible than Todoroki's manipulation technique to manipulate shadows. Instead, it is more like the secret technique of the Nara clan. The shadows are still moving. These shadows continue to gather together, and finally form a dark door shape above the pentagonal conference room. A figure floats out from the shadows. Akihara Kagura. The 4th Reikage gritted his teeth and read out the name of the visitor. Everyone present immediately became alert, because the person to be dealt with in this meeting was Akihara Kagura, and they would not regard the visitor as a guest. Be alert. Hanzo of the Salamander shouted. A group of rain ninjas responsible for maintaining order immediately prepared for battle, even though their fighting power should be the weakest among those present. However, these rain ninjas were not afraid at all. Don't be nervous. Akihara Kagura's body slowly fell to the ground, and he looked at everyone present with a calm expression, as if he didn't care at all about the group of enemies who were wary of him. It seems. It should be that I am not used to it. Akihara Kagura stretched out his palm and slowly brushed his hair. I stay in the route most of the time. This is the first time I attend such a grand occasion. As the leader of the route, it is not suitable to appear in such an occasion. The ninjas present were still very alert. Although Akihara Kagura's expression was very relaxed and calm, and even seemed to be deliberately joking, the ninjas present would not easily think that he was joking. Why are you not used to it? Akihara Kagura stretched out his feet and stepped lightly on the ground. I remember what teacher Jiraiya taught me. When it is inconvenient to use the palm, you can use the sole of the foot to make a seal. This little trick is still very practical sometimes. Before the voice fell, Akihara Kagura's body was directly under a stone platform with a wall of earth flowing, allowing him to sit on it and look down at everyone present. The first thing Akihara Kagura did when he sat on the podium was to thank his teacher, Teacher Jiraiya. Thank you for teaching me the little tricks. Everyone's eyes turned to Jiraiya. You guy. Jiraiya looked at his most powerful disciple with extremely complicated feelings. He didn't even know how to communicate with this disciple. Jiraiya always thought that this disciple was very obedient. Now it seems that this disciple has a strong character and a stronger will than anyone else, otherwise he would not have been able to inherit the wishes of several generations of Uchiha and come all the way to where he is today. No one's persuasion could change Akihara Kagura's mind. Lord Orochimaru is here too. Akihara Kagura chuckled and took the initiative to bring up something. I didn't receive your birthday present this year, did you forget? Hey, I was imprisoned in the route by you at that time. Orochimaru chuckled and actually chatted with Akihara Kagura. The most important thing about birthday gifts is surprises. All my actions can't be hidden from your sight, and it's impossible for you to feel any surprises. Why waste time preparing? You make a lot of sense. Akihara Kagura thought for a while and nodded seriously. You make sense. I forgive you for the birthday present this year. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The fourth Raikage had a bad temper by nature and had no patience to chat with Akihara Kagura here. His body instantly entered the lightning chakra mode. Since you have fallen into the trap, I will get rid of you here. Sir Raikage. Tsunade hurriedly wanted to speak to stop him from acting rashly. However, the fourth Raikage was extremely fast. He stood directly on the table in the conference room, crushed the table with one foot, and grabbed Akihara Kagura in the air. Hokage, this is a rare opportunity. The third Tsuchika Jinoki clasped his palms together and reminded Tsunade in a deep voice, now that the 5 Kage have gathered here, it would be a good idea to gather the strength of the 5 Kage and take the opportunity to kill Akihara Kagura here. That's right. The 5th Kazekage Gaara nodded. Even the 5th Mizukage Madarumi agreed to that Tsuchikage's proposal. This opportunity is really rare. Normally, the Kage of a single village cannot be the opponent of Akihara Kagura, but the Kages of other villages are here, so it may not be impossible for everyone to work together. These few people represent the strongest 5 Kage in the ninja world. Prepare to retreat. Orochimaru planned to leave here immediately. If the 5 Kage really wanted to surround and kill Akihara Kagura here, it would seem a bit ignorant of life and death. What they should do most now is to escape from here immediately. Sure enough. Just as Orochimaru guessed, the 4th Raikage rushed straight towards Akihara Kagura. A ball of lightning suddenly appeared on Akihara Kagura's body, as if it was wrapped around his body like armor. Lightning release armor. The strongest defensive secret technique of the Hidden Cloud Village. The 4th Raikage's attack was instantly deflected. The 4th Raikage was even more angry. The lightning release armor was the defensive technique that his father, the 3rd Raikage, was best at. You actually used the secret technique of the Hidden Cloud Village to defend me. Dust release, original realm stripping technique. The 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki released his dust release neatly. Akihara Kagura raised his palm, and a white light shot out from his palm. The light of the dust release in the hand of the 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki was quickly extinguished, which made him suddenly alert. That Tsuchikage flew to the side quickly. The white light of Akihara Kagura's dust release instantly penetrated at Tsuchikage's table, turning the table and the ground into nothingness, causing Inoki's heart to tighten. His own dust release actually lost to this kid. Dissolution style, dissolution of monsters technique. The 5th Mizukage Madarumi opened her mouth and spat out more a ball of thick acid, which was so hot that it seemed to rush towards Akihara Kagura like magma. It's still this old-fashioned technique. Akihara Kagura shook her head at Madarumi's technique, and looked at the acid corroding the lightning-style armor on her body without much care, and asked casually. The Hidden Mist Village sent the corresponding scroll to Konoha, which used the changes in the chakra properties of earth and water to condense the bloodline limit. Do you think I saw it at that time? I have seen it, Madarumi responded with a frown. That's even better. Akihara Kagura raised his finger, and a ball of fiery red acid rose from his body, directly gathered into a water dragon, and rushed towards Madarumi. This way, you won't feel strange when I use this bloodline limit technique. Crash. Madarumi looked at the flying acid water dragon in horror. A ball of yellow sand instantly turned into a sand wall, blocking the acid water dragon. The yellow sand was corroded by the acid spread by the water dragon in an instant. Akihara Kagura looked back and saw Gaara, who was controlling the yellow sand, and suddenly snapped his fingers. The magnetic escape composed of wind attribute chakra and earth attribute chakra. When the Sand Village sent this bloodline synthesis scroll, I always thought that the ability of this bloodline limit was very interesting. Bang! The ground suddenly cracked. Most of the buildings in the Rain Village are made of steel. One by one, steel bars suddenly drilled out of the ground, and under the distortion of magnetic force, they directly broke through Gaara's yellow sand defense in an instant, and tied Gaara's body like an iron rope. Gaara. The guards of the Sand Village, Kenjiro and Temari, rushed up quickly. Kenjiro directly controlled a puppet to rush towards Akihara Kagura, and Temari also waved her fan. Puppetry. Akihara Kagura bent his fingers, and black chakra lines flew out from his hands, instantly landing on Kankuro's body, directly controlling Kankuro's body. This is a combination of yin-yang escape and puppetry with spiritual possession. This. Kankuro raised his fingers in disbelief, and with Akihara Kagura's movements, he controlled his puppet crow to attack Temari. Kankuro. Temari had no time to guard against her brother's sneak attack. Tsunade flew over and smashed Kankuro's puppet into pieces with one punch, saving Temari at the critical moment. Let's stop here. Tsunade stopped her movements immediately, and looked at Akihara Kagura with a serious expression, and asked in a deep voice, Akihara Kagura, what are you doing here at this time? Probably Akihara Kagura let go of the chakra line in his hand out of boredom, looked at Tsunade and chuckled, I'm still a little worried that the Hokage will be troubled by other people. As the Hokage's assistant, it is natural for the Hokage to clean up those who disobey Konoha's orders. Don't make such jokes at this time. Tsunade coldly stopped Akihara Kagura's joking, and said in a deep voice, are you worried that the 5 major countries will unite to destroy your plan? On the contrary, Akihara Kagura closed her eyes, raised her finger and shook her head, this time, I am here to urge you to unite. Akihara Kagura looked up at the sky, spread out her palms, as if to show mercy, I don't want my last memory of the old era to be a group of idiots fighting each other for meaningless things at the moment of the end of the world. Everyone go to bed early. Are there any characters missing? Mamachi Zabuza, Haku, Jugo, Sujetsu, and who else? Chapter 323 The Final Ninja World War begins from this moment. This guy is really kind. He is still worried about the dispute between the 5 Kage at this time. However, everyone present can hear the mockery in Akihara Kagura's words, and even know that this guy still appeared at the 5 Kage meeting, just to show off his power. Yugai Tsunade clenched her fist. Lightning release, thunder blade. The 4th Raikage jumped up neatly, with arcs flashing all over his body, and rushed towards Akihara Kagura with his arms crossed with anger on his face. The speed of this 4th Raikage is extremely fast. However, Akihara Kagura just raised one of his fingers, and the lightning chakra on the fingertips glowed blue, and the finger directly met the chest of the 4th Raikage. Hell Thrust, one-pointed hand. Hell Thrust is the strongest attack secret technique of the Hidden Cloud Village. Among them, the levels of Hell Thrust are 4-pointed hands, 3-pointed hands, 2-pointed hands and the strongest 1-pointed hand. When one finger is used to use one-pointed hand, its offensiveness will reach the strongest, and its training difficulty will also be the highest. Even the 4th Raikage had never successfully practiced this technique. The lightning chakra on Akihara Kagura's fingers was as sharp as a ninja sword, and it instantly pierced through the 4th Raikage's lightning chakra defense and his chest. Blood splattered directly. The 4th Raikage's body flew backwards and fell to the ground. This Raikage was directly defeated by the strongest attack secret technique of the Hidden Cloud Village. Being defeated by the secret technique of his own village made the 4th Raikage feel particularly humiliated. This technique that no one in his own village could learn was mastered by the enemy. Lord Raikage. The 2 guards of the 4th Raikage quickly landed beside him, looking at the 4th Raikage's injuries with concern, and the wound on the 4th Raikage's chest in horror. Tsunade hurriedly jumped to the side of the 4th Raikage, observing the injury of the Raikage. A ball of emerald green chakra floated out of her palm, healing the Raikage's wound. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Of course, I was very measured. Akihara Kagura looked back at Tsunade who was treating him, tilted her head slightly and chuckled. If Tsunade Sama's medical ninjutsu can't save the Raikage's life, I'm also willing to help my defeated subordinates treat him. Ahem, you guy. The 4th Raikage was angry and anxious, and spit out blood. Calm down. Tsunade hurriedly whispered to stop the 4th Raikage. While she was treating the patient's wound, she didn't want the patient to seek death again. Anxious. Akihara Kagura shrugged. The 2 Raikage guards were about to rush over angrily. However, a figure suddenly flashed out and stretched out his hand to stop them. You are still young, don't sacrifice your lives here, concentrate on taking care of Mr. Raikage. Salamander Hanzo flew to their side, drew out the sickle behind him, and looked at Akihara Kagura with a vigilant face. I will keep an eye on him here. He is humiliating the Hidden Cloud Village. One of the Raikage guards didn't want to retreat. Without looking back, Hanzo of the Salamander taught in a deep voice, if you can't even endure this little humiliation, how can you stop this war that will destroy the ninja world? Hanzo-sama, there's no need to be so nervous. Tsunade reminded Hanzo of the Salamander in a low voice. Akihara Kagura probably didn't come here to kill people, he just came here to show off and hide our morale. I know that too. Hanzo of the Salamander glanced at the conference room and lowered his voice. All the cage present have been defeated, and no one else can be his opponent. Now, please ask your Hokage to lead everyone to retreat and close this conference room. I will entangle this guy, release my poison sac, and try to die with him. Hanzo-sama. Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. I've considered this from the beginning. Salamander Hanzo raised his head and looked at Akihara Kagura, who was sitting on a high platform, and whispered, I've considered that he might come to disrupt the meeting. This was also considered when the entire conference room was built. As long as the conference room is closed from the outside, it will be sealed. The salamander toxins I released will be completely sealed in the conference room, and I can die together with the enemy. This guy. The third Tsuchika Jinoki looked at Salamander Hanzo in astonishment. As a contemporary, Inoki thought he could sacrifice everything for the Iwagakure village, even his own life, but he couldn't be ready to sacrifice at any time like Salamander Hanzo. Low-level tactics. Akihara Kagura chuckled. He nodded at Tsunade behind Salamander Hanzo. Do you want to ask Lady Tsunade behind you, does she think this tactic is reliable? Sir Hanzo. A touch of respect appeared on Tsunade's face, but she had to follow Akihara Kagura's words and reminded Salamander Hanzo, Akihara Kagura is good at time and space techniques. This method can't stop him, it will only make you sacrifice in vain. Even so, Salamander Hanzo's voice was muffled in the gas helmet, and he said dully, I am already an old man in my twilight years, and I don't have much time left in my life. I can't help but do something for you younger generations. Tsunade's nose was covered with a thin layer of sweat. This old guy Orochimaru had to grit his teeth. He remembered the time when he fought with Salamander Hanzo. He always looks like this. This is the magnanimity of a ninja demigod. Jiraiya aside, he admired the magnanimity of Salamander Hanzo very much. Even if the old man knew that his sacrifice was in vain, he would use his life to pave a way for other ninjas. Hanzo, the demigod respected by the ninja world, always seemed to be like this. When he was at his peak, he was an invincible ninja in the ninja world, but he would let go of those juniors who were defeated by him, thinking that they would grow up to be better in the future. However, when he was in his old age, he was always generous with his life, as if there was nothing to cherish in his aging body. This man seemed to be ahead of others all his life. This man seemed to be a benchmark for an excellent ninja throughout his life. Even the shadows of other ninja villages, seeing Hanzo, who was ready to sacrifice for this, had to admit that they were not as generous as Hanzo. When he was young, he was willing to teach the juniors who challenged him, and when he was old, he was even willing to sacrifice his life for those juniors who had grown up. The only pity is that Hanzo is a ninja from the Hidden Rain village. However, even though he was the leader of the small country of the Hidden Rain village, he still received the respect of everyone at this moment. It's such a great waste to let such an outstanding ninja sacrifice. Akihara Kagura shook his head and sighed softly. Hanzo, even if you are so old and frail, a ninja as outstanding as you should have a place even in the new world I create. I have lived long enough. Salamander Hanzo rejected Akihara Kagura's good intention. You deserve more time. Akihara Kagura chuckled, standing on the high platform overlooking everyone present. Let's stop chatting here. I've seen enough of this excitement. I have already made it clear that I came here and don't want the memories of the old times to be in a mess, but I thought about it, maybe I should use some more straightforward words to tell you clearly. I hope you can accept your fate. Akihara Kagura stretched out his palm and said softly, since the birth of this new world until now, more than 1,000 years have passed, and the war has never stopped. Even the first generation Hokage Senju Hashirama ended the chaos, and he could not change the smoke of gunpowder that now permeates the sky above the ninja world. I'm not just talking about you big countries. Now, it's time to end it all. Kagura, what are you going to do? Jiraiya looked at his disciple nervously. Now Jiraiya couldn't tell what his disciple wanted to do at all. His chakra quickly gathered, fearing that Akihara Kagura would suddenly change his mind and start a massacre here. If Akihara Kagura kills everyone here, it will take an unknown amount of time for the 5 major ninja nations to unite. It's just a declaration of war. Akihara Kagura looked down at everyone present and said nonchalantly, but I need you to help me bring this declaration of war to the whole world. I am at this moment. Declare war on the entire ninja world. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Although they all knew that Akihara Kagura had become the public enemy of the ninja world, it was still a little scary to hear this guy so blatantly declare war on the whole world. Please help me tell the entire ninja world. Akihara Kagura tilted her head to look at them, and said slowly, Whether it is the ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages or other small ninja villages, or those ninjas who are still wandering outside, please be sure to participate in this war. After all, this will be the last war in the entire old world. This war is not a continuation of the struggle for interests in the old era, but the beginning of the creation of the new world by the immortals witnessed by all the ninjas in the ninja world. I will completely cleanse the pain and tragedy of this world in this war, and the ninja world that endlessly pursues interests will also usher in its end. If nothing unexpected happens, you ninjas from the old era probably still want to prove that you have the meaning of existence, and you are not willing to become the sorrow of the destruction of the old era and the nourishment of the birth of the new era. I will give you one last chance. If you can give up the meaningless fights between you and gather all the ninjas in the ninja world to declare war on me, if you can give up the killing and fighting in pursuit of interests, and do everything you can to fight for a glimmer of peace for this remaining era, I will give you this chance. Akihara Kagura looked up, as if imagining the outcome of this war. I also hope that I can see all the people in the memories of the old times choose to die gloriously, instead of everyone hiding like rats in the sewer until all traces of his existence are wiped out by inexplicable attacks. Do you think you have already won? A ninja from the Iwagakure village responded with sweat on his forehead. Victory is a matter of course. Akihara Kagura shook her head and said contemptuously, even if countless ants gather together, how can they hurt the feathers of the eagle in the sky? What's more, if you can really do it. Akihara Kagura's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes gradually became so sharp that people dared not look at him. If you can completely give up the pursuit of interests and fight for your own lives, no longer for a little bit of benefit, everyone will fight hard for the dawn of peace in the ninja world. Let my plan shatter. Let my body die under your knife. What I got, it is definitely not a failure. Jiraiya's face suddenly changed. At this moment, the man suddenly remembered something. When he was traveling in the ninja world with Akihara Kagura, they stayed in the sand village for a while. Akihara Kagura took the initiative to help train Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the sand village, and used the powerful force of the outside world to force Gaara to unite with the one tail in his body. At that time, they mentioned a possibility. When all the ninjas in the entire ninja world were facing the same threat, would the ninja world unite at that time and eliminate their internal disputes from then on? Jiraiya's mind suddenly went blank. Could this disciple want to do that? Did he want to use himself to become the enemy that the entire ninja world was forced to unite to face? Jiraiya looked at his disciple with fear and uncertainty. No, that's not right. We won, and he didn't lose if we lost. Jiraiya thought calmly for a second, and his eyes dimmed in an instant, because they won the war, and Akihara Kagura could verify an experimental idea of his in the past. However, if these ninjas lost the war, Akihara Kagura would get the power to destroy the world and recreate the world. This guy might really destroy the world and recreate it to achieve his other goal. No one dared to gamble. Even Jiraiya, who was courageous, didn't dare to gamble. Even Tsunade, a gambler who is not afraid of losing, didn't dare to gamble all this. That's all. After Akihara Kagura finished telling everything he wanted to say, his body gradually merged into the shadow under him, and his voice became cold and ruthless again. Now go tell everyone in this world, it doesn't matter whether this is the 4th or 5th Ninja World War. For this era, this Ninja World War is the last one. Akihara Kagura's body completely sank into the shadow. His voice coldly echoed in this pentagonal meeting. His voice continued to echo in this closed meeting room. Go tell them the last Ninja World War begins at this moment. One more thing. This declaration of war is not smooth no matter how I write it. Chapter 324, Commander-in-Chief of the Ninja Alliance, Ninja Demigod, Salamander Hanzo. Akihara Kagura left. The entire pentagonal meeting room was silent. The 5 cage present were silent for a long time and could not speak. Even some of the ninjas present were speechless. They could only stand there with their heads down. Form a ninja coalition immediately. Tsunade looked at the several cage present and said in a deep voice, that guy wants to become the enemy of the entire ninja world and let everyone participate in this war. Then, as he wishes, spread his declaration of war to the entire ninja world. No one present raised any objections. Even though they knew that there was darkness ahead, they had to move forward according to the ideas formulated by Akihara Kagura, because Akihara Kagura was powerful and had a huge army in his hands. No matter what, no one could escape this war. The 5 cage present quickly passed the resolution to form a ninja coalition. They didn't even need to ask the daimyo for permission, and they began to arrange the matters of the ninja coalition in advance. In addition to the ninjas from the 5 major countries, there were also a steady stream of ninjas from small countries joining in. The representative of these people was Hanzo of the Salamander. Almost all positions were assigned quickly in this meeting. The only problem is the position of the Supreme Commander of the Ninja Coalition. None of the 5 Kage present is Akihara Kagura's opponent. No one has the face to fight against Akihara Kagura. The 4th Raikage, the 3rd Tsuchikage, the 5th Kazekage, and the 5th Mizukage were all defeated by Akihara Kagura at a very fast speed. In comparison, Tsunade is the more prominent Hokage. Because Tsunade did not attack Akihara Kagura, this Hokage did not lose to Akihara Kagura, and even her identity is more suitable. After all, in terms of relationship, Tsunade is the Hokage of Konoha. Akihara Kagura is just the assistant of Konoha's Hokage. Hokage is the most suitable candidate. Hanzo Salamander took the initiative to propose, and even gave a very sufficient reason: you are Akihara Kagura's former boss. Only when the Hokage sits in this position can the morale of the Ninja Coalition be boosted. From a strategic point of view, it is just a war to suppress a Konoha rebel ninja. At least just suppressing a mere rebel ninja will make everyone determined to win. Of course. After Hanzo Salamander finished speaking, he added, this also has a disadvantage. It may cause the ninjas participating in the war to underestimate the enemy, and even the number of ninjas coming to participate in this war will decrease, because they may think it is only Konoha's business. But overall, this war is ultimately led by the 5 major countries. The ninjas of the 5 major countries are the absolute main force to resist this world-destroying war. Therefore, it can be said that it is more beneficial than harmful for Hokage to serve as the supreme commander. Tsunade's eyes were suddenly filled with gratitude. At least Hanzo was willing to stand by her side, and even said this appropriate reason, so there was no need for Tsunade to take the initiative and think that she wanted to seize the power of the Ninja Coalition. To be honest, Tsunade wanted this position. Because Tsunade was very clear about the current situation, she knew that this war urgently needed Uchiha Madara to join the war. She could not mobilize Uchiha Madara, that man, and could only use the power of the Supreme Commander to mobilize the ninjas to cooperate with Uchiha Madara in the battle. This the Kage present seemed cautious. Because they were afraid that what they said would be like the power struggle that Akihara Kagura had just accused them of, and they were especially worried about being forced to that position. Hanzo Dano has a point. The 5th Kazekage Gaara expressed his approval, and he quickly raised his own doubts. I think what Hanzo Dano said before that letting the Hokage serve as the Supreme Commander can indeed boost morale, but the disadvantages far outweigh the benefits. This war involves the survival of the ninja world. No matter how careful the ninjas participating in this war are, they should not be too careful. They should at least know how powerful the enemy they are facing is. What we should do now is to find a way to gather more forces. Of course, I don't want to compete for this position. The 5th Kazekage Gaara's expression was much calmer, and his eyes scanned everyone present. I'm just worried that this will make many ninjas think that this is Konoha's business and they are unwilling to get involved. Konoha has been suppressing the Sand Village over the years, and the people in the village are very dissatisfied with Konoha. I have to find a way to persuade the people in the village to participate in the war. It is not convenient for the Mist Village to agree. The 5th Mizukage Madarumi hesitated and raised her objection. Just as Lord Hanzo and Lord Kazekage said, many people will not want to participate in this war because of this. The Hidden Mist Village does hate Akihara Kagura, but more ninjas also hate Konoha, which has been suppressing the Hidden Mist. On the first day of his succession, the 5th Hokage launched a war against the Hidden Mist Village, and even ordered her assistant Hokage to capture the Hidden Mist Village within 1 day. Now that assistant Hokage has defected, even if his goal is to destroy the ninja world, many people will still think that the 5th Hokage formed a ninja coalition in order to kill his defected subordinates. Someone stopped me before I came to the meeting. To put it bluntly, Madarumi sighed and expressed her own difficulties. Once they know that the 5th Hokage of Konoha is the commander-in-chief of the ninja coalition, I can only forcibly issue orders to force the ninjas in the village to participate in this war. Tsunade fell silent. In order to win the war, Tsunade didn't dare to give up this position, nor did she dare to nominate other people, because they might not be willing to cooperate with Uchiha Madara. As for the other cages, the 5th Kazekage Gaara looked at the other cages present and couldn't help but said, in terms of identity and qualifications, it is suitable, but many people in the ninja world know that you were once captives of Akihara Kagura, so it is inevitable that you will not be able to convince the public. Then what can we do? The fourth Raikage knew that he was not strong enough and would definitely be opposed if he served as the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. He was embarrassed to grab this position, so he could only scold angrily. At this time, we can't let Uchiha Madara be the commander-in-chief of the ninja coalition forces. This is simply a joke. No one thinks that the ninja coalition will obey Uchiha Madara. The scene was deadlocked for a while. Salamander Hanzo looked back and forth at everyone present, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, now is not the time to hesitate. Even if the fifth Kazekage is the commander-in-chief of the Shinobi Alliance, it can be used as an encouragement to young people. His status is lower than that of Akihara Kagura. We can publicize that the Kazekage is a rare young genius in the ninja world, and let him fight against Akihara Kagura." The fifth Kazekage's face immediately became embarrassed. As a defeated general of Akihara Kagura, and even beaten by Akihara Kagura many years ago, his age and qualifications are very shallow. He can't even convince the people in the Sands village. How can he have the nerve to take on such a position as the commander-in-chief of the Shinobi Alliance? There is another way. Tsunade's eyes fell on Salamander Hanzo, and reminded in a deep voice, "Akihara Kagura has always been called the god of ninja in the ninja world. We can let the former ninja demigod Salamander Hanzo be the commander-in-chief of the Shinobi Alliance. This matter is extremely beneficial to Konoha. If he became the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, it would inevitably make the ninjas of the Kirigakure, Sand Village, Cloud Village, and Rock Village dissatisfied, so they might as well push someone who is friendly to him. At least the old man Hanzo of the Salamander would not reject his proposal, and would even agree with his opinion for the sake of the overall situation. Moreover, the position of the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces was just a nominal position, and the real decision-maker was still the Five Shadows. Will the ninja demigod challenge the ninja god? The third Tsuchika Jinoki glanced at Hanzo of the Salamander. I agree too. The fourth Raikage also had some good feelings for Hanzo of the Salamander. At least Hanzo of the Salamander helped stop two of his subordinates when his guards were recklessly going to die. One of the guards was trained by him as the fifth Raikage. This affection alone was enough for the fourth Raikage to support him. Moreover, the character and quality of the old man Hanzo of the Salamander had convinced them. At least they didn't have to worry that Hanzo of the Salamander would deliberately cheat people. Agree. The fifth Kazekage also agreed. I agree. The fifth Mizukage Madarumi also voted in favor. Compared to letting Tsunade be the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, they would rather vote for Hanzo, the ninja demigod who also has the courage to die with Akihara Kagura. I am already old. Hanzo shook his head and objected. I have decided to fight with Mifune, the samurai leader of the Iron Country. Hanzo, you are the most suitable candidate. The power of a ninja demigod is not something that ninjas can guess. The fifth Kazekage softly persuaded, maybe I am too young and my words are a little unpleasant, but the commander of the coalition forces is only a demigod who challenges the god of ninjas. At least everyone knows the seriousness of this war. In theory, this is quite appropriate. Because Hanzo's reputation and contribution are great enough, he has been working hard to stop Akihara Kagura, and even took the initiative to gather a large number of ninjas and samurai from small countries for the ninja coalition. Secondly, this old man is not a Kage of the 5 major countries. No matter which other Kage of a large country ninja village sat on the position of the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, it would more or less make the ninjas of other villages very dissatisfied. On the contrary, Hanzo of the Salamander, a leader from a small country ninja village, would not cause so much rejection. As long as it does not cause too much rejection, this candidate can be accepted by more ninjas. Finally, Hanzo of the Salamander is quite powerful. In addition to the Second Ninja World War, Hanzo of the Salamander even challenged 3 large country ninja villages. Even if he was defeated, he ensured the integrity of the Rain Country and the Hidden Rain Village. Even at this time, Hanzo of the Salamander's head was old, but he could still use it to fool people. After weighing the pros and cons, Hanzo of the Salamander seemed to be the most suitable candidate. This Hanzo of the Salamander could not refuse and had to accept the proposal of others. He took the initiative to put forward another idea. If I am allowed to serve as the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, my age will not allow me to have more energy to participate in the war. The 5 Kages said that the commander-in-chief of the ninja coalition forces was overthinking. However, Hanzo of the Salamander directly proposed a strategy. His eyes dimmed a little. Everyone, why not use me, the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces? as bait in the war according to the arrogant idea of that young man Akihara Kagura. He will definitely lead his army to attack me directly. I can use the poison of the salamander to kill as many of the little devil's army as possible, and the ninja coalition can attack his army from the rear. The commander-in-chief of the coalition forces had already thought about his own sacrifice when he took office. The 5Kage% heard what Hanzo of the salamander said, and they fell silent. They had to think that the strategy proposed by Hanzo of the salamander was very feasible. Sir Hanzo Tsunade quickly stopped Hanzo of the salamander's idea and took the initiative to say, "It's too early to mention your sacrifice now. We have more important things to discuss anyway. The commander-in-chief of the coalition forces will support yourself." Tsunade immediately took the opportunity to propose that the ninja coalition forces should communicate with Uchiha Madara, because Uchiha Madara was the strongest force against Akihara Kagura in this battle. In addition, Tsunade also raised the issue of protecting the Nine Tails and the Eight Tails. However, this depends on whether the Eight Tails of the Hidden Cloud Village is there when the fourth Raikage returns. If the Eight Tails is still there, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto must hide in advance to avoid being found by Akihara Kagura to resurrect the 10 Tails. There is also the issue of the headquarters of the Allied Ninja Forces. To be honest, the headquarters of the Allied Ninja Forces feels unsafe everywhere because the other several ninja villages have been conquered by Akihara Kagura. The only one that has not been conquered is Konoha village. Akihara Kagura has served as a senior official of Konoha for so many years and knows Konoha village like the back of his hand. If he wants to go back to Konoha village, isn't it like going back to his own home? In the end, the headquarters of the Allied forces was still placed in the Hidden Cloud Village. Because the towering Hidden Cloud Village can at least avoid sudden attacks by White Setsu, the army of the Allied ninja forces was also simply divided. They could not compile more military branches at this time, so they could only divide them as roughly as possible. However, Tsunade still raised a question, with some hidden worries in her heart. "I don't know if it's my illusion. I'm always worried that Akihara Kagura has some conspiracy that has come to this point." The fourth Raikage frowned and said in a deep voice, "The entire ninja world must gather together to fight him. Is there any need for that guy to make any conspiracy? Even if he really has any conspiracy." The fifth Kazakage shook his head and took the initiative to appease them. "It is impossible for us to think about these now. We have no chance to retreat no matter what." Salamander Hanzo looked at the 5Kage% and declared in a deep voice, "We must all abandon all the hatreds of the past and unite to stop that guy's conspiracy to destroy the ninja world. The little guy has declared war. Except to fight, we have no choice." Reasonable. Reasonable. Chapter 325, Kakashi Hatake and Zabuza Mamachi fighting side by side. In the Hidden Rain Village. The commander-in-chief of the ninja coalition, Hanzo Salamander, is in charge here. The 5Kage left here after the meeting. The major ninja villages will gather their troops in the Hidden Cloud Village, and the Hidden Rain Village will be responsible for contacting forces outside the 5 major countries together. The entire ninja world soon spread the news that Akihara Kagura wanted to destroy the ninja world. The 5 major ninja villages invited all ninjas in the ninja world to participate in this war to defend the ninja world. Along with this, of course, Akihara Kagura's declaration of war was spread. A remote town. A man wrapped in bandages with a very handsome young man. They were the long-retired Kurigakure demons Mamachi, Zabuza and Haku. They heard the news spread by a group of wandering ninjas at the market. The last time I saw that guy was 4 or 5 years ago. Zabuza Mamachi narrowed his eyes, but he didn't have the same murderous intent as before. That guy betrayed Konoha and even wanted to destroy the ninja world. Is Lord Zabuza going to participate? Bai looked at Zabuza Mamachi in surprise and took the initiative to say, "I heard that many people will participate this time. Should we go?" Zabuza Mamachi was silent for a while, and suddenly grinned. "We can't let that guy destroy the world, can we? There are many people like Zabuza Mamachi and Bai in this world. Most of them went to the Hidden Rain Village to gather in scattered groups, and there are even many familiar people. For example, Sujetsu Hazuki and Jugo holding beheading swords. They originally wanted to find Uchiha Sasuke, but it was inconvenient to get close to Konoha, so they simply gathered here directly, and then they met Zabuza Mamachi. Give me the beheading sword." Zabuza Mamachi wanted to take back his beheading sword in a straightforward manner. "Senior Zabuza, aren't you dead?" Hazuki was horrified as if he had seen a ghost. Because in the legend of Kurigakure, Zabuza Mamachi was already dead, and everyone in Kurigakure knew about Zabuza Mamachi. Who could take the beheading sword from the living Zabuza Mamachi? Little boy, give me the sword first. There were many quarrels like this. Many wandering ninjas had grievances, but they were barely persuaded to suppress them under the order maintained by the ninjas of the Hidden Rain Village and the name of Hanzo of the Salamander. Compared with the liveliness of the Hidden Rain Village, other major ninja villages were very peaceful. The 4th generation Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village and the 3rd generation Tsuchikage of the Hidden Rock Village were both very prestigious, and the ninjas of these two villages quickly assembled. The situation in the Hidden Sands Village and the Hidden Mist Village was a bit complicated, and Gaara and Madarumi finally convinced everyone. As for Konoha, it was undoubtedly the most complicated situation. The ninjas of Konoha all agreed to stop their former Hokage from helping to destroy the world, and they would even cooperate with Tsunade's work tacitly. Hatake Kakashi had also transplanted Uchiha Obito's Mangekyou Sharingan, but Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakashi did not dare to help him transplant Hashirame's cells. The only ones who did not cooperate were naturally the 3 Uchiha outside the village. Outside Konoha village, in a temporary training ground, 2 figures were moving quickly in the training ground. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke both have extremely strong physical fitness. Uchiha Madara went through the baptism of the Warring States period and countless sunrises and sunsets of training, and transplanted the cells of the 1st generation of Hokage, and only then did he reach this point today. Uchiha Sasuke activated the lightning chakra mode, and he could also use it to fight with Uchiha Madara in physical skills, and his speed was even faster than Uchiha Madara. Lightning release, Chidori. A ball of lightning emerged from Uchiha Sasuke's body. With the help of the acceleration of the lightning release chakra mode, he suddenly rushed towards Uchiha Madara like lightning. With a blessing of super high speed, the penetration of lightning release, Chidori is extremely terrifying. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara raised his finger and directly opened the second form of Susanoo, but it was inevitably pierced by Chidori. Susanoo. Uchiha Sasuke also directly opened Susanoo, and a huge purple giant emerged from his body. The purple giant raised his hand and pulled out a bow and arrow. The purple giant arrow suddenly pierced Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. The second form is not enough. The blue Susanoo on Uchiha Madara's body rose again. I know. The purple Susanoo on Uchiha Sasuke's body also rose suddenly, turning into a giant in armor, and even continued to evolve. Until it evolved into the 4th form of Susanoo. The 4th form of Susanoo already has a complete body, and its flexibility in battle has been greatly enhanced. This is the limit of Uchiha Sasuke's transplant of Uchiha Itachi's eyes to open the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. He has reached this step under the guidance of Uchiha Madara. But this is still not enough to satisfy Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara directly opened the complete form of Susanoo. The tall blue giant directly split the purple Susanoo giant with a knife, and said in a deep voice, "The difference between the complete form of Susanoo and the 4th form of Susanoo is only one knife. This form of Susanoo is not enough to pose any threat to Akihara Kagura. It's good that I can keep the 4th form intact now." Uchiha Sasuke wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said in a deep voice, "Kakashi had a hard time opening the 1st form of Susanoo." Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who is very similar to his younger brother, as if he had returned to the past and was sparring with his younger brother. At that time, Uchiha Izuna would occasionally complain of being tired. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Izuna are so similar. That guy is not Uchiha. Uchiha Madara woke up from his memories and his voice became cold. That guy doesn't have the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan either. Sasuke, you haven't reached your peak yet. The time is too short. Uchiha Sasuke didn't have enough time to practice. If the war started a little later, perhaps he could slowly practice the complete Susanoo, but unfortunately there was not enough time for them. Do you have time to chat? Tsunade came here at this time. She wanted to talk to Uchiha Madara about the war. Kuragakure's 8-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee is teaching Konoha's 9-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto to practice in the secret realm of Kumagakure. The battlefield of this war is in Kumagakure. We will rush over. Uchiha Madara waved his hand and said coldly, "If there is nothing, don't stay here to disturb Sasuke's practice." Tsunade sighed helplessly. This guy is really stubborn. However, the allied ninja forces desperately needed Uchiha Madara's power, and she couldn't say anything more. She could only hope that this guy would appear where he should be. "Is there any news from Akihara Kagura?" Uchiha Madara suddenly stopped Tsunade and said in a cold voice, Have you found out where that guy is hiding? The Valley of the End. Tsunade nodded and told the intelligence obtained by the Allied ninja forces. According to a reconnaissance ninja reports, Akihara Kagura's army has expanded to a terrifying level. The Valley of the End can no longer accommodate his army. At least 100,000 white Zetsu are under his control to participate in this battlefield. According to the prediction of the Allied Ninja Forces General Staff, this huge army will set out from the Valley of the End and directly attack the Allied Ninja Forces headquarters in the Hidden Cloud Village. Where are the 8 Tails and the 9 Tails? Uchiha Madara glanced at Tsunade and asked another confidential question. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes also showed a trace of concern. He was more concerned about Uzumaki Naruto's safety than Uchiha Madara, because he knew that Akihara Kagura would definitely take away the 9 Tails in Uzumaki Naruto's body. This Tsunade didn't know whether to answer. In order to ensure the safety of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, the Ninja Coalition placed them in the rear to protect them from being taken away by Akihara Kagura. HMPH. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and sneered with disdain. How can ninjas who cannot trust and understand each other resist that guy? No. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki and Naruto are in the rear of the Kumagakure village. Tsunade shook her head quickly, sighed and said, "It seems that Lord Hanzo is right. The commander-in-chief of the Allied Shinobi forces, Lord Salamander Hanzo, has already informed me in advance that if we want all the people in the ninja world to fight together, nothing should be hidden from each other. That kid is not bad." When Uchiha Madara was judging Salamander Hanzo, he rarely praised him. With his status and age, he could indeed call the old Salamander Hanzo a kid. Uchiha Madara had indeed heard about the work of the chief commander of the Ninja Coalition. Although I haven't met that guy yet, I have heard of his name during this period. At least in terms of uniting the ninja world, he is much more reliable than that guy Hashirama. When you gather, I will take Sasuke and Obito there. Uchiha Madara looked at Tsunade and said contemptuously, "A ninja born in a small ninja village is more reliable than the cage of your 5 major countries." Yes. Hanzo Salamander, the chief commander of the Ninja Coalition, did a good job. At least on the surface, Hanzo Salamander worked very seriously. He was really contacting the major ninja villages, keeping intelligence flowing at all times, and mediating the conflicts between the major ninja villages. Hanzo Salamander even frequently gave speeches in the Hidden Rain village, hoping that in the face of the destruction of the ninja world, all ninjas would temporarily put aside their past hatreds and unite to resist the powerful enemy together. The entire ninja world has organized almost 100,000 people. Among them, the ninjas of the 5 major countries were so powerful that they organized 80,000 ninjas in full force. The other small and medium-sized ninja villages and the warriors of the Iron Kingdom organized 20,000 people. In this way, at least the number of people was almost the same. According to the intelligence department of the Ninja Alliance, Akihara Kagura's white Zetsu army was also gathering rapidly, and there were about 100,000 monsters with strange looks. The Land of Lightning. The Ninja Alliance kept coming here. All the ninjas wore the same ninja forward protectors. No matter which village the ninjas were from, they took off their village's ninja forward protectors and replaced them with the same ninja forward protectors. It was just a matter of time that they didn't have time to make the same costumes, and there were some subtle differences in the clothes. Under a high tower 100,000 people gathered together in a mighty manner. The ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages and all the ninjas of the small and medium-sized ninja villages gathered here. These ninjas will receive some war equipment here, and then they will be dispatched to various troops by the Ninja Alliance staff. Logistics Department. Before the war came, Sakura Haruno and some medical ninjas distributed some emergency wartime medical supplies to all ninjas, so that they would not be too late to treat their wounds. 4 copies. A voice appeared in Sakura Haruno's ears. When Sakura Haruno raised her head, she saw a figure she had not seen for a long time, an enemy who had left a huge shadow on her during her teenage years. Zabuza Mamachi. Sakura Haruno looked at Zabuza Mamachi in front of her in shock. "Lord Zabuza, you are an acquaintance." Bai looked at Sakura Haruno in front of her in amazement. "Hurry up." Hazuki muttered beside him. Jugo looked at the noisy Hazuki helplessly. Because he and Zabuza Mamachi were both from the Hidden Mist village, after the quarrel, they simply formed a team to fight together. "Hurry up." Zabuza Mamachi looked at the stunned Sakura Haruno with dissatisfaction, and said coldly, "Little girl, you have grown up so much, will you still be scared by my killing intention?" "Senior, you are joking." Sakura Haruno's heart suddenly relaxed, And she chuckled and handed Zabuza Mamachi 4 emergency medical supplies. When Sakura Haruno saw Zabuza Mamachi leaving, she suddenly felt that this war was not so scary and tense. For the same goal, the ninjas who were once hostile stood together and fought against the powerful enemy side by side. Wait? After Sakura Haruno finished speaking, she suddenly realized a problem. This is the area of the 3rd unit. Was Zabuza Mamachi assigned to the 3rd unit? This seems to be quite normal. Because the 3rd unit is a close to medium range combat unit. The only thing that may be weird is that the commander of the 3rd unit is called Hatake Kakashi. When Hatake Kakashi saw that there was Zabuza Mamachi among his subordinates, he was shocked and his eyes widened in an instant. Are you kidding? How come this guy Zabuza Mamachi is still alive? That's not right. Hatake Kakashi's eyes widened, and he looked at Zabuza Mamachi in disbelief. He was actually going to fight side by side with Zabuza Mamachi? What a bad fate. Zabuza Mamachi looked at Kakashi Hatake with displeasure, and muttered to his temporary subordinates, "This guy is Kakashi Hatake. The second time I met this guy, I hung him and his subordinates up with one hand and beat him. I didn't expect that he was the commander of the 3rd unit. It seems that this war will be difficult to win. You guy." Kakashi Hatake rolled his eyes helplessly, looking at the troublesome guy in front of him. "Be a little more respectful to your boss. Every time we meet, you are the loser. Everyone go to bed early." Suddenly there is a subtle sense of fate. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.